But they call it comfort cooling. Can't be any. It's like you don't have to have colours like grey. It's called anthracite, or all these different. They've got sort of posh names for a colour. Is that a green car? I think not. My last one was graphite. Graphite. I mean, I ask you, because you say to people, it's grey, for want of a better thing. Is that red? No, that'll be called something like vermilion, or it'll always be something posh. Bit ridiculous, isn't it? Anyway, nice to be company. So what did we do yesterday? Mind your own business. I'm not telling you. If it was interesting, I would tell you. I don't think I did anything interesting for the whole of yesterday. I managed to get my blood sugars down again. This morning I had some grapes and up we go again. I'm swings and roundabouts at the moment, but never mind. It doesn't matter because I'm very happy, very, very happy because I've got sort of a busy weekend. I've just been invited to a party. Okay. Now, I don't think I can go to it because I'm going to see my godchildren this weekend. Which is a bit of a problem, actually, because the party I've been invited to, I know that there's going to be some very famous people there. And I would love to go, but I haven't seen the godchildren for a little while, so I'm going to check with them today to see if I can change it. It's at a posh place in London, and I know it's going to be a small gathering. I like a small gathering. I think it's quite a nice thing to have, and I think that Bradley Walsh will be there, and Cliff, and people like that. So that could be quite nice. But I've got to check with the godchildren first. And then I've got to book the car in next week. Got to go back to the hospital on Thursday. Thursday's hospital day, to get them to sort out the thing that's attached to my arm for the diabetes, which is good. Plus, what else have we got? Elton John celebrating 29 years of alcohol and drugs free. 29 years, people, because every day is a struggle. I know you might not think that, but it's like being an alcoholic. Once an alcoholic, always an alcoholic. You never recover from it. People go, I'm a recovering alcoholic, but they never recover because that one drink would send them back where they came from. Trains are still disrupted by the heat wave, and George Michael's ex-boyfriend Faddy, the one who might or might not have sort of done damage to one of his houses, the family might allow him to stay there in a £5 million house. I mean, for God, he doesn't work or anything like that. And you know the reason? Because they're worried that he might start telling stories about George and his relationship. And so, to sort of appease that, I mean, now do you understand why George Michael left Faddy nothing? Not one penny piece. Nothing at all. And Faddy's going, well, I was his boyfriend. You were the on-off boyfriend, sweet cheeks. You really were. Makes no difference at all. But because the family don't want, any of George's exes and drugs and stuff like that dragged up, they might be prepared to let him stay there. I think that's holding a sort of Damocles over their heads. I'd have him kicked out immediately. It's not my house. But as I say, George made the right decision. Leave nothing to the nasty little piece of work that's called Faddy. Arrested by the police the other day, questioned over the damage that might or might not have been. The water turned off. It's a £5 million house. Small wonder George left him nothing. He knew exactly what he was like. I like the story of the Indian man who got bitten by a snake in India and then decided to get his revenge back, so he bit the snake. The snake died. I mean, to be honest, more yoghurt, because it's good for you, apparently. Well, the fruit stuff's not good for you, but the Greek yoghurt's quite good. I think, but that's the most boring one, isn't it? We only want the fruit one, real, like Muller Corner with chocolate on a yoghurt. No, you don't have chocolate in a yoghurt. You put chocolate in it. Small wonder. Have you stood in front of the mirror in the bathroom, having got out the shower and gone, oh, God. I mean, the mirror is not big enough to cover things like that. You've definitely put on weight, I've noticed, since I saw you last time. You have. No, seriously. You ate a lot in France. Listen, how often do you see fat French people? You don't. They're all thin. They're all thin. You know why? Oh, croissant and red wine and fruit. And they smoke instead of eating. They're all thin. You don't see fat people in France. America, you see fat people. You can go... Actually, the odd fact about France is, no matter where you are in France, there is a signpost to Paris. Everywhere you go, you could be in the middle of nowhere and there'll be a signpost. Paris, 3,000 kilometres. And it will send... Seriously. Dale and I went to France. We drove to the south of France. And some years ago, which we thought was... We'd been given a flat on the Croisette in Cannes by a woman that he knew in Nottingham who owned a print shop. And so he said, Steve. And I went, yes. He said, we've got this flat on the Croisette. And I went, oh, lovely, that's very nice. And so he said, I thought we'd drive. And so I said, okay, fine. So we drove, and we had to get round Paris. And it's quite simple, provided you know the thing to look out for. And the thing to head you to Cannes is Route du Soleil. Route du Soleil sends you straight down. All the cars coming back with British number plates on, dented, windscreen smashed, everything. The British, could not cope with the French drivers. And so we drive down, and we say, it's all very nice, and then we sort of got a bit sidetracked. And then Dale did what he thought was a great joke. He said, he pushed the accelerator. He said, oh, God, Steve, we've run out of petrol. And I'm looking round thinking, we're in the middle of nowhere. What do you mean we've run out of petrol? And they went, only joking. And he put his foot down and off we went. 2 miles later, we ran out of petrol. It's sod's law, isn't it? Sod's law. He said, no, we really have run out of petrol. I said, yeah, joke. He said, no, we've really run out of petrol. And so I've got a picture of us by the car in the middle of France, in the middle of nowhere, and we ended up hitching a ride on a tractor to go to the nearest you can imagine, can't you? To go to the nearest filling station to get some petrol to take us, onto the main bit of the journey, which was lovely. It was really lovely. And, odd things happened to us. We get to this flat on the Croisette in Cannes. It was in a side street, but you could see the sea if you leant over, and he hung onto my legs, and you could just about see the sea out there, which was great. And we loved Cannes. Terribly expensive. You need an arm and a leg to eat there. Very, very expensive. But nice to wander up pavements so hot. You cannot walk barefooted on the pavements in the middle of summer. And I got loads of pictures of us on the beach in Cannes because some friends of ours from a radio station called Radio Trent, which Global now own but have rebranded, they came and joined us as well. And everything's topless. Everything is topless. All the beaches there are topless. And so there's this family. And I won't tell you their name because he's in the business, and his wife was there, and she went topless on the beach. He went up the wall, because we're all sitting there chatting away. It didn't make a difference to Dale and I couldn't care less. But he was like, well, you don't put your top back on. She went, no, everybody's topless. And it is, everybody's topless on the beaches. Because nobody's got bazookas like Jordan or anything like that. Everybody's fairly petite. And it was quite nice, actually, but by God, did we catch the sun. We really did. It was lovely. It was very nice, except we got told off by the person in the flats for hanging our towels on the balcony to dry them off. No. So we had to sort of dry them in the bathroom. They had rules over there, but it was quite nice. And all we existed on, Coca-Cola and peaches. And that was it. One night we had a meal out, and frankly I had to borrow from the bank to get to that, in a nice little cafe, sort of restaurant, upper class place, on the Croisette. And it was nice, but by God, it was expensive. But the rest of the time, we were only over there for about 2 weeks, but it was 2 weeks to remember. And I don't know why. Oh, that's right, I remember it, because we saw a lovely Rolls Royce on the seafront, one of the old type. White, it was in cream, but all the door handles and everything that was chrome had been gold plated. And so you had this beautiful car, which was cream, but all the accessories, the windscreen wiper blades, the door everything else was gold plated. It looked lovely. So, of course, I took loads of pictures of it. We were flash. Well, we wanted to be flash. What else do we have, actually, yesterday? What else did we do yesterday? Nothing. Oh, so wait a minute. So it's going to rain, isn't it? Hey, Siri, is it going to rain today?
It's going to rain in the morning.
There you go. Chance of rain, 90%. 90% today, so that's not good. Did you bring an umbrella, Henry? You're going to get wet then, aren't you? Did you bring a hat? You're going to get very wet. You've forgotten your raincoat? You're going to really suffer with this. Hopefully it won't happen. You could sprint. When was the last time you sprinted? The only time you sprinted, is because somebody said the kebab shop's closing. You went, whoa! Run like heck to get in there. What did I do yesterday? I was trying to find out how many steps I did yesterday. Today I've only done 613, which wasn't very good. Yesterday, 3,485 steps, which is not good enough, is it really? Not good. My friend John apparently did something like 8,000 steps the other day. That's what you're supposed to be doing, 10,000 a day, but I just can't manage it. You did what? You track your steps. What, do you have a Fitbit or whatever they call it? Yeah, I've got mine on the phone as well. Is that the one thing that's got the love heart on it? About 4,500. Oh, here we go. You do more than 4,500. 9,000? Well, how'd you do 9,000? Walk a lot. Well, you live next door to the Kentucky Fried Chicken shop. I mean, it's. How many did you do yesterday? What does it say yesterday? What does it say yesterday? Here we go. Oh, how long does it take? You just push the button and it tells you. Come on, what does it say? 8,000. That's ridiculous. You're fiddling it. You've learned how to sort of tap, 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 and then it makes it go up a bit, doesn't it? It does. I can't believe it. 8,000. Well, where have you walked yesterday? Yeah, you sit with a burger, moving the phone up and down so it adds on to it. That is terrible, isn't it? Anyway, we are supposed to be healthier, but if we can all eat yoghurt, just not the fruit yoghurt. I quite like not to eat I haven't had a yoghurt for ages. I decided that was not going to be good for me. But I did have a bacon roll the other day. I couldn't resist it. Rochester Cathedral, a bit like Winchester, Rochester, have installed a crazy golf course in the nave. I think that's a bit blasphemous, don't you? It's the house of the Lord. One of them, they're going to put a slide in the nave. You know why? It's to try and get people back into churches, because nobody's going to churches now. They're just not interested. I don't know why. Really very odd. Also, I've been watching Gogglebox, whatever they call it, and a few people on there that I like. And then there's Ryland Clark Neal and his foul-mouthed mother. I've never heard people swear so much on television. Every word under the sun. That is so disrespectful, but she swears as much as he does. Really is. It's absolutely awful. Not good at all. Also, the forthcoming episode of Celebs Go Dating will make interesting viewing for Lee Ryan. He's only just bought a television. You know why? Bankrupt. He was bankrupt. I mean, he couldn't afford anything, I don't think. And so they're putting him on the programme. Well, the day that Lee Ryan can't pull is the day that I go hair long and call myself Stigger the Dump. It's just ridiculous. They're all on there under false pretences. You've got the need to go on a dating programme. Why doesn't she own up to it and say, listen, I'm going out with this girl at the moment? We always knew it was fake. And Lauren Goodyear, she's apparently got somebody as well, but she's on there, and I think there's no chance of her finding anybody at all. They tried a while ago, didn't they, with what was his name, Bobby Cole Norris. I mean, who wants to go out with him? You can't go out with him. He's too camp. You walk down the street. I mean, it's awful. Mind you, the other day there was a gay pride march, and this woman in a niqab started abusing some woman who apparently had been on Big Brother, God knows how many years ago. I can't remember when it was. God created, Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve, going to prove how naive and thick she was, because God quite clearly, if he invented Adam and Eve, definitely did Adam and Steve. Anyway, she's been arrested by the police. She's been arrested. Fantastic. For homophobia. Good. That's fun. Didn't take long for them to find her. I thought that was very good. OK, listen, we'll take a very short break. I'm in that kind of mood this morning, I might have a bacon roll later on. The bacon was much better in Greggs the other day. Some series you could bang nails in with it, but it was good the other day. It was quite nice, and it was sort of flattened out a bit and very tasty. And I was going to have it with ketchup, but I thought, no, don't have it with ketchup, Steve. So I'll bring in a vacuum cleaner and we can suck the fat out. Make it a lot easier, wouldn't it? So apparently my former producer, Chris, is a cyclist, as you all know. He cycled across France. I mean, he seriously is very... I mean, I can't do things like that. My legs would give up. Steve, you must have done at least one productive thing yesterday, says James. No? Even comparing the ambient temperature in each room would have been something. No, what did I do? I went out to do some shopping. What did I buy? I can't remember what I bought, actually. I might have bought something. But, no, some days I just like to do nothing. Nothing at all. I mean, today I have got to do something when I get back in, which actually is no interest to anybody at all, but I have to do my invoice, because it's got to be in by the 1st of the month. Otherwise you don't get paid. And as today is the 30th, so you've only got 2 more days, today and tomorrow, to get your tax in if you're self-employed. Otherwise you get fined. They're never very happy, actually. And Neil says, how much does a service cost? Well, it varies. It can be anything from, nothing needs doing to £400-500, something like that, I think. No, it's he said, I'm asking for a friend. Well, he'd have to be. It wouldn't be for you, would it? Let's face it. And, no, it can vary. I think on one car I had years and years ago, it was about 6,000. Which was, it needed, because, parts are just very expensive, and also it's a bit labour-intensive. But no, recently they work out about 600, Something like that. I don't know. Do you know, to be honest with you, I wouldn't know what a normal service costs now, because this month I suddenly realised, that's what I did yesterday. I remember sitting there thinking, because on the way home on the train, ping, up it comes on the phone, ping, what is it? Oh, it's my insurance for the car. And they've reduced it, which is very nice of them. It's not going to make any difference, only by 100 quid. And so that's due 25th of next month. Then I've got VAT to pay, and then there'll be the car service. So, in fact, this coming month is going to be quite an expensive month. I'll have to get a second job, I think, if I'm not careful. Steve, a friend of mine has just been put on a diet. No fruit, no pasta, no bread. How depressing. Your poor producer. Was that you? Poor producer. Yeah, no, so, well, actually, fruit's not very good for you anyway, because it's got fructose or it's got sugars in it. Great, send me through the roof, grapes do. In fact, I managed to push up my blood sugars this morning on grapes. That's why I thought I'd give them to you. Otherwise, I'd have given them to somebody else. Yeah, I mean, it pushed me. This morning, I was 6.9 when I woke up. 11.1, which is going down a bit. I went up. That's the machine. Yeah, it's just a little machine. I wave it under my arm. That's where this... You want one? What for? They don't make them for your size arms. Only for little skinny people like me. Then it shows you what your sort of glucose is. So I told you before, it's like a disc, which is fitted under the arm with a needle in it, and it goes into my arm and it stays there. And then when I review my history, if I do my average glucose, it's very good actually, better than I thought. Come on, 8.9. Is my average. Well, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, that's for my history, that's damn on perfect. Steve, after I found out I had cirrhosis of the liver, I had to kick the booze, says Jen. It was the hardest thing I've ever done. A lot of ignorance surrounding dependent drinking and the unhelpful, why can't you just stop? But my liver's improved by 49%. They say if you stop for a month, you can practically repair it. That's what they say. But as I said before, people don't understand about, they just think it's like smoking. Can't you just stop drinking? And you go, no. And whenever the doctor says, so how much do you drink? That's when you tell lies. That's when you start telling lies, isn't it? You go, couple of glasses. And they go, what, a week? And you go, having a laugh, aren't you? And you go, what's that about that, And they go, so, I mean, how long could you make a bottle of wine last? Well, what you want to say is about 40 minutes, but of course you can't, can you? So you go, 2 or 3 days. I used to know people, a friend of mine, she'll have a glass of wine, then she'll put the wine bottle back in the fridge. What's that for? What is that? She puts a special cork in it and it goes back in the fridge. And I remember thinking, God, that takes some discipline to do that. I said, how much do you drink? She said, about a glass of wine a day. I said, a day? Amateur. And, but it's like smoking, isn't it? When my mother used to smoke 1 cigarette a year at Christmas, and she wouldn't smoke all of it. She would sort of say, then she'd put it out. And I used to think, small wonder I started smoking. Small wonder. Well, when I was at the height of my smoking, I was doing 60 a day. 60 a day. And then I became ill. And then I went in for heart surgery. And so I stopped. And... yeah, and I turned to Prosecco. So the next thing we'll be having is, do you think you could cut back on that? I mean, I'm being very good at the moment. I've discovered that the secret to sort of managing diabetes is vegetables. Eating vegetables, very good, very good. So yesterday I managed to find sprouts. I didn't even think it was the season for sprouts. I thought that was a bit later in the... But anyway, I found sprouts. I bought three packets. And because I can eat a whole packet of sprouts. And until they bring out the little baby sprout. The little tiny sprout. Oh, those I could eat till the cows come home. I can have those just in water. Heat them up a little bit till they go just al dente, because I'm familiar with the terms. And that's quite nice. But yesterday I had a whole packet of sprouts. With beans and broccoli. As well, with some rice. I like broccoli. It's fun. I never used to eat broccoli. It's a bit of a posh food. Sorry? That's... I don't know, dear. I don't know what planet you're on. The purple stem... Isn't that... what do they call the purple-stemmed broccoli? I don't know. There must be a name for it, mustn't there? Is it just called purple-stemmed broccoli? What's the thin one, he said to me. Am I going to know something like that? Do I look like a greengrocer? No, I think it's called purple-stemmed broccoli. There's one called... It's not wilted, is it? That's where it doesn't go erect, and it's not stiff broccoli. It's what they call sort of semi-stiff broccoli, but I can't remember what that one's called. I'll think of it. Well, we'll find it eventually. It'll be one of those ridiculous things. Here we go. So it's thicker stems, blah, blah, blah. Which one's there? Oh, that's quite nice. Purple sprouting broccoli. Very hard, that one, isn't it? I can't remember if I've had that, actually. I might have done. I keep convincing myself it's good for me. So please don't write in and say it's not good for me, because I'm eating it anyway. But I haven't had that one. Because I always, whenever I'm doing it with rice, I cut it in half. I can't get something that big in my mouth. Seriously, it's only going to be bigger than, 3-4 inch, and I'm completely stomached. So I have to get my scissors out and cut it in half, and then sometimes I do it in thirds. And then you can get more in your mouth, can't you? And that's always the advantage. So, any more handy recipes? Don't bother writing in here. I'm not remotely interested. Liz in Colebrook said, I did just over 10,000 steps yesterday. Some days I do over 21,000 steps. Yeah, that's showing off, the producer said. Show off, he says, as you did 8,000. My friend, she's training for the marathon. She did 40,000 steps the other day. 40,000. I've never even heard of 40,000 steps. Steve, sprinting for the last kebab orders is essential. Blowing a gale here in Weymouth. No rain, though, says James. Hi to Henry as well. He doesn't know you. That's called stalking. Okay, you can call the police on that. He doesn't want any more friends. He's got more than enough friends as it is. In his little book. He's got a little book, with sort of numbers of friends in. Samaritans, Help, Steve Allen. Because he sent me a text message this morning. Funny thing was, I was sitting over the desk from him. He was on one side of the desk, I'm on the other side of the desk, and he sent me a message. That is really pushing it, because his name doesn't come up. The number comes up, but not the name. And I got one the other day from Andrew Pearce on my phone, because I mentioned his column on the programme yesterday, and he went, thanks, and then put a kiss at the end. It's quite sweet, isn't it, really? So now, yeah, we like Andrew. I always understand what he's talking about. I think he actually makes politics. Mind you, I thought the same from Andrew Neil. Andrew Neil used to have a programme on LBC, and I could always understand what... Yeah. Oh, gosh, everybody. Everybody's been on LBC. Everybody. Yes, I used to follow him. Used to do a show on LBC, I've just told you. What are you, deaf or something? Well, I don't know. I did mornings, and he followed on from that. Also, I did a programme, and who followed on from me? Diana's brother. Viscount Althorp. He does show on LBC as well. Everybody's done shows. There's nobody who hasn't done shows on LBC. He's not done a show on LBC, has he? Well, not for want of trying. Steve, Kate says, I drove down the Route du Soleil a few days ago. Where on earth did you find a tractor on the auto route? Well, I told you we went off route. I was staying in Cannes. I've now lost the house because of the cost. €29 for a mattress on the beach per person. It's very expensive. It is very expensive, but I suppose if you want to go down there, I'm eating cherries now, which is good for you, says Brenda. I brought cherries in, but I'm not eating them. I drove to Marseille, says Ron, stayed at a farmhouse in a vineyard with a recording studio attached. Alison Moyer was there recording. Beautiful place and loads of free wine. Yeah. I've gone off wine recently. Oh, I've got to do the news. But I've gone completely off wine. I used to drink a lot of Pinot Grigio and stuff like that, and Pinot Noir, and my father used to drink German wines, which I liked, but now they're way too sweet. So it's Prosecco, which actually, of course, is not very good for you because it's very sweet. LBC News Time, 4:30, the latest headlines this morning with Tim Humphrey. Tina's got it. Tender stem broccoli. Tender stem. It is nice, though, isn't it? I tell you what I used to love years ago, and it was quite... I haven't had it for ages now. Worried about the teeth coming out. Sweet corn. I never get over the excitement that when you look at sweet corn, either in the tin or on the cob thing, that's a cornflake. Each one of those things is a cornflake. I mean, who'd have thought it? How do they go from little tiny yellow things like that to a cornflake? And then if they put sugar on it, it becomes a frosty. A frosty. Who'd have thought? But no, I used to love a corn on the cob. The only problem is you do them in hot water, and then you sort of roll it in butter. Yummy, yum, yum, yum. And then, of course, it's too hot. You can't, it takes the roof of your mouth off. And I've discovered that I don't enjoy it. But I do enjoy sweet corn, so perhaps I'll just buy a tin of it or something like that. What are you doing now? What's the matter now? You're having one of your days today, aren't you, or something? Has the doctor taken you off medicine or something? Or are you on an increased dose? You're still on the day release. I said to you, that tag looks all right with your socks. You'd never notice it, would you? You've had it teamed in. Looks quite good. Steve says, Andrew, I'm with you on yesterday's weather. It was blooming roasting again. However, it's a lovely, very cool, very blowy morning on the south coast. You see, cool and blowy I can do. It's the heat I can't do. It just drives me to distraction, I'm afraid. Sprouts, broccoli, beans and cabbage, you say, Steve. Who's sitting in the chair after you this morning? In this one? Nobody. Nobody. I'm the only one who sits in here doing programmes, unless the one downstairs goes. Because we have big studio downstairs, which is the one you've seen on the television. My one's very small. Very small. It's not impressive at all. A little bit disappointing. But it doesn't matter, does it, Henry? Because we're both in the same boat. Because Henry's, again, the other's not very big there either. And so it's if you sort of took out the window, and I don't know why it's so big, the window here. Have you seen how wide this window is? It's like a foot. If you actually knock that out, and put us downstairs, you could pop us into the corner of our studio. And also the one downstairs has got TV cameras everywhere. And I don't like that, because I tend to find I'm looking at myself on the monitors. You know, you do when you're good looking. And, the camera goes on you, and if you do it on television, if you see people doing it on television, just makes them look slightly eerie and peculiar. But I've got 2 little cameras in the studio, but I don't think I'm on, because I think the downstairs screen is linked to the big studio. Don't know why I'm telling you this. I'm just quite nice, actually. Steve, broccoli and ginger stir-fry is delicious, says George. I've never had ginger. My friend Paul Cooper and John sell ginger, fresh ginger. Comes from China, believe it or not. And somebody said, a friend of mine once said they didn't eat broccoli. They looked like little trees. Yeah, but it's quite delicious. Just toss it in a little bit of butter. That's right, quite. I might try some grated ginger over something. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm not doing cooking, because if I start doing cooking, half the supermarkets around our area are going to close, aren't they? So there is no point in me learning how to do stuff. Mag says, Steve, last week I walked 30.5 kilometres, but I walk the dog twice a day, rain, wind and shine, and easily do 8,000 to 9,000 steps a day. That includes walking in the house. Soon add up, am I in my 70s? The Apple Watch is good, too, but expensive, so I bought my Fitbit. Somebody says, do you have an old Rolls Royce? I do not. Old Rolls Royce? What do you think you're listening to? Goodness sake, I'm not a car dealer. Makes me sound like a car dealer. Matthew says, have you seen The Illusionist? No, I haven't. But I'm sure it will be brilliant. Sure it'll be brilliant. And Cindy says, why don't your godchildren pop around to you? It's a lot easier for one to go down as opposed to 5 coming up. Kind of makes more sense, actually. And also, then, because if they come round to me, I'll never get rid of them. Never get rid of them. But if I go down to them, I can leave whatever I want, actually. Keep up the veggies, Steve. I'm proud of you. No bacon. I had bacon yesterday. I had bacon in my rice. I did all the vegetables, and then I cut up bacon. I like bacon. I cut it up into little bits. So it's quite nice. Like little cubes. No, not like pancetta cube. No, it's bacon. It's already cut bacon in a packet. It's never going to make a cube, is it? It's all flimsy and floppy. Come on. You obviously haven't cooked bacon recently, have you? What do you think it is? Fairly thick, like sort of, the size of a cube? No, it's not. No, it isn't. Where'd you find the Brussels sprouts, says Kimberly? I found them in Marks and Spencer's. I found the other ones, actually, in Waitrose. And then Marks and Spencer. Don't ask me. I didn't think it was right, actually. Peter says, any news on Peter Andre? No, I don't think there will be, actually. I mean, Pete's now going to have to reevaluate himself, because presumably to run his house. I mean, luckily the wife's a doctor, isn't she? So she must be earning a fair old packet. But they've got loads of kids to look after. I mean, Pete must spend a lot of time sort of trying to find out what he can do, what the next thing is, because they've tried everything. I mean, there really isn't very much left. The last tour didn't happen, did it? Steve, buy some asparagus from Marks, boil water, shove them in for 2 to 3 minutes, serve with butter and freshly ground black pepper. You can skip the butter, though, says Barbara. Well, do you know I bought, a short while ago, I found it in Waitrose, garlic butter. Like a little Lurpak garlic butter. So you can just put a little slice on. I haven't tried it yet. I'm terrified to, in case I get a snog. And you can't, if you get a snog, you can't really be eating garlic butter, can you? Angie says, if you go to the party, can I be a +1? I don't think I'm going to be going. I think that's the problem, because I think it's going to be godchildren, but I shall find out. I shall find out. Steve, strange day. What about Gareth Bale? Real don't want him anymore. Forget about the goals that won some Champions League Cups. Now they've blocked a move to China, have they? Come on, Barcelona and Atletico. Please stuff them. What are Aston Villa up to? Up the Aston, as we say. Up the Aston. Woo! That's good stuff, isn't it? But anyway, so it's Tuesday. What do we know about Tuesday? It's going to rain. 90% chance of rain. It's the stalk bit of the corn they turn into cornflakes, sliced and baked, not the little yellow bit, says Ted. Don't start telling me that. It's the little yellow bit. It's the kernels. The kernels that turn into the corn. Asda do frozen chopped mixed veg bag, carrots, green beans, peas and sweet corn, and another bag of carrots, peas, cauliflower and broccoli, says Jackie. Yeah, well, they were all doing them. It's a very expensive way of buying veggies, but to be honest with you, it's easy. Buy a packet, costs you £1.50 or whatever. You take the top off, empty it in, job done. Although if they sold it all loose, we'd have a lot of fun, wouldn't we? I think. Sort of. Unfortunately, for the third day running, I don't have the Daily Star and I don't have the Express. I don't know why. It says on the front of my things it's a full set. Obviously not. Also, Tommy's cousin in Stab Hell. I think Tommy must be on Love Island. He's with a girl who's got badly bleached hair. What is it about people bleaching their hair? It's really bad for you. It's not so good. And the Cathedral, putting in the crazy golf course. I think actually in a few other cathedrals they're putting in all sorts of entertainment for people to go there. So by putting in I think that's outrageous. It's a house of God. I mean, Lord. Britain will legalise cannabis inside 15 years. So said a cross-party group of MPs yesterday. God, that'll be fun, won't it, driving into work? Whee! Here we go. Will people see the colour of the traffic lights? They are Rochester Cathedral. It looks... It's in a church. It's absolutely outrageous. There's going to be hellfire and brimstone coming down on these people. What is the matter with them? What is the matter with them? I mean, they say the course's theme is bridge building with a nod to the links the church has with the community. It's just, you don't put things like this in it. It just looks wrong. But that's my opinion. My opinion. It's what? Tacky. Oh, sorry. Tacky. That's what I didn't think you said that. Another one that says here, try Marks and Sparks' best ever burgers. They're lush. Very low in fat, says Norman in a reading. And Steve, Nick always says he's in a small studio. It's funny, but I always imagine you in the big one. I can't work the big one, Bella. And that's the God's honest truth. And I'll tell you exactly why. Because it's so designed, I like to be sort of, not necessarily close to people, but there's got to be some sort of... Well, the studio downstairs is so big, beautiful. It's got windows that slide backwards and forwards. They've all got them now. It's all terribly posh. And it's got cameras that can move round and sort of do different shots and everything else. But because there's so much equipment in front of you, I can't read the screens. I mean, I really can't. I have enough trouble as it is. And here, the microphone is right in the middle of the two screens that I've got to look at. But downstairs, I've got so many different screens, I have to peer around it to try and see what's going on. Love Island says Peter's going to be made twice a year. Were you listening to the beginning of the programme? I did say it's going to be made in the autumn as well. Of course, now this is where it gets interesting. Because once it starts in the autumn, and that's not very far away, believe you me, August, September, October, bang, into the next one. All the people who are coming out of this Love Island at the moment, they've got a very short space of time to try and get something going. Because once the new one starts, they won't get a look in. They will not get a look in. And so they had a bit of so the finalists were there the other day, and very lovely. And everybody's sort of putting on dinner jackets. I mean, where in God's name do they get dinner jackets from? What they did, they packed them in their little rucksacks, did they? No. Plus, tragic Love Island star Sophie Graydon's mum has blasted ITV's chief executive after she said it was strange to link her death to the series. And Deborah Graydon claims comments made by Dame Carolyn McCall were evil and trivialised the passing of her daughter and Mike Thalasitis. But there is no link to the series. The fact that they happened to go on there, if there was a link to the series, then other people would have taken that tragically awful route. So difficult for a mother to come to terms with it, but it's nothing to do with the series that her daughter did this. In the same way that there's a girl who spoke to Mike. She said she thought there was something going on, but he'd been out of the series for ages and ages. There are hundreds of people who go through this, and they seem to emerge the other side. I know that we see people who burst into tears and cry and sob and do everything else. I thought the funniest thing was, on this particular Love Island, was that probably only about 3 couples, and they've got to pretend to be couples because they won't make any money. Unfortunately, Danny Dyer made the worst mistake of her life, finishing with that bloke who took the coke. He got caught out, bit of a shame, and so she's disappeared completely now. Disappeared completely. And by the time you get another Love Island, all this lot will disappear as well, and so they might have to actually go back to finding a job, actually working. That'd be interesting, wouldn't it, really? But Ofcom is proposing new safeguards to protect the reality stars. They're not stars. They're just people on the television who are a bit shallow. They just, all they see is, want to be famous. Want to be famous, want to make lots of money. And what they don't realise is they might make a bit of money in the first year doing events in mainly nightclubs, or an appearance on Loose Women or something like that. I'm not even sure if Loose Women pay. It might not. And they go on there. The moment it finishes, all of a sudden you then see them, in the gutter, because there's nowhere else for them to go. The television is a terrible machine. It chews people up, spits them out, and just leaves them. Because once you've had the value out of them, why would you want them again? That's why you won't find anybody from Love Island presenting a quiz on the television or hosting a chat show. They don't have any talent for doing things like that. The only talent they've actually got is propping up a bar and having their picture taken. I think it's really sad, actually. Really sad, but never mind. That's the way. The final 8 are to undergo Fame Aid sessions. And if you remember, Amy, the one who walked out of the show, but now you'd never know. It's like, oh, here's Amy, and you go, yeah, here's Amy. And she says she'll be in therapy for ages. Because at the age of 27 or 28, some bloke actually finished with her on a television programme after a couple of weeks, and she goes into meltdown. It's hilarious. It is absolutely hilarious. You feel so sorry for these people. So sorry. Also, her grandparents who coughed up 20 grand to get her boobs done, her teeth, veneers, and the hair extensions. She's had to cut the hair extensions out already. Already, it's looking a bit bleak out there. I'd love to do Loose Women. Oh, that'd be nice. Perhaps I could be a judge. No, you can't, dear. I'm terribly sorry. Listen, they're just using you for a bit of publicity. The only reason they actually put on Loose Women Jordan is so everybody laughs at her. That's the only thing. You see this poor tragic person. Talking of tragedy, Paula Williamson's body was discovered on top of a bed of cocaine and tablets. Now, you remember Paula Williamson, or you might not, actually. She was the one who married Charles Bronson, not his real name, of course. And they got married, and it lasted like that. She milked it. She went on to TV programmes. She turned up on Loose Women, sobbing her heart out about her relationship and all the rest of it. And she married him because she's another one of these strange people, or was a very strange person. And she was found by her new lover yesterday morning. She couldn't be saved. They call her a Corrie actress. I think she had 3 little bits in it over 4 years. Hardly a Corrie actress, and that's more like an extra. She'd been thrown out of a nightclub on Saturday night, off her face, and then Charles Bronson, not his real name, announced he's going to marry a pensioner called Joan. This will be about marriage number 4. I've lost track of it. He thinks he's coming out of prison soon, but nobody's bothered about him. Somebody says here, after she'd been accused of cheating, he called her every name under the sun. So, small wonder she was... And she wrote to me as well. I was talking about it, saying, another sad person who thinks that they're going to... The marriage was never completed, as they say, because he's a prisoner. He's a prisoner. He's a little crim. He's a prisoner. And so it was never going to happen. What they can do, leave them in the cell for an hour or something like that. It's never going to happen. So he sort of sits there, and she sort of did the rounds of all the interviews and all the rest of it. And I'm sort of going, why do they keep calling her an actress? She's only done about 4 little bits. It's like saying, no, Lorraine Kelly's an actress. Oh, wait a minute, she is. We know that. HMRC told us. The Lorraine Kelly you see on the television is not the real Lorraine Kelly. That's the actress. Now you know. But we had tears on Loose Women. Anyway, she wrote to me saying, I can come on your programme and set you straight. I thought, I wouldn't want you on my programme, thank you very much indeed. Definitely not. But she was on years and years ago. It was of no consequence. She was in a few episodes of Corrie from 2008 to 2012. She checked into rehab after admitting she tried to take her own life with an overdose. Bronson sent a message, said she needs to sort herself out or she'll be dead in 2 years. How prophetic was that? How prophetic was that? The moment it came up the other day, I thought, oh, I couldn't remember who she was to start with, and then I suddenly remembered. Vegetable biryani. That sounds nice, doesn't it, really? Fry an onion and curry powder, or if you have them, separate Indian spices. Add a pouch of basmati rice and any cooked vegetables you found. Oh, that sounds nice, doesn't it? Steve says, Dale, I read that Amy, Love Island, well, not really, she walked out of it. A bit of a drip, as far as I'm concerned. She's going on Celebs Go Dating. Well, she won't find anybody. She won't find anybody. She's into it. They have to try and get her some work. Otherwise, she's going to have to go back to the airline and go, can I have my job back? They're going to go, if they've got any sense, no. Have you tried cauliflower steaks? No, I've tried cauliflower rice. Actually, you can buy a bag of that, but you can do it yourself, can't you? Who won Love Island, Steve, says Jill. I don't know, 2 non-entities. And Tina says, how about champing, which is camping in churches? Oh, dear, we don't want that. I don't want it. It's a church. It's a church. I find it a little bit sad, really, that little churches out in the countryside, they have to lock them up because people go in there and thieve. Seriously, people go in there and thieve. It's awful. How about some yoga? For you, says Jet. No. I've got a producer, Thomas, who does yoga. He doesn't look very healthy on it. Sorry? He's done yoga, yeah. Yeah, he's done it quite a few times. Have you never done yoga? No, obviously not. Yeah, I inspire people. What does Ollie do? Drink. The action of picking up the pint from the bar is Ollie's definition of exercise. Peter says there's no link between these people's brains and their mouths. No. Kate says Marks and Spencer doesn't have an S on the end. It never has. Mistakes. No, definitely Marks and Spencer. Definitely. Because it's the plural, isn't it? The two of them. There was a Mr. Mark and there was a Mr. Spencer. So it is Marks and Spencer. It's like Steve's Alan. You know, it's as good as that. Apparently Marks and Spencer's sell bacon cubes. They're called lardons. Oh, I don't like the look of those at all. No, that's very common. Oh, they both like it next door. You must be... In salads? What, do you cook them or you just eat them raw? How disgusting. You cook them and then you put them with a bit of lettuce. I'm not surprised you're the size you are. What are you eating? It's not healthy. What would your mother do for a living? And she... Works for the NHS. Obviously not very often. That is outrageous. Lardons in salad. Is it... Oh, do you secretly go down to the kitchen and cook when she's not there? You are so bad, honestly. Has your girlfriend not mentioned anything to you about that? No, she doesn't see you quite right, actually. Yes, once or twice a year, and that's it. She goes, oh, you've lost weight. And he goes, yeah, I lost weight, yeah. He hasn't really. Stephen, you mentioned my absolute nemesis, sweet corn. If anything draws out a princess and the pea moment in me, it's this vegetable. Doubles me up in pain, and then... Dear. See, I love sweet corn. We had it as kids. I loved it. The only thing I never liked when I was a child was mushrooms. But surprisingly, now I adore mushrooms. I can eat mushrooms. They're just a bit bland, aren't they? Although Paul Cooper does these fancy mushrooms. You get a box of them, things that look like they've wandered out of a planet. They're really odd-looking things. I think, oh, are they all right? Yeah. So perhaps I should try those in a frying pan. A little bit of fries. No, they do brown mushrooms. No, these are all odd-shaped ones. Odd-shaped mushrooms. You've never seen like it. They really are very, very, very bizarre. Cindy says, how many tickets? I don't know. Go online, find out for yourself. I mean, for goodness sake, pull yourself together, Cindy. Try and be a grown-up, honestly. Asda do... these frozen veg. A lot of people liking frozen veg, which is good. In fact, the more veg you eat... Some people hate veg, though, don't they? And, Steve, soft, mild garlic herb, Philadelphia cheese. I hate Philadelphia cheese. I hate it. I never liked the adverts. And I never liked it. The only... No, I wouldn't have... No, I definitely wouldn't have. I quite fancy... somebody the other day had a bagel from upstairs with peanut butter on it. Looked delicious. It really did look delicious. Does Ferrari get... Yeah. I've got Steve Allen Marmite, which is quite nice. But I haven't opened the jars yet. I don't want to open them, actually, because once you've opened the jar of Marmite, I mean, it lasts for years. It goes on forever and a day, doesn't it? What we got? We've got 5 to 5... Jackie thinks they're about £1 a bag, these vegetables. See, I think £1 is okay, don't you? We can all stretch to £1, for goodness sake. That's what annoys me. You get people who say, oh, I can't afford that, and then they pick up a packet of fags and a can of Stella. And you start thinking, you should have had... I mean, I don't want to be the first person or the last person to tell you that you should eat more vegetables, but it is supposed to be really good for you. Really good for you. Rob says, is it true Big Brother will return next year? It's returning this year. No, Big Brother. Oh, no, it's definitely not. No, it's absolutely not. No, there's no contracts out for it at all. Nobody's interested. Nobody is interested. Did you know Ryland Clark is really a redhead? He's ginger, says Cindy. I don't have a problem with somebody being ginger. I don't have a problem. I mean, Henry is really ginger. If you sort of wash it... Whenever it rains, that's why he's worried about the rain, because it'll wash the colour out in his hair. Are those little white bits that he's got appearing at the side now? Yeah. Have I know... You've got exactly the colour hair that's going to show little white bits. Little... Yeah, it is. Well, they're really white. I know they come over as grey, but they're really white. Frightening, isn't it? Yeah, if you get it cut, though, but then you see them more if you get it cut because you're going down to the root. Don't get it cut. Don't get it cut. Just leave it as it is. Just put a rinse through it. There's that... Yeah. I wonder why. How old are you? 22. God. I mean, at least you're not losing it. Like poor old Prince Harry. His is dropping out on an hourly basis. I'm not surprised, actually, the amount of stuff he must be reading in the newspapers about him and the wife. Oh, by the way, the Queen, I have this on very good authority, is thinking of buying him and Meghan a holiday home in the country. I mean, do you not think he could buy his own holiday home? Also, filling this morning's regular dingbat slot last week was an ordinary enough woman called Amanda Teague, who appeared above the following captions. The ghost I married tried to kill me. I mean, another mad as a broomstick person. They end up with Eamon and Ruth talking to them. It was a little bit embarrassing. Also, what have we got here? Great TV lies and delusions. Susan Calman. This was on Celebrity Crystal Maze. Susan Calman's a comedian from Glasgow. That kind of figures, doesn't it, really? And Love Island's Molly May. To Tommy, what do you think is next for us? She actually seriously asked this. And so Ali Ross has said, well, ITV's spin-off show, Celebrity Juice, Cameo, a PA at Revolution nightclub Blackpool, ghost hunting with Rylan, a few unreturned phone calls, and then it's the movies, picking popcorn out of the carpet at the Trafford Centre, and then it finishes. And that'll be it. You see, that's the trouble. You know, really. Also, Meghan tells Vogue, fashion is shallow and I want to be a mermaid. Dan Wooten says, spoiled Meghan, can't have it both ways. Why? I mean, nobody's ever heard of half these people that she put on Vogue. Seriously, I've never heard of any of them. And also, she shouldn't have done it. Big mistake. Big mistake. They made a big... Mind you, of course, the papers are delighted. You know why? It's stupid season. They've got nothing to fill. You can fill 2 pages, as they have done this time round. You know, guest editor of Vogue. Come on, hands up. Anybody know anybody who's ever read Vogue? Nobody. But apparently, wait for this one, the most multi-talented child in the whole universe. Yes, it's Victoria Beckham's little girl. She is reading Vogue, ladies and gentlemen. She's obviously a fashionista. She's probably a superb 5-star chef at the same time. And she designs clothes. She's amazing. That family is so talented. Except Brooklyn. Brooklyn can't do diddly squat. He can't take photographs. He can't make a cup of coffee. He looks like he's been dragged through a hedge backwards. He cries a lot with his girlfriend. It's all a bit traumatic. And then I am here to report to you now, sad though it might be, that the Beckhams, have fallen on hard times. I noticed the other day, as the publicity-shy Beckhams decided to tell you that they've installed in their Cotswold home, which they hardly ever visit because it's been burgled twice, although, to be honest with you, there's nothing worth taking. They've installed in the garden a hot tub. Yes, it's a hot tub in the garden. They can't afford a swimming pool, but they can afford to stick in a hot tub, so I'm guessing they probably didn't pay very much for it, because it was plugged all over the blooming place. It's all a bit worrying, isn't it, really? But loads of people you could have put on the front page of Vogue magazine. I'm very excited. Very excited. Amazon delivered Dumbo yesterday, so I've got... Wait a minute, ridiculous, isn't it, honestly? Always 2 sneezes. Why 2? What makes you sneeze? Dust, I suppose. Anyway, so what they've done is they've done in the Sun this morning... Good morning. Good morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast, with you till 7, 6 days a week. Is it 6 days a week? Yes. 7 days a week I'm on air. I've just remembered 7 days a week. I forget what I'm doing half the time. But the good news is I'm here Monday to Friday between 4 and 7. Saturday morning, yes, Saturday morning is it's a 2-hour programme, the best of Steve Allen. And this last week was chock-a-block with some really good stuff. And then In Conversation, I've just recorded all the links for the next 2 weeks' worth of In Conversations. And we've got some cracking ones coming up this weekend, which I'll tell you about probably tomorrow. And then on Sunday, between 5 and 7, first look at the Sunday newspapers. And I tell you, I'm gonna need sort of back braces shortly. They get heavier and heavier and heavier. I've never known papers. I mean, how paper boys and girls, or paper people... Well, that sounds ridiculous, isn't it? Paper people... Oh, look, they've blown away. Paper people who are delivering the paper. How they cope, I've got no idea. If somebody goes through the amount of papers that I have, which is a full set, including the colour sups, they weigh a ton. Anyway... They've decided to change the front cover of Vogue magazine, more in keeping with sort of people who have done something, as opposed to, I mean, I'm sure all the ones that Meghan's picked have done something. We don't know who they are. They mean absolutely nothing to us at all in this country. Although actually they have actually put Priti Patel on there, and we don't like Priti Patel, I'm sorry. I really cannot take to Priti Patel. Something about she's got very odd thoughts on things. Plus. Oh dear, I can't do that one. So many cases that are in court in this country at the moment. There's all sorts of different things. There's I mean, how is this allowed to happen? There's a prisoner who's died after apparently setting fire to himself in his cell. Well, I didn't think they were allowed anything like that. That is in this country. It is in this country. Also, the British teenager. Do you remember? This was the one who claimed that she'd been raped by 12 Israeli men. So they did DNA, and it turned out she was lying. She just made the whole thing up. Anyway, they spent 9 days in custody. Is this sounding familiar? Yep, it's Carl Beach all over again. After she alleged they attacked her in a hotel in Ayia Napa, they were released when she admitted concocting the story. So she's due in court in Famagusta today. And I hope they throw the book at her, because they went through absolute hell. Absolute hell. Plus, millions of people are gambling with their personal data by blindly accessing Wi-Fi hotspots. I don't even know what that is. I don't even know what a Wi-Fi hotspot is. I'm really confused by a lot of this sort of stuff that's out there. I just have to have it as... Will Guide understands that, which is great. Oh, look, a little story about Katie Price, not one to follow the rules, and that's why she's in such a mess. That's why she's a total failure. She's now got council officials on her tail. This is an old story. I did this one more than a month ago. Horsham Council have launched enforcement action after she began work on a new gym, a beauty studio and a horse exercise arena at the £1.5 million dump she's living in. If she gets 1.5 million, I'm Dutch. So the estate's turned into a giant building site. The renovation was meant to pave the way for her big showbiz comeback. There is no big showbiz comeback. You know, there's nothing at all out there. Nothing at all. They say last year, Kate once said to be worth 40. She was never, ever worth 40 million. Not a cat in hell's chance, but it's a good story. You know, it's the old one that the lazy journalists put out there by going, oh, Paris Hilton was heir to the Hilton fortune. No, she wasn't. Jamie Lang's heir to the McVitie. No, he's not. Okay? So here they say she faced an eye-watering £2.1 million debt when her company, Jordan Trading, was liquidated. Anyway, the council are not commenting on it. Even her son, even Harvey, doesn't want to stay in this dump of a place. You know, she's not a businesswoman. She's never been a businesswoman, never been successful. She was good at getting her boobs out and coming up with rubbish and having children, and that was about the extent of it. Anything else is just pure speculation. We found the biggest benefit. Normally, we find benefits, fraudsters, on this programme, and here's one here. This is amateur actress Ethel McGill. Ethel McGill, Britain's biggest benefit cheat, has been jailed for nearly 6 years. Oh, you'll enjoy yourself inside, dear. How much did she swindle? 750,000 quid. By faking illness, pocketing her late dad's pension, by pretending he was alive. She comes from Runcorn in Cheshire. Well, at the moment she comes from prison. She arrived for sentencing in a wheelchair. She's a liar, of course. And carrying a pile of incontinence pads. But the judge said, nobody believes you're ill. You've been putting it on for years. Your devious behaviour's caught up with you. And now you go to prison for 6 years. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. People like that, they need exposing all the time. They do them on the television, don't they? in the mornings, and sometimes you get afternoons, and you know, people who've done this and people who've done that, and you think to yourself, you're just liars. Just like, there was one woman the other day, she was caught in a stolen car, and she got out and she was walking down the road, and the police went, "Excuse me, back." She went, "What?" He said, "You're in a stolen car. I don't know what you're talking about." And you think, you must be really thick, mustn't you? Don't doubt her boyfriend was a tea leaf. Oh, mind you. Story now to just, you're going to go, "I'm sorry, it is the 30th of July, isn't it?" And I'm going to go, "Yep, you've got 2 days to get your money into HMRC if you have to pay your tax at the end of July," which a lot of people have to, because otherwise you get fined. And you don't want to get fined, so that's why I'm mentioning it to you now. But Selfridges have opened their Christmas shop 149 days ahead of the big day. Yes, you can go and buy the stuff today. It's again the first in the world to do so. Well, you might as well just leave it open all year round. Makes it a lot easier. Otherwise, it makes you look a bit stupid down at Selfridges. You know, we're the first person to do it. Of course, nobody wants to do it. Not this early. You know, November I could understand. Not July. That would be ridiculous. Shelves are heaving with baubles, ranging from a £6 Lurex glass-style version to a £45 Santa on a motorbike. They also have a £100 11-inch Santa yoga figurine. And apparently they say it makes commercial sense, as it's brought year-on-year record sales driven by early festive shoppers and souvenir hunting tourists. Why don't you just keep it open all year round there and stop faffing around? I mean, that's just ridiculous. You know, people want it. Well, of course, listen, if it's in a department store, they'll wander into anything. You could have a mud pool in there and people will wander into it. I don't quite understand why you think if you're putting it on now, it's clever. Because you might as well just have it. Why don't you just have a 24-hour Christmas shop there around the world anyway? Nothing clever in what you've done by opening it this early. There's Christmas shops all over the place, open, you know, all year round. So you can go and buy this stuff, which I quite like. I think Meghan was totally in the wrong. Editing Vogue? I don't believe she edited Vogue. You'd have to be incredibly naive to think that she seriously knows how to edit a magazine. She probably sat in on a few things and went, "Okay, what pictures, Meghan, do you think we should put on the front cover?" "Okay, I've drawn a list." And, you know, I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, I'm surprised we haven't got Prince Harry editing sort of Army Weekly or something like that. But that's never happened, has it? But she obviously goes off and does her own thing. I think she's paving the way for what happens in the future. That's what I think. But there again, I don't dislike her. I just think that they seem to have got us round the wrong way. I thought that Harry liked the British public, judging by some of his tantrums we've been told about from people apparently in the know. It doesn't look like that at all. It looks very embarrassing. Fans of Fair Isle jumpers, and who is not a fan of the Fair Isle? I should imagine young Henry's probably got quite a few Fair Isle jumpers, because... Oh, you don't have any at all? Oh, I thought you would have something. I'm sure I've seen you wearing something very similar. Would it be sort of a sort of cheap... Because they're quite expensive. If you go to the Fair Isles, they have cruise ships that stop off and they go in, and some of these things are £600 each. They're terribly expensive, but they're quite lovely. But anyway, they're offering a knitting and hiking tour for fans of Fair Isle jumpers, about £1,700. I mean, these Fair Isle, traditional Fair Isle jumper. See, some of these could be made on a machine, and that's what worries me. You know, and I can't tell the difference now. It's like, you like that one? That's a woman's, and it's very nice. That's great. That's more you, isn't it? Makes you look like bad television. Yeah, they said here, Barber is it. No, it's not slimming. Well, it wouldn't be it would be if you were that size. Do you think you should type in genuine Fair Isle jumpers? I think that'd be nice. Genuine Fair Isle jumpers. Because I think they're... I remember seeing the cruise ship going into this place and they had them all out there because people sit all year knitting. They're very expensive. Very, very expensive. And we can't really afford to do things like that all the time, can we? I don't possess any either. I would love to possess a Fair Isle jumper, but I think they're a little bit too expensive. A little bit too expensive. But they are lovely. But anyway, £1,700 you go on this course... And then you presumably come back with a Fair Isle jumper. But when I saw them, you tried to rack up your steps counting on this thing. You forgot your phone. Oh, you should have taken it. You could have just racked up another 10. Benefit fraudsters. You can add steps. I thought you might be able to. I wondered how you managed to get to 8,000. Benefit fraudsters says Norman should be made to repay it. Oh, I'm with you on that one. Oh, yes. I tell you, people, they go, "Oh, so-and-so's been thieving for years," and forgot to notify a change of circumstances. Oh, really? Oh, lovely. And No, you have an old Rolls-Royce Classic one, I thought. No. Are you on drugs or something? Is there something the matter with you? Can you not tell the difference? I've never had a classic Rolls-Royce. Never at all. Quite mad, some people, aren't they? Quite mad. I do love it because they do make us laugh, but for all the wrong reasons, I'm afraid. No, I'm with you on the getting the money back. As far as I'm concerned, somebody goes, oh, I forgot about my change of circumstances, like all of a sudden I found I could walk. All of a sudden I found I could play golf. All of a sudden I found I could lift all sorts of heavy weights. Now I'm not disabled at all. And of course, it's very good to dob people in for things like that. And so you go round their house and you go, right, the three-piece suite's out, we're having the television. Unless you can prove that you earned that money to pay for those things, we take everything. Leave them sitting in empty rooms. 750,000, 6 years. I think that's a good sentence. I hope she stays there forever and a day, actually. Anyway, it'll teach you. When she comes out, there should be nothing to come out to. They've taken the house, they've taken the car, they've taken everything. Much better. The man found drunk on a mobility scooter got a road ban. But he can still ride on an electric vehicle. What's the point of that? He was 1.5 times over the limit on a mobility scooter. Some of them look very... If ever you see a pub with a mobility scooter outside, you know they're necking it in the bar. And then they get back on there like that. Because you don't need to worry too much on a mobility scooter, do you? It's just electric. And it's... and you just sort of turn on the thing. But some of them are quite dangerous. I've seen a double one. I've seen a double mobility scooter. That looked like a lot of fun. And I've seen also young children sitting on them with their elderly grandparents who've got fag in one hand, bottle of beer in the other. A glass of red wine could help relieve stress, depression and anxiety. Let's get some red wine in for tomorrow. Are you doing tomorrow, Henry? Are you doing tomorrow as well? Oh, it's Ollie tomorrow. All right. And then who's doing the next day? I'm losing track of where we are, actually. Oh, Thomas the next day. Also, they've rolled out the barrels for Prince Charles. He went to a distillery in Scotland and he puts on a kilt for it. And I'm thinking, I'm sorry, is this like fancy dress? He's the Prince of Wales. He's not the Prince of Scotland. Just because he's been up there, does that entitle him to wear a kilt? Or is it like a case of, okay, we've got another fancy dress item for you to wear? It's a skirt, of course, as we all know. They are skirts for men. Skirts for men. But why does he wear that? He goes round somewhere. I mean, what? I don't quite understand. Look, here he is at the games, and then Camilla's got quite a nice outfit. He's worn loads of kilts because they have them hanging in the wardrobe. He wears them all the time, and yet this is all in Scotland. None of this is in Welsh Wales. Seriously, and I'm assuming, so they've got all the little children out there, and he goes, oh, is he a clan chief? No. He just puts on a skirt and goes out there. But, I mean, he was crowned Prince of Wales. I don't know whether that's changed. It might have done, actually. Ollie says, don't see the big deal. Charles and Kate both guest edit magazines and Harry guest edits a Radio 4 show. I don't think it's the public Harry doesn't like. It's the press he's got a problem with. Yeah, that is a problem, isn't it? That is a problem. I mean, to be honest with you, Charles and Kate don't edit guest magazines. You're thinking about the one time that Charles did Country Life. They don't edit it at all. They just give them their say. They can do a letter in it. And Harry has only done one radio show. So it's the press he has a problem with because he lashed out at photographers before. But there again, if you go around dressing up as a Nazi, of course the press will go, what do you think they're going to do? Go, oh, that's just so funny. Or if you're going to go to Las Vegas, drop your trousers and stand there stark naked in a hotel room. You have an old Rolls Royce, I say it every day. Right. I think, actually, that's your last text. I'm ever so sorry. Blocked. Now, no friends. No friends at all. I love the stupid people. You find them now. Some of these people vote. 5:20 is the time. London is a 24-hour city, so... To be honest with you, whether we're saying 5:20 or 6:20, it makes no difference at all because it's as busy out there now as it will be a little bit later on. All the people delivering, people getting the buses ready, the trains. I'm trying to think what else they get ready, actually. Loads and loads of things. Loads and loads of things. But it's sort of interesting. When you go outside of here, and even at this time of the morning, there's people wandering the streets. Makes you wonder what they all do for livings. Prince Charles was in Scotland to open the Beatrice offshore wind farm, says Chris in Oban. Is it Oban or Oban? No, it's Oban, isn't it? Oban. He was open, so he's going to open the Beatrice offshore wind farm. No joke, Steve, says Chris. That's very exciting. That's those things offshore, isn't it, then? They stick them in the sea and all the rest of it. Lovely. I don't mind them. As long as they're not round my place, I'm fine. Neil says, Charles Prince of Wales is also thanks to Mummy, the Duke of Rothesay, so he's allowed to wear a tartan skirt. Oh, it's just all rubbish, isn't it? It really is. I tell you what, we're going to give you a title. Head of the Bath. OK, that's me. Thank you, Mummy. And we're also going to make you one of the Knights of the Garter, and you're going to wear a feathered hat and look like a complete dipstick, and you're going to walk down the hill, but I'm taking the car. And we're going to do things like that. They just hand them out, don't they, like dolly mixtures. Elton John, as I say, celebrating 25 years of no alcohol and drugs, and Lord knows he did more drugs and alcohol than most people, probably more drugs, I should imagine. I'm very pleased they've arrested that woman after the homophobic abuse that she hurled at a Pride march. One person in particular, somebody we'd never heard of, but apparently about 10 years ago she was on Big Brother, and but I couldn't even tell you her name now. And this woman in a niqab was going, God created Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. And I thought, well, of course, if he created Adam and Eve, he's bound to have created Adam and Steve. Unfortunately, he also created you, dear. And that's now got you into trouble, because the police have her in a holding pen, which is a very good idea. Stupid person. Hottest day on record confirmed. Oh, nightmare. I'll be so glad when it finishes. So glad. Rupert Everett, the actor, said I would have done anything to be famous. Which actually I believe he probably would have done. I like him. He lives back at home with his parents now. He lost so much money that his parents converted a bit of their house and he lives there. But we like him. The mum and dad held for being drunk with 3 kids at an airport. What is it about, drunks at airport with kids? We've had more people drunk on planes now than I've ever seen at any other time. People, yeah. Well, I mean, Ollie, our very own Ollie. I mean, he must have got on... like an old joke, isn't it, really? Gets on the plane and has a few bevvies. I don't drink on planes. I really don't. Occasionally, I might have a tomato juice. I like a tomato juice. But you're the same. Yeah, little can of tomato juice. How rivetingly exciting, Henry. Thank you for sharing that with us. God, we've got something in common. It's almost embarrassing, isn't it? Only the difference is you eat food and it stays on your hips, and I eat food and it doesn't stay on my hips. But I bet you don't just have a tomato juice. I bet you have a packet of crisps with it as well. I bet you have crisps. Do you have a little packet of Pringles? Of course, yeah. I'll get some Pringles and a little bacon sandwich, followed by an ice cream. Yeah, you really need to go to the gym, don't you? Perhaps we should save up. Perhaps we get you a gym member. I'm trying to get Thomas driving, my normal... I say normal producer. There's nothing normal about my producers. I'm trying to get him driving this year. I said, even if you don't buy a car, just get a licence. Then you can go and rent cars in London if you need to pootle around and go and visit people and things like that. I think he might think about it, which I think is a good idea. I mean, I was tempted to say, listen, I'll help you out with the... Because Ollie, please God, no. Don't want to take Ollie anywhere near a car unless it's powered by alcohol. Don't want Ollie driving anywhere. Why toddlers know right from wrong? Of course they do. Of course toddlers know right from wrong. They always have done. They know. There was a little kiddie that I can never understand it. Sometimes you'll be in a shop, like I was in M&S the other day in Kingston, and there's a bloke with a pram, and the little kiddie is standing on the floor with mummy going, and you think, what are you crying for? What are you crying for? Your parents are paying for everything. You haven't had to pay your bills and all the rest of it. What's the programme you miss most of all on the television? Apparently, it's Foyle's War. Foyle's War. I mean, I've heard of it, but I've never seen it, I don't think. Happy birthday to Lisa Kudrow. She's one of the Friends gang. And I tell you don't want to fall foul of old Putin, do you? There's some bloke in prison over there at the moment. Magically, he's just been poisoned in prison. We've seen this before, actually. Would you like your breakfast this morning? I'd rather starve, thank you very much indeed. Ollie says Charles edited one of the Country Life publications. Yeah, there is only one Country Life publication. It's called Country Life, and we've already mentioned it. You're a bit slow on this one. Get some new batteries, might hear a bit better. Beatrice will create, this is the wind power thing, will create enough wind to power 450,000 homes every year. Rivetingly dull. Rivetingly dull. How boring. Oh, the wind farm out there, which is destroying, the environment, is going to power 450,000 homes. As long as we don't live anywhere near them, we're fine. Bad enough in London, isn't it, really? Where we sort of go, more houses being built. Why do we need more houses? What's the matter with the ones we've got? The estate agents' windows are full of houses and property and stuff like that. Rodney and Emma say, we're on our way to work. We run our own business. And we couldn't face it without listening to you in the morning. We celebrated our 22nd year anniversary last week. We're both 40. God, it won't go much longer, will it? I can't see that. I mean, blimey, if 40, you've done 22 years, you must be coming to the end of it by now. Well, what did you expect me to say? I love that when people say, oh, I couldn't believe it was so rude to somebody. You think, yeah, that's what people tune in for, not tuning in for anything else. But don't fence off sand dunes. Do you know we used to love sand dunes when we were a kid? You'd run up them and then you'd fall down and then you get sand everywhere. Oh, ghastly. When you were a child and, you know, your mother would pour water over your feet to get rid of the sand and then dry your feet, which is lovely. Also, what was the other one that I quite liked, actually, apart from... The Teenage Terrorist. A teenage terrorist at the age of 14, now 18, but can't be named. I'd quite like to know if I was living next door to a teenage terrorist. Thank you very much indeed. We found a treasure hunter, which is good. Tigers are bouncing back in India. And up for sale, the medal of a bodyguard who took bullets for Hitler, sold for £36,500. But I mean, unless you told somebody what it was, they wouldn't have any idea. I was looking at pictures the other day. They had pictures of all sorts of strange places, including the place where Hitler killed himself with Eva Braun. And I thought, that was a shame, actually. I wonder what he'd be doing if he was around today. If they'd... I mean, he wouldn't be around today, would he? But I mean, I just wonder what would have happened if, you know, unlike lots of these other people who did the... I mean, he was a coward of the First Order, took the easy way out, didn't he? Like most of his henchmen. We either hanged them or they took poison, which was the best thing. But one of them we kept, didn't we, in Spandau Prison, I seem to remember. One of them turned up on chat shows. Why would an offshore wind farm be around your place? They're offshore. The clue is in the name. De Michael. Is that your first name, De? So does that stand for something? Like dipstick? Dodo bird? Anything else? He says, why would an offshore wind short farm be around your place? I didn't say it was around my place. I said as long as we're nowhere near it. Why am I getting all the deaf people this morning? Are they not handing these things out free so people can hear properly? Go and get them syringed. He said, let me guess, no friends now. What do you mean no friends now? You never had any friends before. Why would it be friends now? All of a sudden I've got no friends. You never had any. Honestly, some people. So I'm going to have to find out about Foyle's War. If everybody's saying that's the programme that they miss, I'm not missing it at the moment. Fat people enjoy the flavour of food more. Well, I suppose they do, actually. I tell you one thing, though. You know, people say to you, when you actually stop smoking, you can taste your food. It takes about a few months, and all of a sudden you can taste food. And I noticed that as well, because when you smoke, you don't really taste food. It's a bit of a shame, really, because some food's quite nice. I've had some rubbish food. But, you know, most food is actually quite nice. And then when you can taste it... And the one thing I remember is, if I went home, and if I was smoking now, and I had this particular shirt on, or any shirt that's sort of slightly... not rough, sort of like sort of a nice sort of lumberjack kind of shirt thing, you could smell cigarettes on it. You could smell cigarettes on... If I went into a place where you could smoke, which, of course, now is nowhere at all. I don't think there's anywhere. Although I did see somebody in a minicab the other day. I assumed it was a minicab. It was a bit of a ropey old thing. Could have been an Uber. The people in the back are smoking. They've got the cigarette out the window. Totally illegal. Totally illegal. But we have to mention it, don't we? We have to mention it. Amazon Alexa devices are listening to Britons having sex. That'll be offshore by the wind farms then, won't it, to try and drown out the noise of the wind farm. Apparently the smart speakers can accidentally record couples making love. No danger for us there on that one. No danger at all. I mean, do people make noises or something? I mean, are you supposed to make noises when you do things like this? If so, I mean, I can happily act my way through it, but at the moment, not really. I always think it's just people doing a shopping list and saying, you've finished? OK, we need bag of chips, we need onions, turnips, and that's it. Why would Alexa be listening in to people? How can it tell? Because if you remember, when I fell on my halogen oven, and I was going, my next-door neighbour thought I was having sex. 27 minutes to 6. So the papers today, it's Goodwood. We're back to racing. Do you know, if it's never racing, it's Love Island. And now we've finished Love Island and some dreary couple won it and they agree. Apparently they do this thing now at the end of it where they go, right, you have an envelope each. One of them has got the money in. And then what you can do is that you can then split it. I mean, secretly, it's Golden Balls. They've just ripped off Golden Balls where they go at the end, you know, I really want to take you through and I really want to, I'm going to split. So it's either split or steal. Then they'll either go, steal, and I think, you lying little toe rag. And that's what it's based on. It's based on greed. And I wanted the bloke the other night to go, keeping it all. Keeping it, you know, just to watch her burst into tears. that would have made my year. But I never got to see the programme anyway. But it was 50,000 quid. But don't worry, you got tax, your agent's fee. It goes pretty quickly. Believe you me. You can have a few little sort of good nights out, but if they've got half a brain cell, which I doubt very much indeed, they should put the money to one side and save it. So if you've ended up with £25,000, then you should definitely put it away in the bank and save it for a rainy day, because believe you me, it's going to pour. Absolutely. Rod and Emma, we've made their day. Trying out new ideas for Christmas desserts. Mini balls of Christmas pudding wrapped in puff pastry, fried until crispy, dusted with cinnamon sugar and served with vanilla clotted cream. Well, that sounds quite nice. I go for that. That's from Kevin the Restaurateur. That's nice. I like that idea, actually. So that's mini balls of Christmas pudding, which you can probably make quite easily. It's very messy, isn't it? You'd have to make it with gloves. And then wrapped in puff pastry and fried until crispy. They've got a machine in America. What are those things called? They're not called chorizo, are they? Well, no, not chorizo. Churros. You know, it's like a deep fried thing. Oh, they're lovely. Oh, it's like, it looks like a donut, but it's fairly long, and you just dip it. Well, in America, they've just brought out this thing, which will cook your churros with no oil. It makes four. You literally put the batter into this machine and pull it. They've all got these machines now. And you pull the handle down, and it makes 4 churros. Mind you, can buy them already made for you, Marks and Spencer's. It's already done. You just have to sort of heat them up, I suppose. But you're right. They're just covered in sugar, and then you can buy a little pot of chocolate. You dip them in the chocolate. They're quite nice, actually, but don't ever eat them, because please, you know, best to sort of wait till Christmas. Waterloo Station, no, they don't. Do you know, I often wondered why there is no Greggs at Waterloo Station. They would make a killing. Seriously, if they did stuff at their normal price, that would wipe out all these rubbish food places that they've got down there. I mean, seriously, rubbish food places. I don't mind. Yeah, a lot of it's very naff stuff. It really is. But why hasn't Greggs opened like mini Greggs? Something like that. And then you just bring in all the sausage roll. You do all the stuff that people want on a train. So you're not doing soup or anything like that. You're doing pasties, you know, nice quality pasties. Yes, yeah. There are Marks and Spencer's all over the place, aren't there? And to be honest with you, it's too expensive. Bring in a little mini Greggs. I don't want there. Steve, my late dad's favourite programmes were Foyle's War and Doc Martin. They've axed Doc Martin, haven't they? Was it Doc Martin they've axed? I could never understand why. Extremely popular. He must have seen every episode. Foyle's War was a very classy wartime police drama with Michael Kitchen and Honeysuckle Weeks, says Matt in Staining. Now am I right, Matt? Staining, that's Brighton, isn't it? Staining, is it? Oh, here we go. I'm probably wrong again. Where's Staining? I'm sure perhaps it's somewhere else. There you go. So, Staining. Where's Sussex? Well, that's not bad at all, actually, is it? Not bad. I thought we just barred Michael. I think we need to bar him again. Can we just make sure we click on that one so he doesn't appear again? He's far too dreary. Margaret, the Kemp Town Spiker, says blot on the seascape, ruined the seafront from Legends Hotel Terrace here in Brighton. There are boat trips to see these ugly things up close. Interesting. I think not. Honeysuckle Weeks. So that's where Staining is. Oh, it's not too far. Shoreham, which actually is Portslade, Brighton. It's all within that sort of area. How nice. Sounds nice, but I'm looking actually. Quick facts. It's a small rural town and civil parish in the Horsham district of West Sussex, located at the north end of the River Adur Gap in the South Downs, 4 miles north of Shoreham by Sea. I used to have a lady called Petra, used to write to me from Shoreham by Sea. So I always remember it, because she used to send me little presents, books and things. Oh, it's pretty, isn't it? Oh, that's nice. Must have been taken donkeys years ago. There's only 2 cars on the high street. 2 cars on the high street. But it's quite nice, actually. It looks quite nice. Who else? Anybody famous? Sally Gunnell, born there. Peter Carter Ruck was born in the town. Now, Peter Carter Ruck, very, very famous. You Google Peter Carter Ruck, you'll find out how famous he is. Also, John Ireland, the composer, Victor Benjamin Neuberg, Elizabeth Norton, Laurence Olivier. had a home in Ashurst near Staining, where he died at the age of 82. And W.B. Yeats, the Irish poet, Yeats, stayed at the Chantry House. Because we were trying to find places the other day where famous people live. And very difficult, actually, to try and find out exactly, where is the most overpopulated place in London where famous people live. I would have thought it would have been somewhere like Hampstead. But I'm reliably informed that West London, fairly popular. Stacey Dooley gushed about her amazing boyfriend as she opened up about their love. Oh, how boring. How dreary and dull. Why did Stacey, 32, going on 15, I suspect. All very exciting. Who got a boyfriend? Like we need to hear about stuff like that. Also, there's... what have we got here? I can't believe this number. Can you believe this number? More than 200,000 children as young as 11 may have been groomed online, the NSPCC has found. The charity said 1 in 25 secondary school pupils aged 11 to 17 had received, sent, or been asked to send sexual content to an adult. How do they know it's an adult? They don't, do they? They don't know it's an adult, and it turns out they probably think they're writing to somebody their same age, but it's probably an adult. We had this in America. They had a situation of somebody who was writing to young men, pretending to be a girl, and so they were then writing back. And in fact, we had a case in this country, didn't we, where a young man actually took his life. He took his own life because somebody had pretended to be a girl, and he'd exposed himself on the internet. They then threatened him with exposure, and he took his own life. That's how dangerous it is out there. Did you see Phil Vickery's gorgeous salads on this morning yesterday? All melon-based and looked so lush. Eamon was beside himself. He can't stay away from the food, can he? He can't stay away from the food. Literally, they'll be making it and he's dragging it out of their hands and shoving it in his gob quick as possible. Steve on Sky yesterday on Finance News. Love Island winners can earn up to £2 million with the right branding in year one. No chance. Not now. There's too many of them. That's why they're all having to lie. Oh yeah, we're really going out together. We're really happy together, and this is our future, and all the rest of it. It's a load of old codswallop. It really is. They won't earn £2 million. No chance. No chance. I mean, you don't think poor old dreary Amy, the one who sort of walked out because she got with somebody saying they don't want to go out with her. And so, but ever since then, she's been all smiles. Funny that, isn't it, really? As she was when she was a trolley dolly, which she might end up having to go back to. No, they won't earn that sort of money. In fact, 90% of them won't earn anything like that, and they'll go back to obscurity. But the only thing they'll actually get is a couple of appearances in clubs where a load of drunk people will go, "Yeah, love you, woo, yeah," and they'll come up with something. What they do, they just stand there and people throw things at them. I don't know. Can't work it out at all. I quite like the idea of fish burgers in a brioche bun. Do you know they do a burger? Is it a McDonald's? No, it's Burger King, and it's a vegan burger. What is it? I can't think what it is actually now. One of the girls over the weekend went and got one of these things. It's for vegetarians. Falafel? Steve, I do beg your pardon. Have we met? Do they do a falafel burger? No, it's something like that, though. I'm sure it's something... I can't remember what it is. I'm not very good. Halloumi. It's a halloumi burger. Halloumi burger. And I thought, oh, sounds exciting. Does that mean it'll be flame grilled? Because I tell you, I've never seen any flame-grilled anythings at Burger King. They might do that when they cook them originally, but it's certainly not in the place where you buy them from. All I've seen is people putting something in a microwave. So I'm assuming it comes in already pre-done, and then they just sort of add the lettuce or whatever and shove it in a microwave. I know because I've seen the one at Waterloo Station, and I've never seen them cook anything in there. The only thing they cook are the fries and the hash browns. The rest of it is microwaved. You can see it straight through the middle. Bit of a swizz, isn't it? I was expecting flames to shoot up through the ceiling. Hoping beyond hope. We found some more planets. I don't know why we can't cope with the ones we've got. But NASA's Alien Finder satellite has discovered a super-Earth, which is 73 light-years away. And it's one of 3 planets. Do you think there's another Steve Allen? God, I hope not. That'd be dreadful, wouldn't it? Another Stephen... See, the trouble is, people always go, oh, of course there's life on other planets. They've got no evidence to suggest this at all. Life could be just something in a puddle of water or something. But they think it could support life, but its atmosphere is thought to be too dense. Go to Blackpool. You'll find all the dense people you want up there. This is one of 3 planets found. The others are gaseous sub-Neptunes, roughly twice the size of Earth. It's amazing. I mean, do you think that they might actually have forests? And do you think? I don't know. I'm just guessing. I quite fancy the idea. Here's the liar, Ethel McGill, in her fake wheelchair. What an old crook you are, dear. Stole 740,000 quid. She claimed her father's war pension and benefits for 12 years after he died. Anyway, she's been sent to prison for 70 months, about 6 years. Good. Rot, as they say. Rot, rot, rot. The ex-wife of Charles Bronson for about 5 seconds has been found dead at her home. They said it's not being treated as suspicious. The family have asked for privacy, which is a shame, really, because the one thing she didn't ask for in her life was privacy. She milked it for all she could get. Plus, Club 1830. Does anybody remember Club 1830? That was the holiday company that basically you had to be between 18 and 30 to go on it. Well, now it's 18 to 80. And it's the same as doing holidays in Magaluf or Ayia Napa or Ibiza. It's the same sort of thing. It's just a lot of drunk northerners who go there, get themselves completely off their faces. And, oh, thank you. And then they sort of do it. But apparently now it's the OAPs. The OAPs who are out there behaving badly. And, women with their boobs hanging out, strippers, all sorts of things. Older Britons in Benidorm. Don't go to Benidorm. It's the biggest dump under the sun. Pack out sex shows and binge on drugs and booze. What, if they're 80? That must be a bit worrying, mustn't it? Also, what have we got here? Oh, there was a British couple. Do you remember? This is a British couple arrested on a cruise liner. And it turned out that they had drugs. What they'd done is they'd taken cases off. They bought these cases and came back. When they checked them, they were packed full of drugs. And I remember thinking, well, they've been on loads of these cruises, but they face being held without trial behind bars. They're going to keep them there. And the prosecutors admitted they've been unable to identify the drug lords who recruited this couple, who were 72 and 71. So they went off and came back with these suitcases full of drugs inside there. Under Portuguese law, the crime they've been charged with carries a prison sentence of 12 years. Well, they're not going to see that one out if they're found guilty, are they? It's amazing that people are convinced to do something. They always ask you, at the airport, did you pack your own case? Of course I did. Who else? Who else? Has anybody asked you to carry anything on? And then, of course, there's always one bright spark who goes, yeah, I was told to bring this, stuff on. They go, right. And there's a bloke on is it Dublin Airport one? Oh, he's nasty. Always nasty, the bloke there. You come over here. I mean, his accent is so strong, it needs subtitles. Seriously, you cannot understand a word he's saying. Am I being nasty to you? He keeps saying, am I being nasty to you? I'm thinking, yes, you are. You're a horrible old man. He says, so where have you come from? Where are you working? What do you do for a living? How much do you pay for it? I'm thinking, you horrible little old man. Can't remember what his name is now, but he's very annoying, as you can tell. Oh, look, 14 minutes to 6. Oh, the travel. Find him. We found him. His name's Bruce Heller. He's a horrible piece of work. The producer's going to watch this on the train on the way home, actually. He's on this programme which is called what? Stop, Search and Seize. And he speaks so quickly to these people they've just travelled on an aeroplane from wherever it is. And come in, put your bags up here, put them on in here. And, okay, no, don't touch it, leave it. He's the most aggressive person I've ever met in my entire life. Horrible piece of work. I'd be surprised if he's married. Very surprised. But anyway, you can find him. There's a posting called Bruce Heller is a legend. No, he's not. He's nasty. Everybody else is quite pleasant, except him. And here he is, little Lord Fauntleroy, who thinks he's running this blooming place by himself. And there's loads of him on there, mainly because he's so irritating. I can never put my finger on why somebody on the television would be particularly irritating, but Jordan would be top of my list. Closely followed by Daniela Dreary Westbrook and boring old Kerry Cotona, who was milking that poor man who died, who she was married to for a few years. First of all, she milked it for the death of him, then slagging him off in the papers this week, something chronic. Yeah, so here is little Bruce Heller. This is he does that. This is my badge. I'm a customs man. Okay, I'm a customs... Of course you're a customs man. We know you're standing there. God, he's horrible. Do we know anything else about him? Let's find out about him. You certainly couldn't put him on radio. You'd never understand anything. It was really terrible. And I'm trying to find anything about him at all. So he has got... So it's Stop, Search and Seize. It's Dublin Airport. And... He's, what else do we know about him? We can't find anything else about him at all. It's a bit difficult, actually. And, he always takes his badge out. He's a real Jobsworth. You know, Nick. And, here's my little badge. I'm customs man. Okay, that's what I'm stopping you for, a customs man. Why did you pick... These people are struggling for English themselves. So to get him, it's even worse. You know, in the end, I'm sitting there and I don't know whether I'm listening to him or to them. And don't touch that. Don't touch that. Put your bag on there. Thank you. Okay. And then in the end, and then somebody said, you're going to put all this stuff, in broken English, you're going to put all this stuff back in my bag. And he went, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. He said, I'm taking it out. He said, you're putting it back. By the way, I'm customs man. That's what I'm doing, customs man, okay? I think people think he's doing it for fun. Bruce Heller, there you go. The River Adur is pronounced Ada. It's a beautiful area. Sussex is my home county, says Marisa. I'm proud to be able to say. Every time I think of Sussex, you know what I think of? Ploughman's Pickle. Don't know why. It's got a picture of a Suffolk punch on the front. The customs man, Steve, says John in Birmingham is Bruce Heller. Oh, yes. He'll be famous by the time we've finished. You watch, next thing I'll get from him, why you call me rude and all the rest of it? Because I thought he was rude and aggressive. Not nice at all. Oh, loving the show, Steve, says Billy. I agree with you, Greg's at train stations. In addition to expensive big chains, I've noticed the ridiculous little so-called hipster coffee shops have started popping up. I once paid £5 for a coffee and a sausage roll. Really? £5 wait a minute, coffee and a sausage roll. Yeah, I could understand that, actually. I could understand. An average £2 for a sausage roll, unless you get it from... There's a ghastly place at Waterloo Station. I mean, to be honest with you, the bacon is just so disgusting. The fillings of the sausage rolls, I don't know what it is. I thought sawdust. It's seriously... Why don't they put the ingredients on things? You know when you buy something normally and it's pre-packed, it's got the ingredients. You go to buy these places where they've got pasties and all the rest of it. There's no ingredients on it. You never see what it is. Could be anything, couldn't it? My favourite programme growing up, says Gavin, was London's Burning. London's... Well, of course, that produced that poor young man who got stitched up by the fake Sheikh, didn't he? I've now forgotten his name. He was an actor in there. In London's... But type in London's Burning actor, because he got stitched up by the fake Sheikh. It was over a drugs deal, and he was one of the new recruits in the programme. But they filmed him. It was the same sort of team who filmed John Alford. I felt sorry for him, really, because he was only a young actor, good-looking boy, and he got turned over by them. Then the fake Sheikh got turned over, didn't he? And it was a shame, really. He was another one from Anna Scher's stage school, known for his role. He was in Grange Hill. He was Robbie Wright, and then London Burning, and he had singles in the charts as well. Amazing. 2005, he was in Trust Me, I'm a Beauty Therapist. But it's on his personal... What's his personal life? I don't know anything about his personal life. He was that's right, convicted of supplying drugs to the News of the World undercover reporter Mazia Mahmood. And he was released after 6 weeks. I mean, after that, it was just a bit downward, I'm afraid. I feel a bit sorry for him, but... oh dear, he's got other things as well. But it's a shame, really, because that completely ruined his life. Remember when Sarah Ferguson was sort of done by somebody where they were trying to get an introduction to Prince Andrew, and she went, £500,000 will do it, yeah, give me the money. And then she gave it back when she got outside, she said. But that kind of sealed her fate as well. You know, because I don't think anybody ever liked Prince Andrew, and they certainly didn't like Sarah Ferguson. It's funny, some people you take, some people you don't. My hotel in Ney last week, says Lee, charged me $18 for a shot of JD. 14 quid. Yeah, there's got to be a reason. Well, I tell you, if you actually go to somewhere like, where am I thinking of? Iceland, they're terribly expensive for booze. Finland, terribly expensive for booze. Sweden, terribly expensive for booze. Really is. We went to Lapland. See Father Christmas, and because that's where it comes from, and the food and very expensive. Booze is very expensive, I suppose, because it's so far away, but it's so beautiful. It really is. That's why Darren Adam goes to Iceland, because he loves it. Me personally, nothing about the place interests me at all. Don't know why, apart from the snow, which is good. Steve, I'm now going to be watching Bruce Heller. You've got to watch it. You've got to watch, just to realise how awful he is to these poor people. Admittedly, some of them have got caught... I'm confiscating that. Sorry, that was a different accent completely. And but it's worth watching just for him, because he's so annoying. I love it. You get people on television programmes, you know, some of them you go, oh, don't... It's like every time I turn on Loose Women, I always pray to God that Janet Street Porter take an award... Take an award? Certainly not. Oh, I'll take that award. Thank you very much indeed. Oh, a two-faced woman. Two-faced woman. She fell out with somebody big, didn't she? I can't remember who it was, actually. It was over... I can't remember. Nick Ferrari will remember, but he's on holiday, so I can hardly phone him up and check. So over on Love Island, it's all finished. 2 people who've never heard of have won, and that's all over now, thank God. And it was one of the closest battles in the show's 5-year history. Can you tell me who 3 years ago the winner was? Of course you can't. Nobody remembers them. They've all gone into obscurity. 4 years ago, 5 years ago, into obscurity. So you've got 2 people here, and they'll be doing the fake relationship. Then she'll go out, or he'll go out, and they'll both find somebody else, and we'll all have to buy into the rubbish that it is. Because the cutest moments, the bad geography, the review... I mean, really, last night anybody could have won it. Who cares? Because in a few months' time, you've got the new one coming out. But it was the hilarity of poor Lucy, who cried for most of the programme. A bit like Lucy Mecklenburgh in the originals of Towie. I mean, she spent most of her time crying because she thought that her boyfriend was cheating on her. Then the next one was poor little Amy. Poor little Amy just couldn't cope with rejection. Must be like somebody sitting on the aircraft going, I asked for coffee. You've given me tea. You know, it's as bad as that. That's how stupid it was for somebody over the age of 20, just because somebody didn't want to go out with her. I mean, she seriously went on the programme, not understanding the premise of it, thinking she was going to find a partner. Quote of the week. This is Professor Green. Not his real name. His real name's Stephen, isn't it, or something? I thought success would bring me happiness. F me, I was wrong. Yeah, well, there you go. It's because you're boring, that's why. Mike says we've had an artisan baker open near us. Does anybody know how an artisan baker differs from any other, please? Yeah. The price. The price. That's what it is. It's the price. It's much more expensive. Artisans are very expensive. I think, you can pay an average about £3.5, £4. I've watched it, goes Paul. Paul, you can't even get his name right, can you? Paul Neller I mean, really, how stupid you have to be. How stupid. His name's Bruce, dear. He says he's just doing his job. Yeah, but it's the way he's doing it. Nasty. Nasty. His name's Bruce Heller. Yeah, Paul Neller. I mean, that's how stupid this one is. Judging by your impersonation, was he on Father Ted? Well, he might have been, I don't know. He might have had a part in that. I like Graham Norton when he was on Father Ted. He was very good. Oh, we got the news coming up. I've just realised, actually. The trains, by the way, still disrupted by the heat wave. How long did it take to sort things out in this country? It really takes ages and ages and ages. Jane says, I miss Love Island. Which couple won the money? I don't know. What are you asking me for? I've never seen the programme. Why don't you sort of go online and find out? I'm not here as an information... I'm sorry, I'm not Google. I do beg your pardon. I wish I was, actually, at times. I know I can be a font of all knowledge. I've got no idea. Just 2 people, a bimbo and a himbo. That's it. I don't know. They shared 50 grand. A glass of red wine could help relieve stress, depression and anxiety. Yeah, but just a glass, OK? It doesn't get better. The woman arrested after the homophobia abuse at the Pride March. Good for good for them, they found. George Michael's ex-boyfriend, Faddy, reckons he can now tell stories of what George Michael was really like. Really, George was very wise not to leave Faddy anything in his will. Really. Don't fence off sand dunes, it's harming endangered species. And memo to Meghan, we Brits prefer true royalty. Tuesday, the 30th of July. One more day, there's 31 days in this month, so you've got 2 days. Well, today and tomorrow to make sure that HMRC get your tax money. I know, nobody wants to pay it, do they? Isn't it funny? It's the only thing, whenever they did quiz shows on the television years ago, and they'd say on Bullseye, oh, what do you do? They go, I'm a tax inspector. The audience would boo. You know, I can't understand. You'd think, actually, if it was an undertaker, they'd boo. But they booed tax inspectors for some reason. Nobody seems to like tax inspectors. But I suppose because they just get rough press, don't they? People go, tax inspectors, don't like them at all. You think, well, what? They're just doing a job, same as anybody else. They just seem to have this reputation. Jan in Lincolnshire says, just on parade, what's Love Island? God knows. I don't know. It's obviously a place that's got loads of people. They spend 2 hours getting ready for some of their shots because of makeup and hair and all the rest of it. It's a bit, for some reason, it's a real money spinner for ITV. They're never going to be axing that anytime soon because it generates so much income. Mike says, thank you for telling me about the artisan baker issue. So as an antique restorer, if I call myself an artisan antique restorer, can I charge double? I thought you antique restorers already did that. Treble, isn't it, really? You don't find a cheap oh, sorry, yes, I can redo this Louis XIV cabinet. A pound? Would that be okay? There's a programme on the television where they restore things. And I can't remember what it's called, but it's really good. I like programmes like that. Is that money for nothing? Are you watching a lot of daytime television, or you just have no life at all? It's one of your favourites. And who's that? Who fronts it? Is it some bloke? And do they take things and then they make them better again? Yes, show, because it might not be that one. Money for nothing. I've seen a couple actually where they're very interesting. Well, at least there's one woman I love. She goes to find people standing by the skip, and as they're emptying stuff into it, is that one? No, that's not the same one. But her. But she then says to them, can I have that? Then she goes back to a little workshop, or she knows people, and they then do it. I mean, she's really good. I like her a lot. She's very, very good. She's got some really good people working about it. No, this other one is antiques. Like they had a violin from Auschwitz the other day, which somebody put back together again, because they mentioned it, and I can't remember what the blooming programme's called. But it's like antique restoration. And they take old items, and the lovely thing to do. Somebody will know what it is. This audience knows everything. They're LBC. Steve, I've just moved out and not connected to the internet until later today, so cannot Google. You're my only gossip outlet, says Jane. Gossip? Outrageous thing to. We don't do gossip on we do fact. We do fact. Steve, I go to Iceland at least once a week. 4 cans of lager for £2, a bargain. Oh, I go there and I get Uncle Ben's rice. What else do I get? I've been known to buy ice cubes in there before, and they do a box of cones, the repair shop. They do a box of cones for £1. I think it's either 4 or 6. It's 6, I think, for £1. You can't even make these things for £1. If you've got kids, fill up the freezer with ice cream and lollies and stuff like that, and you're sorted for the summer. Stephen Formby says, you're a bit grumpy today. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm in one of the best moods I've ever been. I tell you, and in fact, I'll tell you when I would be happier, when the temperature drops a little bit and when it starts raining later on today, because I was going to get the car washed, and it suddenly saved me getting the car washed, although it does need washing, because the rain doesn't help at all. The repair shop. See, Chris in Dis knows, and somebody says, Steve, the repair shop is fabulous. Well, I love it. I really do love it. I love things like that where they put a bit of effort in. But that other one, with that girl on there, who then goes back, after she sold these items, oh, really? But she then goes back and she says to them, listen, remember that tea tray I took the other day? Well, I've turned it into a sofa, and here's the profit. And she's so nice about it, but she's so clever. I mean, she really is clever. She's done all sorts of... You think, oh, dear, that's the sort of person you need. Because she's like that other bloke who does the houses, Escape to the Country, who's not interested in sort of obviously forging, a TV career. He's obviously got a very good career doing houses and stuff like that. And those are the sort of people I like. I'm not interested in the people. They've got a programme on the BBC where they've got Martin somebody, a woman who used to be on it, and now they've brought in somebody, about 3 people valuing houses. They just go to an auction, and then they go, nice to meet you, can I have a look at your house when you've done it all up? Homes Under the Hammer. And that's quite interesting, isn't it? Although I'm strangely drawn to Martin's amazing hair, because I believe it's stuck on. It's a bit like Joe Swash. Joe Swash, I think, is sprayed on. A bit like Callum Best. I think his is sort of roughly the same sort of thing. And as for David Beckham's hair, don't even get me going on that one. Steve, Sarah Moore hosts Money for Nothing. She's really good. She's just somebody who, obviously, she's not a presenter. She's somebody who does this for a living. And she knows all these different people. She'll take something to them and say, what can you do with it and how much would you charge me? And then after she's sold, I mean, it's a good programme. It's a rarity nowadays. A rarity. And, oh, there we go. The Repair Shop, Series 1. It's... Yeah, the one on the left, he does Money for Nothing as well, doesn't he? I'm sorry, I just went all quiet there, because I was sort of looking at some of the things that they do, and I think there are all the... Have you seen the bloke who's on the Cash in the Attic programme? He's sort of a bit of a character. I'm not wild about zany characters on the television. I just prefer people who are artists, like these people are. Unlike Bruce Heller, who's not an artist at all, apart from the one you can think of. Oh, yes, I've seen this one, Cash in the Attic. I like some of the people on it. They've got... Who's that one there? Alistair Appleton. He's been around for... He just gets on and does it, doesn't he? Alistair, he just sort of goes this and that and, you know, go and have a look upstairs. It's the prices I can't get over. We love that. Money for Nothing, says Les, thank you. Helen in Coulston. God, we've had more on the repair shop. See? That programme's going to do very well. I just hope that they don't ruin it in any way, shape or form. Steve, it's Repair Shop, BBC, great show, says Teresa in Catford. I think I'm going to call my Twickenham letting agency an artisan one. I've just doubled my prices. I'll let you know how I get on, says Dave, with the second best car in town. And somebody says Jay Blades hosts the Repair Shop. Such a great name, isn't it? Great name. Steve says Kaz. I think he's nasty and aggressive as well, and God forbid I ever encounter him. This is Bruce Heller, who's in the customs, but he's just offensive to people. He's very... Or Paul Heller. No, Paul Neller, they called him. I mean, really, how dumb do you have to be? I tell you, there's stupid, and then there's sort of, you've fallen off the edge of the world. Steve, food suggestion. Oh, here we go. From Anne in Preston. Oh, by God. I bet you have gravy with chips, don't you, up there, Anne? I bet I've never had it. I've never had it. I tell you what, I did have once. Curry sauce and chips. I quite like that, actually. That was quite nice. I shouldn't have it, because you can buy it, apparently. In Iceland, you can buy the curry sauce. You can buy curry sauce in Iceland. And I thought, curry sauce and chips. Really quite exciting, actually, but I'm sure it's really bad for you. So I can't encourage you to buy it, but it's really nice. Right. Food suggestion. Tesco Scottish salmon fillets. Yep. Broccoli spear, splash of lime juice, sprinkle of fresh dill and freshly ground black pepper. Microwave for 7 to 8 minutes. Turning once and Bob's your parental relative. Yes, says Anne in Preston, I have a late 1980s Fair Isle sweater, Steve. I also have an original 1963 4-ish Cowichan sweater. I don't even know what that is, actually. Which my late dad bought a wee while for to Royal Canadian Navy. Relocated him back to Quebec. Good Lord. So that's Cowichan knitting. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? Oh, they're nice. Do you know, we like those things, yeah. I think, actually, Henry, you're a bit old before your time. I get matching ones. Have you seen that programme, which is set in... I can't remember where it's set in. Somewhere very cold. It snows. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? Yes. Yeah. Maybe not. Can't be walking around your neck of the woods looking like that. Actually, I have seen... When I was younger, my mother used to knit, as indeed did most parents, and my brother and I had matching sweaters. Not only matching sweaters, matching Wellingtons, matching tracksuit bottoms. Quite ghastly. When you think about it, at the time, we didn't think it was ghastly. But I thought it was, actually. So, another one here. Hope you're well, says little Julie. Busy weekend. Started with a visit to the big cat sanctuary in Smarden in Kent, then a long walk through the Ashdown Forest to Pooh Bridge. Finished with a cream tea at Pooh Corner Cafe, over 14,000 steps walking on Ashdown Forest. The cream tea bit sounds quite nice. I could go for the cream tea bit, but at the moment we're all getting excited over curry sauce and chips. In fact, you can find it in most markets. The big places that do the burgers that look like they were cooked in the Dark Ages are the ones to avoid, like the plague, because they've been sitting there for donkey's years. Absolutely, they're terrible. But the curry sauce you do get with chips. It's not very good for you, but it's quite fun. I haven't had a portion of chips for ages. Fish and chip shop curry sauce. Where's? I tell you what is good in Iceland. They do Young's Fish and Chip Shop fish in batter. Have you ever had that? They also do. Yeah, the mash is very good. It's frozen mash, but it's in little bullet size, and you just put as many pieces you want in. That's really good. That's really good. But they do Young's Fish Shop fish fingers. They're in a crispy batter. You can eat a whole packet. I kid you not. 14 you can eat. 14. Seriously, it is no hardship. I mean, I obviously haven't done it for ages and ages. I might have chips today, actually. There you are. I was worried where you'd got to. I know, you're in the middle of having your breakfast, which is quite nice, actually. You can put your... Of course, if you're retired, that must be... You must wake up every day thinking, what shall I do today? And my idea of doing something on a day in London is get on a bus. Because if you're over a certain age, you don't pay for it anyway. Just get on a bus and see where it goes to. Just out of curiosity. I've done that loads of times before. You just sort of get, I mean, admittedly, I've got myself hopelessly lost, but it's quite a nice thing to do. Just get on a bus and go, well, and I'll get off at the other end. I've always wanted to go to Penge. And somebody said, don't bother, so I haven't bothered actually going to Penge. More of your texts and emails. I, too, says Jill, love repair shop, but I've become strangely addicted to salvage hunters. Oh, not seen that one. You see, programmes like that are so much better than some of these reality shows, aren't they? Talking about hair, you didn't mention Lewis Hamilton. Oh, I did, Jan. Oh, yes. We couldn't work out where it had come from. It was sort of like doll's hair, 6 hairs sprouting out at half an inch gap. Now, it's like a full afro. It's quite remote. He puts it down to shampoo, doesn't he, I think? And, interesting. Also, do you remember Sun, Sea and Bargain spotting with Angela Rippon, similar to Bargain Hunt, often at fairs in France? Oh, that's a good one. Although, have you noticed that the French are dead mean? They go, would you accept 20 euro? And they go, no. And you go, 25? No. And you think, they're so mean, aren't they? They're being put on television. Tina says, all this talk of some of my favourite foods, I'm now going to have a crumpet with butter and marmite. Oh, that sounds delicious. That sounds delicious. If I had a toaster in here, I'd have a crumpet as well about the same time. For a while, Steve, says Monica, I thought about renaming my cab to an artisan cab to charge triple. And then I realised there's already one and it's called a black cab. No shortcuts for me. Monica's my favourite cabbie. Still training for black cab licence then. It takes, for a friend of mine, Andrew, it took him the best part of 2.5 years. 2.5 years. I mean, he went ill. He became very ill doing it. But now he's got it. He's fine. I know quite a few black cab drivers. You know, people who I've known for a number of years. And once you've actually got that badge, whew, happy days. Happy days. Talking of fish fingers, says Marty, who's in Belfast. Do you know, it never ceases to amaze me, Marty, that here we are sitting in, luxurious Leicester Square, looking out over the fountain in the middle and the trees, and we've got Trafalgar Square down. We really have. We've got Trafalgar Square down the road, and that's nice. And then this Sunday, we won't be able to get into town because having another bloody bike ride. And I'm more than happy to wish everybody really well for that one. Seeing as you've screwed up my day, I'll see how I can screw up your day. And then people in Belfast can listen to this programme. You're that far away. And there's no cable. Have you noticed? There are no wires coming out of here, running all the way under the sea and all the way over to Belfast. It's in the air. And if you wave your hands like that, you could still hear it. How does that happen? You wave your hands, look, still the same words will come out. They're not all jumbled. If I go, they're not all jumbled up, the words. It's the same words that come out. Talking like that got me drummed out the brownies, which I wanted to join anyway because I like the uniform. Grace says the bridge in West Hampstead serves fish and chips with tartar sauce, and it's nice, but I do prefer vinegar. Not even extra salt, as there's plenty of salt in fish. I like a bit of salt on chips, I have to be honest. If I'm having chips, you've got to have a little... I try not to put vinegar on. I don't know why. But fish, chips and curry, chicken tikka masala, rice and mash, says Steve. Yeah, I could go for that, actually. I've had that before. Also, Mayflower curry sauce powder, says Joe in Paynton. You're in a nice place, aren't you? Very nice place. Garden Rescue with Charlie Dimmock and the Rich Brothers, says Debbie. I've said Charlie Dimmock put on a bit of weight. Don't you think so? I thought she was famous for not wearing a bra. I don't know why. They made a big deal about, Charlie Dimmock never wears a bra. I thought, well, I don't wear a bra either, but nobody's ever made a big deal about it. But she has put on a little bit, hasn't she? Just a little bit. Greg O'Shea and Amber won Love Island. They're going to do 2 next year. A stupid show, says Jackie, about stupid people, watched by stupid people. Well, I couldn't agree more with you. I couldn't agree more. But these ones are going to have to lie through their teeth to try and get some work in before the next show starts and the papers are full of the next show. So it's almost like, keeping them out. Because they won't do anything apart from, I don't know, go to a few nightclubs, and that'll be it. Interesting. Jeff says, I'm listening to LBC, travelling from Vienna to Zagreb. That's a journey, isn't it? I think. A journey there. Very nice. Patsy says, programme's called The Repair Shop. Brilliant. Hope you're well. I am well, actually. I am well. I've got a bit of a pain in my shoulder, but that's just... I don't know what that is. Ever since I had an injection for something. I've had a little bit of pain in my shoulder, and I can't wait on Thursday to have this blooming thing taken out of my arm. Because I put a strap round it, and now it started itching. And Thomas, my producer, said to me, he said, because that's because it's rubber. I said, well, believe you me, it's beginning to annoy me quite a lot. Paul, who's in Durban, which is in South Africa, and I shall omit from doing the South African impression. He says, I got on a bus once, Steve, to see where it ended up. Fell asleep, woke up at Uxbridge bus station. Oh, God, how awful. What a dreadful place to end up. Uxbridge bus station. What's Uxbridge famous for? Nothing. Nothing at all. It's famous for what, sorry? It's the... Boris Johnson's the MP for Uxbridge. Is he really? Well, there you go, you see. You know, you can tell somebody who works on another programme, can't you? Where they've done sort of things to do with politics and stuff like that. I wonder if Siri knows who won Love Island, says Simon. Of course Siri will. Here we go. Hey, Siri, who won Love Island?
Okay, I found this on the web for Hey Siri, who won Love Island. Check it out.
Check it out! Sounds like Maura, doesn't it, actually? Well, it is. The boys changed it. She got it wrong, by the way. She put down Danny Dyer. So obviously it hasn't... The new name has not reached Siri just yet, which is good. Fish finger sandwich with crispy lettuce and tomato and Hellmann's mayonnaise, says Lee. Beautiful. Yeah, Darren in Staines enjoying toasted bagels, although Gina's just stolen half. Bagels, whichever. And Donnie, no. Everybody knows it's a repair shop. It's obviously got a bigger audience than we thought. Much bigger audience than we thought. Which I'm more than happy to direct people in the right direction for a good quality programme. Something where you can watch somebody doing something which doesn't involve, sort of having your boobs falling out all over the place, or sort of these himbos who turn up at the... You can barely string two words together. It really is. It's terrible. Tom in Southend-on-Sea. He says, morning, Stephen Spikers. My wife and I love Iceland mash. It's delicious. Oh, do you know, it is... You don't even need to add butter. You seriously don't. I mean, I did, well, I say I, at the supermarket, did a chicken casserole the other day, and so I put it in the saucepan. It's very simple, and then you just sort of put it on a low heat while you water the baskets. And I put some of this Iceland mash in there. It's only £1. And you just leave it, and then it's delicious. I mean, even I was surprised, because I've had mash before that's not instant, but you sort of make up with the powder or the granules or things like this. But this was actually really nice. And listen, if down in Southend-on-Sea, Tom and the wife have said it's delicious, it is delicious. Do you remember that year that we all got very excited because Iceland, their mince pies... I know it's a bit early to be talking about mince pies. And they won an award. They were the best mince pies. They were so cheap. They were something like £1.29 for 6 mince pies. And they were delicious. Absolutely delicious. And so we mentioned them on the programme. They sold out. They sold out of mince pies. I'm predicting the same for the mashed potato. It's in the freezer cabinet, and they look like little bullets, and you just put as many in as you want. You could probably just do it in a saucepan with... I don't know, any old casserole or something like that. Just delicious. Just delicious. I mean, because I got the butter out ready. I didn't need it. Interesting. Steve, and George Clark's Old House, New House. We like George Clark. He's quite nice, actually. Although I was a little bit disappointed that he separate from his wife a while ago. And of course, the papers make a big deal about things like that. I thought I'd let you know Marks and Spencer in Richmond have haddock chowder back in stock, says David. Well, I checked. I was in there the other day. They didn't have it the other day. It's been taken off the list. Doesn't exist as far as I know. Also, you started to read out my text and did a Billy Connolly. You went off in a different direction. How are there no wires around the airwaves and how far away Belfast is, and didn't finish it, said Marty. It's disappeared now. And Steve, says Stephen Formby, you said Blackpool people are dense. You want dense? London is the place. It's that dense with people and cars. They nearly outnumber the pigeons. So they absolutely do. I said to my driver the other day, I said, is it funny, when the congestion charge came in, I thought the roads of London would be empty and it would be brilliant to drive around. How disappointed was I? The roads are even more chock-a-block than they were. Steve, love the show. Don't know what's on the telly tonight. Nothing. Listen to the radio. Much nicer. How's this bacon roll one with red sauce, one with brown? That's nice. I can do that. Bacon rolls are I don't know if they're any good for you, but who cares? I've often have Iceland roast pork and crackling joints. Truly delicious. They do that in other places as well. They sell the crackling separate. Nearly takes your teeth out, but I mean, it's worth going for. What we'll do before the end of the programme, I'll tell you what's happening on breakfast this morning, because, as you know, Nick Ferrari was away, so it was Tom Swarbrick. Now Tom Swarbrick's away, and so this morning you've got Ian Payne. So I shall tell you what he's doing after the news at 6:30. Very exciting, isn't it? How many more people can go sick? It's not. I mean, Nick's on holiday. He's gone off to pastures new, as they say, for his holes. And then Tom Swarbrick sounded fine yesterday morning. It was okay. Obviously, sort of took a turn for the worse, poor soul. So we wish him much better. Plus, do you know, nobody's mentioned the Selfridges Christmas shop, which is opening. Nobody's mentioned. I thought you'd be up in arms over the Christmas shop, going, it's too early. This is just ridiculous. Because they might as well, as I said before, keep it open all year round, and then you don't have to keep closing it down. Any chance of getting George Clark for an in conversation? Well, there might be if he's promoting something. You only get people in if they're promoting something. Then you have to wait. I've never talked to him. I bumped into him a few times out. I've been to, exhibitions, and he's been there. But never talked to him on the programme. I like that man from Grand Designs. He's good as well. The trouble is, he always gets it. He's wrong every week. He always goes, well, of course, they're never going to finish it. And then every week they finish it. And every week it looks perfect. So it probably worked for the first few, but that's another programme where you look at people who've spent, serious money on houses, and they buy it for the view, and it looks what you watch them doing, you think, oh, this is never going to turn out. There was one couple, they had a castle ruin. When it had finished, it was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. I thought, I'll move into it. LBC News Time, 6:30. It would have been Nick Ferrari, but he's on holiday. Then it would have been Tom Swarbrick. He's not very well. Now it's Ian Payne. In fact, if you wait long enough, could be me. I could be running all the way through. You imagine Steve Allen with breakfast, but it is Ian Payne this morning. Scotland's First Minister Nicola Sturgeon and leader of the Scottish Conservatives Ruth Davidson have rejected a no-deal Brexit after Boris Johnson's first visit to Scotland as Prime Minister. We'll bring analysis on what a no-deal Brexit would mean for Scotland. We'll update you on the gruesome scenes in a Brazilian jail. 52 people have been killed, 19 of them beheaded. They apparently set fire to something during breakfast, and then they went on this rampage. Ian will ask as well, is it time for the government to ban fracking? I have to be incredibly naive. I'm still not quite up to speed with fracking, but there's all sorts of people in the paper today complaining about it, and all sorts of famous people get involved. That's with Nick Ferrari at breakfast with Ian Payne from 7 o'clock this morning, right here on LBC. I've just remembered, actually, of course, up at the Edinburgh Fringe, it's our very own, your very own, Ian Dale. He's up there for 2 weeks. He's got a variety of people to talk to. So Clive Bull will be sitting in. So he's going to be a busy boy, isn't he? So Clive Bull will be sitting in for Ian Dale, who's up there at the Edinburgh Fringe for 2 weeks. How he's going to cope with not doing his programme, I've got no idea. He'll probably get withdrawal symptoms. Otherwise, the best mash, says Kevin the Milkman, is always homemade. I make mine with red potatoes and single cream rather than milk and butter. Single cream. Sounds quite nice, doesn't it? Try Covent Garden's haddock chowder. Very good, says Anne. I have tried that. I didn't like it as much. But there again, it's the whatever the first one is that you try as your favourite. Did you just mention you have a driver? That's pretty posh. Yes, I have a driver. And from Grace, who says, I don't like hot and exotic food. I've got a sensitive tongue, but fried Christmas pudding mini balls wrapped in puff pastry sounds delicious, doesn't it? Doesn't it? So you obviously make the mixture. Oh, failing that, you could probably buy a Christmas pudding, couldn't you? You could make these yourself. You go and buy a packet of puff pastry. There's no point in making it. It's cheaper to go and buy it. And then you make a little ball of the Christmas pudding. Do it with a couple of teaspoons, and you put it in the middle, and then sort of turn it all over, and then you deep fry it or pop it in the deep fry or pop in the oven. Sounds delicious, with some cream. That sounds very nice. See, I'm with you on that one, Grace. Not any good for me, but it sounds absolutely delicious. When he was at school, says Sid, my son and his friends travelled all over London playing this game. They'd walk to a bus stop and get on the first bus that came along. On the bus, they'd ask a passenger to pick a number between 1 and 10. They'd count that many stops, then get off and repeat it for as long as they wanted to travel about. There you go. See, it's all... I mean, to be honest with you, when I was London, we had Red Rovers and Blue Rovers, I seem to remember, and they worked, one was for the trains, one was for the buses, and as school children, London was a place to play. London was a place to play. It was a lot safer. Nowhere was absolutely chock-a-block. I don't think I ever got on anything that was terribly crowded. And it was absolutely wonderful. It really was. As I've got a little bit older, a little bit more cynical, you kind of look at London and you think, there's certainly rubbish everywhere. I've never seen the place with so much rubbish. I mean, the street cleaners, admittedly, after any big event, like I've walked through Trafalgar Square when it's been knee-deep in bottles. I think the last time Sunderland played down here, it was almost like one of the giant sort of off-licenses. The tube stations were terrible, down Embankment. It was, I've never seen bottles everywhere. It was absolutely awful. And yet the street cleaners came along and they did it. But Trafalgar Square, knee-deep in this stuff. Knee-deep. And also the rough sleepers. We've now got more rough sleepers than I've ever seen at any time in my life. And I've been in London for more than 40 years. And I've never seen this many rough sleepers. But they seem to be sleeping all throughout the daytime. Does that mean that they're up all night? In which case, why don't they go to bed at a sensible time? It's odd, isn't it? Very odd. Very strange. What is Uxbridge famous for, says Stephen? Only where the Battle of Britain was controlled at RAF Uxbridge. The control room is now open to the public. There you go. There's a place to put on your list today. And somebody says here, although I don't know Uxbridge at all well, says Chris and Chelsea, given your family's RAF background, I'm surprised you didn't know the Battle of Britain. I'm 66. I don't know about the moon landings either. How am I supposed to remember all these things? Goodness sake. He said, I'm surprised you didn't know about the Battle of Britain bunker. I wasn't there, you know. I wasn't there at the Battle of Britain. God, blimey, honestly. Dave the Trucker says, very entertaining. You make me laugh. Well, that's if you're driving a truck, that's good. And then somebody says, I love the fact you drive a Bentley and shop in Iceland. He says, as you live in Twickenham, you should continue the theme and holiday in Blackpool. I've been there. John the cabbie says, Steve, the congestion charge did work. But since then, we've got 80,000 Uber cars, hence the congestion. Stop it. Beginning to sound very bitter about the whole thing. Steve, I'm very disappointed, says Pietro. That's a nice name, isn't it? Very disappointed Love Island's ended, as we won't have your funny put-downs on the lowlifes on it. On the upside, the GC is back. Have you seen the advert? Tragic. She said she owns 45 chargers because she keeps losing them, so she wrote her initials on them to stop losing it. It's tragic, isn't it? An old woman of that age, and she's that sad and has to invent things. I mean, she really isn't probably that stupid. Well, I'm hoping she's not that stupid. But it's the little sing-songy voice, isn't it? Sound like a little baby. And the little clips that they put up for this, the GC, the diva, I mean, makes her just look tragic. Very tragic. In fact, I'd quite like to see her, Kerry Katona, Daniela Westbrook and Jordan on the same programme. Perhaps they could all live together in a house. Let's see who cracks first. All of them, I should imagine. And did I hear you right? Leanne Payne is stepping in to cover Nick Ferrari. It should be an interesting listen. Am I facing the microphone? I'm beginning to wonder, actually, whether or not I'm facing the right direction. No, it's not Leanne Payne. It's Ian Payne. God, blimey, honestly. We do our best, don't we? Honestly, you can only hope, ladies and gentlemen, that John in Nantwich isn't allowed to vote. That would be so much safer, wouldn't it, for the country and everybody else. Steve, dinner last night, says Dev, comprised of small, chunky soya beans cooked in basil, herbs, tomato with side dish of brown lentils and rice. That's about as boring as it gets, isn't it, really? Lentils. No, thank you. Last week, Steve, I had an Iceland cottage pie from their luxury range. Yes, that was what it was claimed. I know I had she was disappointed with that, but I remember having crispy duck from Iceland years and years ago, and the picture on the front would have been easier for me to eat than the poor emaciated thing that was inside the box. I don't think my duck had ever eaten in its life. I think they'd just taken it and put it in a box and went, I'm not ready yet. And they went, no, you're ready now. Because, frankly, by the time I cooked the thing, I looked at it and I felt, so I buried it. I felt pity for it. I love you're in conversation with Ross Kemp, and who comes across as a really stand-up guy. I was staggered by the fact. Yeah, if you use salt for your meal, says Connie, it's best to use low-sodium salt. It's healthier. I'm using low-sodium salt because I take a tablet for high blood pressure. I also take tablets for high blood pressure. Kevin's mash sounds lovely. Might give that a go, Steve. You see, you're all so useful on this programme. Everybody helps everybody else out. We need to know the name of a programme. You can help us out. You need to know you know, who not to vote for, you can help us out. We need to know, you know, a piece of music, you help us out. You're very good. You're very good. Might as well, all this knowledge shared is a fantastic thing. Fantastic. Rod Gilbert did a show called the award-winning Mince a couple of years ago. Right. I've done Rod Gilbert before. I like Rod Gilbert. Unfortunately, I got him first thing in the morning, which was not one of his better times, actually. One of my favourite comics. Nothing like a rant. I've got a good comic for you this week. Got a very good comic, a very good Irish comic for you this week. Okay, so if you like a bit of... it was a good conversation. They're all good conversations. Steve, you've convinced me. I'm going to try the Iceland mash. I love homemade mash, but can't do it myself without lumps, and after 12 hours of work can never be bothered. Well, try it, Heather, who's our Norwich nurse. Try it. I mean, seriously, I was going to try it. Just put it in a frying pan and just keep stirring it around, then add some cheese or something like that to it. Sounds quite nice, doesn't it? But for £1. There's way too much in a bag for one person. You know, practically famine. I mean, I'm assuming you could probably put it on the top of mince. So, I mean, look at us doing recipes in the week. I can't believe it, can you? Doing recipes first thing in the morning. Other stories in the paper, as you know, the Indian man bitten by a snake decided to get his revenge, so he picked up the snake and bit it. And it died. I wouldn't want to put a snake in my mouth. Oh, no, I remember that poor man. Do you remember years ago? You've probably seen the photo. He holds a snake up like that, with its face looking at his, and of course I never trust snakes. And he does, what does he do? Oh, he decides to be clever, and so he sticks his tongue out. The snake puts his fangs straight through him, and he's now stuck with the fangs which have gone through his tongue. And so he's left staring at this, well, I mean, that, I would, seriously, I wouldn't even know where to go. Because you can't do it, you go, ah! That would be the worst ever, wouldn't it? So, Heather's going to try the mash. Of course, it'd be awful, isn't it? Somebody writes to me tomorrow, they go, I tried the mash, I didn't like it at all. I thought it was really delicious. I might even bring some in for tomorrow morning. Pop it in the microwave and try Ollie. No, maybe not Ollie. I don't think Ollie, because there's no point in it, because he knows the Iceland range anyway. Steve, the microphone sounds in good shape. Your dulcet tones are in fine fettle. Back home in Blighty, James and Si, in Essex, after our 8 weeks out touring Australasia, where your company was invaluable, even though it was always late afternoon for us there when you came back on. It's our first day back at work today, hence back to reality. But hearing you again at your normal time makes it that much more bearable. That's what we like, actually. We like regular. That's why we have the Spike. That's why we have what we call the regulars. And with an ever-increasing list of people joining the happy band, you're welcome every single morning. Costs you nothing. Between 4 and 7, you know, if you sort of wake up, you might be sort of suffering, you might be not too well at the moment, or you have to get up, you know, oh, can't do it. Turn on LBC. It's the easy way forward. LBC News Time now. So the Black Cab Poet says, Steve, did I hear you right? A luxury range of food? Surely luxury is a word best suited for a sofa. Isn't food meant to be eaten, not sat on? Oh, I don't know, I've sat on food before now. Not my best. What's the name of your underarm glucose monitor? It's a Freestyle Libra. Freestyle Libra. And you get them from your... Apparently, the government, you don't have to pay for it. You can buy them, but they are giving them to people, but only in certain circumstances. You can't just get one automatically. So you have to go there, you have to see a specialist, which I did, and then she said, I've got something for you. And so it's just a round disc with a needle in the middle of it, and a little thing, which obviously the electronic bit. And it sits under your arm, and then you wave this little box over it, and it gives you your reading. And so you do, I think, 2 weeks. Some people do it for longer, like that. And it says 5.9, which means we're going down. So we're heading in the right direction, so we might need something to boost it back up again. But no, you have to go and see the experts. Mandy says, you and I were born the same year, but yesterday and today you've said you're 66. Well, I'm in my 66th year coming up. Coming up to 66. Seems horrendous, doesn't it? Even I can't believe I'm coming up to 66. I mean, that's just... I wasn't supposed to live this long anyway. You look at other people and you go, how old are they? And you go, so-and-so, they're sort of 40. You think, good Lord, I'm older than you are. At one time, I was the youngest presenter on LBC. I think I'm now the oldest. It's very depressing. Very depressing time. But as long as you smile through it, you know. I think surrounding yourself with young people helps. Certainly makes you feel a lot better when you look at yourself naked in the mirror. But there you go. Another one, Mandy loves a show. And Ian says, my head is full of sour mash. I'm struggling this morning. Oh dear, nuts are good. Shane in Sydney says, sorry, just tuned in this afternoon. It's been hectic because he's in Australia. Somebody says you need a potato ricer to get lovely smooth mash. Oh, I can't be bothered to make mash. I'm like Heather. Why would you bother to make the stuff? You can buy... I'm in for an easy life. I'm seriously in for an easy... I'm not remotely bothered about sweating over a stove or things. Oh, no. That's why I say, always buy puff pastry. You can buy a packet of it in the supermarket. It's in the frozen thing, and it's so much easier. And we like the Christmas pudding thing. I think you can make little parcels. If you can't roll it into a ball, just put some in there, and then squeeze. In fact, it sounds delicious. Actually, I might have to start thinking about this one. Front pages of the papers. What few we have. The Daily Mirror. Boris hires Mirror Chicken as advisor. This is the Tory baiting Mirror Chicken's been hired as Boris Johnson's chief spin doctor. Also, Lacey Turner introduces her miracle baby girl, Dusty, to the world. It's an unusual one, isn't it, Dusty? And at least she's got a husband. So many of these people now don't actually have husbands. Also, the scandal of 50,000 kids going hungry in the summer holiday. They say schools need to feed children during the break. Amazing, isn't it? Absolutely amazing. The Sun, Alexa, stop being a perv, short for pervert. This is the Amazon device, listening to Britons having sex. As if. And also... nothing to worry about here, I don't think we need... I think the Alexa that I've got is just sort of sitting there going into hibernation and growing very old. You know, watching Holmes Under the Hammer and not getting excited about anything at all. Also, the Love Island exclusive, Tommy's cousin in Stab Hell. Charming, isn't it? It gets better and better. The Eye, Scotland fights back against Johnson. Sturgeon warns Prime Minister is on a dangerous path as she pledges to step up planning for a no-deal Brexit. Tigers bouncing back in India, which I quite like the thought of it. I wish I'd had a chance to read this one. Take the daytime TV tour. They say go behind the scenes on Lorraine, Loose Women in This Morning. Yes. I wonder how far behind the scenes you can go on Lorraine, Loose Women in This Morning. It would be quite... I don't know what this is all about, actually. I don't know whether or not it's a tour that you can take. That'd be interesting, wouldn't it? Page 26. I can never find page 26 when I need it. But I wonder if it's a tour that you can take. If they can't imagine Lorraine Kelly wanting the public in there to actually watch her doing the programme. It's probably more entertaining. Well, it's terribly boring. It's like watching radio programmes. It really is. When we used to go out and do different exhibitions and things like that, people would stand there watching. But it's different if you're sort of watching, for some reason, a music-based programme. But if you're actually watching a speech-based programme, it's really quite boring to watch. So much better to listen to. So viewing figures on the rise. Do you know this morning pulled in an average of 1 million viewers a day? Actually, we're doing kind of better than that on LBC. I wouldn't like to imagine what their budgets are compared to our budgets. But they've got all sorts of things going on here. Groups of 20 people are shown around Television Centre in London by a guide who relies on some of the most memorable moments that have been broadcast there. And you can also do that. They say... there's obviously one here. They saw Laura Tobin giving instruction on how to do her job. One volunteer gets the chance to present the usual sort of thing. Would you like to present the weather? It's only reading an auto cue, it's not difficult. And then Lorraine or Loose Women, depending on how the studio's set up. And after another recorded message from the hosts, it's on to This Morning. To get there, you have to walk through the production corridor. And they've got all sorts of things. Holly and Philip will not be around to say hello. You get the picture by now, but you can take a seat. It's just sort of an opportunity. I mean, perhaps it's people who are desperate to be on television, and they're never likely to make it because they failed the audition for Love Island. You know, oh, can I be on television? What for? Because everybody says I'm really good. Yeah, don't worry. You've got another series of Love Island coming, another bunch of deadbeats, but it's entertainment for us. That's what it is now. It's, roughly the same as when it was in Roman times, except in Roman times they killed them at the end of it in the Colosseum. Somebody talked to me about the Colosseum the other day. I said it was a theatre of death. That's all it was. They put people in there to die. The Times, why we should eat more yoghurt. I seem to be plagued with this one all morning about why we should eat more yoghurt. I don't really mind. I do like a yoghurt, but it's too much sugar. Too much sugar. Rupert Everett in The Guardian, front page. I'd have done anything to be a Hollywood star. I thought it was a charming interview. Somebody says, why don't you do Jeremy Clarkson? Done him twice. How Mykonos became a billionaire's playground. It was a gay place. All of a sudden, it was sort of like every gay under the sun decided to go to Mykonos. And now I think it's got some of the most expensive real estate houses and flats that you can find anywhere. Campbell says, I'm finished with Corbyn's Labour. This is Alistair Campbell, former number 10 Director of Communications under Tony Blair, who said he no longer wishes to be a member of Labour, warning that Jeremy Corbyn is poised to lose the next election against Boris and destroy the party as a political force capable of winning power. Actually, Corbyn's got a bit quiet, hasn't he? All of a sudden, it's just gone, and you think to yourself, perhaps behind the scenes, they're stoking the fires. Who knows? Front of the Telegraph, Boris pledging to make Brexit a success for farmers. The spy agencies push for encryption back door. The Turkish bee stowaway. Do you remember we told you about this bee the other day? They found its pupa and they went, what the dickens is that? And so they've decided it's got to be killed. Only one of them. But it's got to be... They make it sound like it's going to be executed today at, 4 o'clock. Plus, universities ignoring warnings as unconditional offer hits record high. This is a quarter of students now receive at least one unconditional offer, figures show. Do you know, I never did anything like that. There's other people who sort of talk about, university and colleges and everything else. I hated school. Hated it. Daily Mail... they've got... This is an interesting one. Nick police searches broke law. Bombshell as judge behind inquiry reveals perversion of justice. He tells the Mail officers got search warrants using false evidence, but says his damning findings were ignored by the police watchdog. The whole thing was a cock-up from start to finish. Carl Beech's claims led to a witch hunt. Carl Beech, the compulsive paedophile liar, who's going to be spending 18 years behind bars, which, if you work it out, he could be out in 9. Or not, as the case may be. Just about it for this morning. Thank you very much indeed. As I say, it is going to rain today. They've said it's a 90% chance of rain, so I hope you don't get caught out in it. If you're hoping to run the Labour Party, you'd think you'd be sort of... oh, Lord, it's back in again. Why have we got Henry back in again? Hi, great to see you. Great to see you. Yeah, the donuts are finished. Sorry about that. I had 2 of them. I didn't care. Because yesterday we actually had to have a discussion with the producer about the weight and about weight, and how I'm concerned. I'll happily buy you a gym membership, if you think it's necessary. No, when I say a gym membership, what I mean is entrance to this building and you can walk up the stairs. We'll just turn the lifts off for you. Because walking up the stairs is good. I was just going to check how many steps I did yesterday, because I'm way behind on this thing. So far today I've done 822. Most of those in the bedroom, I suspect. Yesterday, 4,891. See, I think that's quite good. And it says, flights climbed 1 floor, walking and running distance, there was no running, I'll tell you, 3.3 kilometres. It's good, isn't it? A friend of mine did the marathon the other night. They did a marathon, 11 hours it took her. 11 hours. She had to be helped up. I think they had to get her over the finishing line. But at least she managed it. The fraudsters scamming 1 in 12. Oh, here we go. He'll be doing one-upmanship. 5,800. Yeah, because he's discovered a bit on this app where you just push your finger like that and it adds up. Look, you just do that. Yeah, all right. Don't make a big deal about it. Why do you have to show people that? It's not necessary, is it? Not 4:05 in the blooming morning. So unnecessary. But that's why he's cheating. I'm doing proper steps. I wouldn't like that. Yeah, but it racks up on the numbers. It racks up on... that's just ridiculous. Actually, I wonder, does that really work? Can't do, can it? So... You look like you've done more steps. Do I? I think I'm looking really, really fit at the moment. You know when people say to you look buff? They don't actually say that to me. They in fact, whenever I sort of measure that, they avoid the topic of conversation and go on to other things, like perhaps you should try eating more at the salad bar, Steve. Or why would you get the bus to Waitrose when it's only 1 stop where you can walk? And I go, but I've got shopping. They said, not on the way to it. On the way back from it, you got shopping. God, how do you get home at this time of the morning, Henry? There's no trains for you, are there? Perhaps he's got some new system. How do you get home at this time of the morning? Do you get a taxi? No. You get the bus? Oh, you get the night bus. Does it take you all to Kingston? Is it really? Is that the one you get from Trafalgar Square? Oh, it's full of the most awful people. I got it one year, never again. I decided to sit down near the driver, so I felt a bit safer. Somebody spilt kebab on you? Yeah, that would have been you. spilling kebab on you. That would be you going, and then throwing the kebab over yourself. There wouldn't be anybody else doing it. Come on, honestly. How green do I look? Obviously not that green. Waitrose lovers in a particular area, of the country are worried. Waitrose has closed and a Lidl's gone in place of it, and they think that it's going to reduce house prices. Now, I don't know how that works. I always thought that if you've got a Marks and Spencer's and a Waitrose, we have both, by the way, in Twickenham, then you are fairly affluent. If you've got Lidl and Morrison's or something like that, it's not as good as having a Waitrose and a Marks and Spencer's. Which, of course, you like Lidl, Ollie, because that's because you can stagger around there and you look like all the other people, don't you? I should imagine they're also staggering out. The only time I ever went there was biscuits. They do a lot of, is it German biscuits? Sorry, Leibniz biscuits. Are those the ones with the biscuit and then the chocolate on the top? They're very nice. But that's about the... I'm sure you can find them elsewhere. But I always thought that if you had a Lidl, it wasn't as upmarket as having a Waitrose. I didn't think so. By the way, in case you were wondering, the Magic Circle show has sold out, which of course it always does. I mean, we've never, I think in all the years, I tweeted about it yesterday, I said in all the years that we've been doing these shows at the Circle and in the theatres, we've never not had a show that sold out. They always sell out. And in fact, so confident are the Magic Circle that they put my Christmas show on sale. That went on sale yesterday. We've already sold 12 tickets. I haven't even mentioned the blooming thing. And already, I think it's the 21st of December, which is a Saturday. And again, we do these every year, and you can come to the Magic Circle, like the people will be for this Friday, and you have a nice time. You get to see close-up magic, and you get to see magic on the little stage that we've got in the little theatre. But always sell out, every single time. We've never not had a show that hasn't sold out. Other people struggle, of course, but not on my watch, we don't. Happy birthday to Norman Cook, who's Fatboy Slim. Fatboy Slim, so it's his birthday today. Also, Love Island drags itself out. Now you're going to see all the fake relationships. I promise you, this is where... In fact, the two people who won are kissing the other day with their mouths closed. I mean, who kisses? Because now we're an item. Now we're like boyfriend and girlfriend. No, you're not, honestly. You must think we all fell out of trees. Seriously, the whole thing is just because they've obviously been told by their agents, listen, can you try and keep up the pretense of a relationship because you can make more money? And they go, oh, they're going to make millions before Christmas. Well, I bet they don't. They might make a little bit of money, not denying it, but even Curtis only came fourth, but Curtis is booked in for pantomime this year. As long as he doesn't drag that old baggage Mora with him, we should be all right, actually. I mean, she is on it. You know, you like Mora. Don't bring me into it. You like her. She was the one who got the more Ofcom complaints than anybody else. About 700 Ofcom complaints because she's a bit of an old tart. Basically, she was throwing herself at some bloke and then she tried some other... I've lost track of it. But don't worry, because the new Love Island will be long very shortly. And then this lot will be forgotten very, very quickly. It always worries me that they sort of think, oh, I'll do this, I'll make some money, and then what? You know, is that it for the rest of your life? You don't ever work ever again. You just age really badly, very badly. And then they end up like a lot of these people who they go, oh, and here's Aisling Horgan Wallace, or whatever her name is, you know, and another load of people you've never heard of turning up and they go, oh, because they were from Love Island, 1963. Also, what was the other one here? Oh, there's some bloke who smashed his ex-girlfriend's window. And so they sent him to prison. How long for? Go on. You'll never guess. Never guess in a million years. 50 minutes. He got sent to prison for 50... Hardly worth bothering. Must have taken that long to get him to the prison in the first place. Because apparently he'd already spent a little bit of time in prison. But I love the dozy eco-warriors. We love eco-warriors, like, so, okay, yeah. You know, I'm going to super glue myself to a door handle. You know, I'm a pensioner, I'm going to climb on the top of a train. As far as I'm concerned, leave the buggers up there. I don't care. I tell you what, we'll put pensioners who go out and protest and disrupt your lives on the top of a train and we'll super glue them on there. And we'll leave them there. And then we'll take them out for a little spin up the line, you know. Ready? Cling on. Here we go. Watch those overhead power cables. But yeah... So these dozy eco-warriors, they're all pictured sitting on the pavement outside this company. Unfortunately, got the wrong building. They're protesting outside a green energy company. I mean, how thick do you have to be? We're all protesting. Sorry, the wrong company. We're protesting. We are eco-warriors. What's your name, love? Gladys. How old are you, Gladys? 82. I've superglued my hand to my foot. Lovely. You're at the wrong company, dear. Sorry? This is a green company, okay? No, they're not. Yeah, they are. It was the Pratt who said, go and sit round here. The police are standing there looking at them like there's no tomorrow. I mean, seriously, it's so hilarious. And so much for the privacy of Meghan Markle. Oh, bad times ahead. Bad times ahead. You know, Meghan Markle's got a half-sister, an evil old baggage, if ever there was one, and the brother-in-law and all these other horrible people. And she goes on the Jeremy Vine show to talk about, you know, Meghan should, the Queen should intervene and bring us all back together as a family. She doesn't like you, dear. Nobody likes you. You're a vile person. That's why you weren't invited. She says, but our Father, not the one who art in heaven, hallowed be his name. It's a case of the Father, who's 74. Apparently, his breathing's getting a bit difficult, you know, and so they're obviously trying everything to get them back together again. She's not interested. Not interested. Can you imagine? You know, okay, Pa, come back. This is our sitting room, the size of a football pitch. This is the security. These are the neighbours we can't talk to. And, by the way, Harry's... What's Harry going to... Oh, that's right. Harry's done a thing where he said they're only going to have 2 children so they can save the world. A direct dig at his brother who's got 3. And there might be another 2 on the way. That's what they're saying. I mean, not yet, obviously. But they've said that. And also, what was the other thing? There was something else. A direct dig at his brother. Oh, yes, Meghan. I'm not going to put myself on the front of Vogue because I don't think it's necessary, because Kate, William's wife, did put herself on the front of Vogue when she co-edited the thing. As if Meghan Markle can ever edit anything at all. But it was a bit of a shame, really, all the people she picked. I think there was only 5 British people. Obviously, well, perhaps we can send her back to America. Perhaps we can sort of try her for somebody else in the family, see if somebody else is better. But it's a direct dig at William and Kate. I bet you anything, Kate and William have gone, have you seen this? No, I've just heard it on Steve Allen's show. Steve Allen just said, and then they said, oh, the laugh, William and Kate, because you know that little Prince, what's his face, is celebrating 6 years old, and apparently he's a footballer, a tennis player. In fact, he's even more gifted than the Beckham children, and God knows they are gifted. They really are. I mean, every single one of them, except 3, has managed to achieve nothing at all, but they've told you about how they've tried to achieve nothing. Brooklyn apparently takes photographs, bad ones. One of the other ones wanders about, you know, in sort of tennis whites at Wimbledon, but doesn't play, which is funny. Harper Beckham now is reading Vogue, which is very exciting, because, you know, she's apparently that means, says Victoria, that she's heading in the right direction. It's like mother, like daughter. God, I do hope not. Hope her design's going to be a lot better than mother's, but, you know, you can't have everything, can you? And so everybody's sort of saying that they're all sort of terribly gifted and they're sort of wonderful. And then there was the story about Meghan Markle. Well, that's right. It was requesting all this privacy. And you remember at Wimbledon, they were sitting there and some bloke does a selfie. Not with her. He's taking a picture of himself at Wimbledon with the court behind him. But her detectives came down and went, oh, you know, so you can't take a picture of Meghan Markle. You go, who's Meghan Markle? No idea who she is. And they go, oh, she's here as a private visit. I'm sorry, you're in a public place. Can't have it always, can you? But they obviously want to, and so we'll have to wait and see what's actually happening. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. I've got a lovely story about an eyebrow complainant. I love it. You go into these eyebrow places, and they've done these eyebrows. She looks like Ming the Merciless. She looks a little bit like, who's the gay boy in the village in Towie? Bobby Cole Norris. He had his eyebrows done as well. It looked ridiculous. And then wondered why he was single. Kind of sorts it out, doesn't it, really? Have I had mine done? My eyebrows? No. I haven't got any eyebrows. I'm not an eyebrow person. I did buy a thing once to paint them in, and I put it on there. It looked like a panda. Seriously, it would look the most ridiculous thing. They advertised it on the telly. They said, this thing, it's like a powder, and you just sort of put it on there, because I'm pale, I've got pale eyebrows. And so I put it on there, and I looked in the bathroom mirror and went, oh, for God's sake. So I then spent the next 10 minutes trying to wash the blooming stuff off. I did once have them dyed, and it just looks ridiculous. So you can't do black, and you don't do brown. So what you do is you do a mixture. I used to have a little Petri dish, and you put a little bit of the brown and the thing in, and then you put it on with sort of like a cotton bud or something like that. Stop it. And I put it on there, and then I remember somebody knocked on my front door. And I haven't taken this thing off, and of course you do look a little bit as if you've wandered out of a circus. Hilarious. Loved it. And I thought, so I half opened the door, yeah. Much easier like that, much easier. What did I get yesterday? Oh, I got another parcel yesterday, but I can't remember what it was. I keep ordering stuff. Oh, that's right, I ordered something from America. That arrived. That was a bit of a disappointment. It wasn't half as good. But there you go, the dimwits, they're out there. But you just have to humour them. 1st of July. Actually, I thought, yes, I had to check with the producer. Did it rain yesterday? Because I didn't see very much rain. And apparently there was quite a lot of it. I did water the but I'll tell you what it was yesterday. Windy. God, it was windy. I'd take the umbrella down on the patio. It was very windy. I thought, oh dear, we're going to have another disaster here. But luckily we didn't have, which is great news. Anyway, it's nice to have your company. I love the story of the bent learner driver. The bent learner driver. How can you be a bent learner driver? Well, this is somebody who went to take their test. Okay, wait a minute. I'm going to find her because you need to know who she is, just in case. She hardly spoke any English. Okay, which is fair enough, but then, so she hardly speaks any English, and that was why they were drawn to her. Her name is Hatice Sadia. She's bent, she's 41, she's a crook, and she went in there to register to take the driving test, and then she goes back the week later. The difference is, this time, she's wearing a specially made hijab. And under the hijab, believe it or not, this old crook is hiding a Bluetooth headset. And so a person sitting in a car outside the test centre was listening to the question and fed her the answer. And she came back with the answers really fast, because she's a bit thick as well as being a crook. And consequently, they then sussed out. Because her English was so bad, she can't have known any of these answers anyway. But because she came back with the answers very, very quickly. She's a mum of 3, so she's bent and stupid at the same time, because, why would you want to put your kid's life at risk? She doesn't speak any English. Hardly any English at all. And when she finished with surprising speed for somebody with language difficulties, the prosecutor, Rajesh Pabri, said when she attended the centre she was wearing a big headscarf. She was recognised by a member of staff from 2 weeks before when she wasn't wearing the big headscarf. This, coupled with the fact she spoke very little English, aroused suspicion. She admitted that she paid £300 when she included the headscarf designed to hide the device, and then refused to identify her accomplice. What an old crook she is. Remember the name? Hatice Sadia. Okay, as long as she doesn't appear on a road anytime soon, we'll all be very happy. So she got sentenced to prison for 20 weeks, suspended. What is it with these suspended? What's a waste of time suspending it? Send the old bag to prison. You know what, somebody like that, can you imagine if she'd got away with it? She'd be driving on the road without a clue of what she's doing. Definitely not. Thank you very much indeed. Jane Moore's column today, talking about Amy Winehouse's former husband, Blake Fielder Civil, making this claim against her estate. What's it with people nowadays? Give me money. Give me money. I'll snog that bird. I'll have sex with her if you want, as long as I get money. There's pictures in the paper of the Love Island people. I'm bored already with them now. We've seen them on the telly, and now they're going to go off into the big bad world and try and find a job. And the job will involve doing nothing. Because they think being a celebrity, somebody's going to hand you millions and millions of pounds. It doesn't work like that, unfortunately. The pathway to fame and riches and fortune is littered with the bodies, I'm afraid, of people who've just fallen by the wayside because people get bored with them. Why would you want to go and see Amy, the former trolley dolly, anywhere at all? What does she have to offer? She doesn't sing, she doesn't juggle, she can't speak a language. What's the point? Nothing at all. However, the Decked for Brex, Jane Moore talks about 6 people injured during this brawl on the luxury cruise liner. She says, GMB reporter Richard Gaisford was on board P&O's Britannia for the trip around the Norwegian fjords, and says the fight broke out after an afternoon of patriotic partying. Pure conjecture, of course, but it could have been a dreadful Brexit debate that got seriously out of hand. I've never seen such a thing in my life. Never seen such a thing. Apparently, Irish firecracker, one way to describe her, isn't it, really? That'll be the polite terminology for poor Maura Higgins. What a shame being blessed with that surname. She says she felt horny the entire time. You can wipe that smile off your face straight away. Really, it's dreadful. Viewers saw the ring girl. You know what she does? She walks around boxing rings. Round 4. Oh, I thought she was a pit girl. Where, again, you know, grid girl. That's right, grid girl. Where, again, you don't have to do anything. You just sort of look a bit dim and vacant and stand there. Then tyres. Hello, I'll pose on the top of this car. Woo! And there's me. Yes, your kind of girl. I'll tell you, Ollie's fantastic pleasure would be buying him a DVD of pit girls or girls walking around rings. Seriously, I mean, that would, he could be happy for days. Months, even. Months. But she says, I don't see a problem with women talking about sex. Well, it's not so much talking about sex. When you start throwing yourself at people, it makes you look like a bit of a tart. You know, nobody has a problem with people talking about sex. Curtis denied claims he ignored her flutters to keep his clean-cut image. I mean, you would be a big, big mistake, Curtis, to hang around with her. She'll drag you down to her level. And you can do so much better. So much better. Lovely to see the Love Island. You can imagine them going, OK, can the Love Island winners... Could you... We don't know that. What's their names? Oh, I don't know. 2 people. Could you kiss? No, tongues, obviously. You're supposed to be in love. No, they're not. It's fake. You can tell it's fake. Together at Christmas... Not much likelihood, I think, of them going beyond Christmas. They also think, you know, in fact, actually, with Maura and Curtis, she moaned at him for failing to give her an orgasm. Dear. Tacky old tart. Together at Christmas? No chance. No chance. He's in pantomime. He wouldn't want her turning up. Good God, can you imagine? He's in pantomime. So I can't remember where he's in pantomime, but he's doing pantomime. And it'll be very, very successful. Apparently, you can now get a mobility scooter. It looks like an old Lambretta. And, Steve, you should go to Lidl on a Thursday morning here in sunny Cyprus. They have bouncers on the door because of the Greek mummers taking no prisoners. Sounds fantastic, Dean. I'm all in favour of that. Bouncers on the door of a supermarket. How brilliant is that? That's like Black Friday. What's Black Friday? What's that? Is Black Friday? Oh, this is where they do all the discount and people start fighting over a cheap television. I know, peasants. They always go to me, you go into somewhere now and they always go, if you buy an extra one, you get a discount. You go, I don't want an extra one. I really don't. I don't want any more of it. Buy 3, only pay for 2. What do you want 3 of them for God's sake? You know, how long is a thing of Marmite going to last you? Answer years. Years and years and years. But they always say that, buy 2, get 1 free. Or if you take out a Boots card, you can get 10% off. Start off. Not interested. Not remotely interested. And yet all these people get, we can get a discount off it. They think, what do you think it is, free or something? You've got to pay for it. Definitely going to pay. What's the disc on your arm called? A disc. James, no, it's not an option for a type 1 person. Definitely not. I think you can have an implant. I think this is actually. I know it's high this morning. It was low when I woke up. 12.3. It's going down now. It peaked about an hour ago. Now it's on the way down. It was low this morning. We were doing 3s. Yeah, 3's too low. I start getting a bit jittery on 3s. I start going. Sorry. Well, 12. No, really, I should be doing 9s. 9. In fact, actually, the average I was doing the other day, I was quite pleased. It actually came out much better. Wait a minute. Oops. Review the history. It's all it's very technical, these things. How they manage them, I got no idea. Average glucose on this one, 8.5. That's the average over the past 2 weeks, which I think is very good. Very good indeed. I'm very pleased with that. Let's hope they will be at the hospital tomorrow. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? The weak pound, and there's some bad news for those people who are going to the airport today and you need to change your money. It's really bad. Not very good at all. So I'll tell you about that one. Also, free NHS health MOTs for over 40s. Cut the risk of a heart attack or a stroke. So that's good news. That's good news. We don't like that, do we? At all. And there's somebody here, Curvy Camilla Cabello. She's with her boyfriend, who's called Shawn Mendes. Is he a singer? Shawn Mendes. Oh, right, OK. I didn't know who on earth he was. Never heard of him. But he's quite good, is he? Oh, right. Has he had hit singles? Oh, right. Oh, Lord, you're well up on these sort of things, aren't you? Honestly, you're hanging around with the youngsters nowadays. Dear me. There's a picture of poor old Harry Styles in the paper. He's let himself go. And here he is. He used to have loads of style, but now he's got nothing at all. He's sort of wearing these camel corduroy flares. So dated, dear. So dated. But the funniest thing is, he says he topped off his look with a Baker Boy hat. And we all know those haven't been cool since David Beckham started wearing... Poor old David Beckham. That's to cover up that funny thing that they stuck on his head. But here we have Harry in America recently, where he's auditioned for the role of Prince Eric in The Little Mermaid. Hands up, anybody on that one? Anybody heard about Prince Eric? Me neither. I thought, basically, judging by the look of him, he could have actually auditioned for the part of The Little Mermaid. Far more entertaining. Ooh, go on, swim your way out of that one, pal. LBC News Time. For laughing at other people's misery, isn't it, on Love Island? You look at them and you think to yourself, my God, I tell you. Apparently, somebody came off Love Island and said it takes them 2 hours to get ready for the evening sessions, you know, with all the girls putting on all their slap and everything else. Who goes on holiday and wears makeup? Nobody. It's the idea of being on holiday, but unfortunately, it's a bit of a competition to see who can look least attractive and appeal to some of these Neanderthal blokes who look like they'd sleep with just about anything. I don't think they're that fussy. I really don't. Steve, these Love Islanders do my head in. Absolute Neanderthals, just thick people with quick fame for doing nothing. And then they get all emotional for being played on the show. Stupid human beings. It's true, actually. It's true. I mean, you know, I still sort of look at poor Amy, who her life is just one big disaster. But apparently she was having panic attacks in Love Island. Nobody else was having panic attacks, only because some bloke called Curtis, who's about the best-looking one in there, and the most talented, and the one with a career, didn't want to go out with her. Why? Because she spends all the time blooming well crying. Lucy was bad enough. It was like I was saying the other... It must be something, the name Lucy Mecklenburg, when she was on Towie in the beginning, spent all of her time crying because she thought her boyfriend was cheating. I mean, the fact he was neither here nor there. We all thought it was hilarious. But remember, it's all fake. It's fake. Everything on Towie. The people are real, sadly. I mean, you really can't... But you never see them out. You go down to Brentwood, you won't see anybody who looks like these old people off Towie. Nobody does. Seriously, they're just ordinary people down there. Go to the Essex shows... I go to the Essex show every year. You won't find anybody who looks like these people. They're just ordinary people in Essex. These old made-up tarts that you get on the programme, and that's just the boys. Goodness only knows what the girls look like. And another one here. Danny Dyer's career on Love Island didn't provide her with millions. She's now squirting ketchup on herself to advertise surf on a TV advert. Yeah. I mean, it is actually quite embarrassing. I mean, I could tell you the story of somebody who did pantomime a couple of years ago, somebody from a reality show, and they had 2 shows to do in the day. I think it was 2 shows, because I knew somebody who was in the show as well, and they were drunk. They were completely off their face. Apparently they have a problem with alcohol, and so they drank so much they couldn't do the second show. In fact, they could barely get through the first show. I'd love to tell you who it was, but modesty forbids me from telling you that. I shall keep it as a secret for my book. Steve, no. Can you ask Siri what the weather is going to be like today? Ari says, it's wet. I've just told you it's wet. What are you, cloth ears or something? I've told you it's wet outside. All this week, wet. Wet, wet, wet. What is it about wet that you're not understanding? Siri, Hey Siri, what's the weather like today?
It's currently cloudy and 17 degrees in London. Expect mostly clear skies starting in the afternoon. Today's high will be 23 degrees, and the low will be 17.
Why don't you just push off? You're getting on my bloody nerves. Chance of rain, 10%. Oh, I'll tell you what, let's try it one more time. Hey Siri, what's the weather going to be like tomorrow?
Looks like nice weather coming up tomorrow. Up to 25 degrees.
It's almost like working on the Nick Abbott show, isn't it, really? You push the button and the wrong thing comes up. So, chance of rain tomorrow, 10%. Yeah, whatever. I don't care. It really doesn't make any difference. It doesn't say wet. No. We don't do wet, do we? So that's what. So in other words, it's going to be a lovely day today. You can go sunbathing. All right, if you want to do it. Yesterday was so windy. I couldn't believe how windy it was yesterday. It was all shh. And the hanging baskets, you water them, within 10 minutes they're bone dry again. You can tell that because the water drips right through. Not so good. Oh, the good news is that Nick Grimshaw's found a boyfriend. Isn't that lovely? Who's moved in with him. They're going to be going out a short while. And Nick, who's obviously the catch of the day, almost a bit like fisherman, catch of the day. Who's had a picture of? Cardi B. I've heard of Cardi B, but I don't know who Cardi B is. But I'm sure they're absolutely marvellous. And Jessie Nelson, she's mentioned in a few papers today. Plus, fresh from appearing in Danny Boyle's Yesterday and TV's Requiem and Game of Thrones, up-and-coming actor Joel Fry's landed his biggest role to date. He's going to be in the Disney 101 Dalmatians live action. they can't stop doing live action, can they, at the moment? I mean, they're really big into this live action stuff, which I'm liking. I'm liking. Also, I'm trying to find something. Do you know, it's really thin on the ground. Really, I mean, all right, I've got three pages of little stories for you, but generally speaking, it's thin on the ground for what I call fun stories. You know, stories that make you go, ooh, or ah, or something like that. Also, Ronnie Wood. You can't believe Ronnie Wood looks the way... How he's still alive at the age of 72. He's one of life's big mysteries, I think. Also... Oh, God, there's nothing, is there, really? It's terrible. Another film about the Mansons, I believe, which is coming out very shortly. And Andy Hall's Bizarre column, which is basically... It's the press release column. They send in a press release to him. He writes it up. That's all it is. There's nothing you can't find from the internet. I'm very worried. After a decade-long hiatus, MTV is bringing back Cribs. I don't even know what Cribs is. What's Cribs? A celebrity show you around their home. So far, they've got Joey Essex and Amir Khan. How tragically sad. Both two naffos. Who wants to see round Amir Khan's home? I wouldn't want to see round anybody's house. I'm not that nosy. If you want to do that, I'll just go up to the window and have a peer in there. I bet Joey Essex is completely, tragically naff. It's going to have to be, because he's actually the biggest naff person on the television. And so they've allowed a camera crew a no-hold-barred look as opposed to what? Don't use the toilet! Don't use the toilet! I can't understand why you'd want to look round them, because that's through the keyhole, isn't it? Where'd you go? No, not the slightest, no. Well, the hanging baskets I tweaked pictures of anyway. Always do that, just to really wind people up. It always works, actually, a treat. I love it. You can always wind up a troll somewhere, can't you? There's always some sort of sad, lonely troll. You mean, oh, I don't like your hanging baskets. And you think, well, they're not yours, are they? Because you can't afford them. That's why. I love it. It's great. Seeing as you don't have any eyebrows, I didn't say I didn't have any eyebrows. I said I just don't have much eyebrow and no hair. What do you mean, no? Hello, what do you think this stuff cascading in front of my eyes is? It's called hair. What colour were you born with? Platinum. I was a platinum baby. And then it darkens down to sort of what I call muddy blonde. But no, I was platinum. If you look at all the early baby pictures of me, if of course you've been to any of the one-man shows, you'd have seen me with curls in platinum, which look fantastic, actually. But obviously you can't afford to either have eyebrows put on or to come to any of the shows. It doesn't matter. There's always another time to go. Paul McCartney says he finds it difficult to remember all the songs he's written. I would, yeah. I mean, somebody says, can you do this? You know, somebody's got a favourite album track, and he goes, I can't remember that one. How does it go? Michael Schumacher. I mean, 6 years on from his skiing accident, he's apparently up and watching Grand Prix racing. In what state, I've got no idea. And Strictly's new pro dancer, already she's got a kit off. There's lots of pictures in the... Honestly, look, immediately. It used to be a magazine years ago. What was it called? Titbits. And it was it wasn't what you thought it was. It was a little magazine which had ideal for radio presenters. Lots of little stories about, you know, so-and-so, Mr. So-and-so is 7 foot 8 inches tall, lives in Albuquerque or whatever it is. And it had all these... So there was lots of filler for radio presenters who couldn't think of anything else to talk about. And occasionally you might get a girl in a bikini standing on the beach in Blackpool. And it was primarily aimed at him next door. It was his sort of magazine. Did you have magazines when you were little? Did you sort of have, you know, you got Beano? We weren't allowed comics. No. I mean, I don't think it's a case we weren't allowed comics. I think it's just a case of my parents thought, you know, why would you have comics? So the only time I ever got to see them was at my cousin, Stephen and Martin's, over in Gidea Park, who had a whole stack of American comics. And I would go through them. And then, I can't remember. I was only little. I was only like 12, 13. But there always used to be adverts for Bazooka Joe bubblegum, which I used to love, which was pink bubblegum. And then they used to have things like X-ray specs. You'd buy these spectacles, you know, apparently you could see through people's clothing. Fantastic. The free gifts. Free, yeah, bubblegum was great. Can you still buy Bazooka Joe bubblegum? I bet you can't. I wonder if you can. It was pink, and I remember it, and I thought it was great. Making my mouth water now. And then you blow a bubble, it'd go all over your face. You don't see people using bubble. Filled? No. No, it was just straightforward bubblegum, I suppose. You must be able to get it somewhere. There must be somebody somewhere that does Bazooka Joe, but that's it, throwback, Bazooka Joe, that's it, Bazooka. That was it. There are different comic strip wrappers to collect. How many? Over 1,500 of them. Wow. In the original, they included flavours strawberry shake, cherry berry, watermelon whirl and grape rage. How lovely. Grape rage sounds quite nice. But in 2012, Bazooka Candy announced they would no longer include comics instead of using brain-teasing puzzle wrappers in an attempt to modernise the brand. Apparently, yeah, it sounds dull, doesn't it, really? It was marketed in shortly after World War II. Bazooka Joe bubblegum. Oh, how lovely. We used to like Chiclets. Chiclets. That was a sort of a box with little square sort of bits of chiclet, I suppose, which was a sort of similar kind of gum, I suppose. Looked like, yeah, they looked a bit like Tutti Frutti, but they were in a packet. Chiclets. And it was a cellophane wrapper. Yeah, they looked a bit like that. Yeah, Chiclets, there you go. Second one up. Yeah, there. Yeah, but see, I didn't know them as fruit-flavoured. We only did them as a sort of white thing, the chewing gum one. There you go. Second one in on the right-hand side. Second one at the right-hand side, dear. God, you're hopeless to be driving, aren't you? Right, left. All right, left then. There you go. Peppermint gum. 12 pieces. I wonder if you can still buy these things. Isn't it funny? Please don't write in with your favourite sweets. This is not BBC Radio Shropshire. We don't do things like that, OK? You can write to them about anything you like, and they'll keep it going for a month. I wonder if Cribs will visit Katie Price's dump of a house, says Dan. Shouldn't think so. Not even Harvey wants to stay there. Seriously, he's not remotely interested in staying there. He wants to go and stay in her latest little man squeeze, Chris's house, which is about the size of a Wendy house that you'd have in the garden. I wonder why it was called Wendy. Everybody knew what a Wendy house was. There was nothing for boys at all. A Wendy house was a little metal frame that you pulled out, then you put the covering over the top of it, and you could sit in there in the summer. I don't know why we did, honestly. Some balmy things that we did. James says, I had my eyebrows done last year. It went wrong. They look like a baby caterpillar following its mother. Yeah, I mean, you should never have them done. Really, you shouldn't ever have them dyed or anything like that. Wendy House, here we go. Ah, but it's from Peter Pan. Usually there's one room, a doorway with a window on either side and little or no furniture. Yeah. The original was built for Wendy Darling in Peter Pan, or The Boy Who Wouldn't Grow Up. I wish I had a Darling house, the littlest ever seen, with funny little red walls and roof of mossy green. John's hat was used as a chimney, and a slipper was used as a door knocker. So you can get Wendy houses. Lovely, isn't it, really? It was constructed sort of like a tent, so it could be erected quickly. Again, I think you're going to have to go and sit on the naughty step, aren't you, again? I think we might as well just leave you there for the duration of the programme. Obviously, everything's an innuendo. Work with Ollie. I can't remember, actually, how long you were in Vegas. Was it 2 weeks you had in Vegas? 3 nights in Vegas. My God. And then the road trip. Was the road trip nice? Is that good? Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Did you do to San Francisco, or flew to San Francisco? Mm. And how much did it cost? Have you worked out the cost of the whole thing yet? How much is it? How much? How much did you spend? How much did the whole thing cost? Everything, all in, including your spending money. $4,000? Blimey. How much are you earning? $4,000? Good Lord. Actually, but that was how long? How many weeks? 3 weeks. Three, that's not bad for $4,000. And that's including your spending. Well, you can't complain. Were you staying in Days Inns or just kipping by the side of the road? Hostels. Oh, right, okay, that's why you're doing it cheaply. Except when you stayed in Caesar's Palace. And how much was that a night? Remember? 140. It's quite cheap, isn't it? But they're filling a huge place. It's enormous. It really is big. So the more people who actually get in there, the better it is. But it's one of the biggest hotels I've ever seen. I mean, in fact, in theory, you don't need to leave Caesar's Palace to go outside at all. It's lovely, isn't it? Yeah. It always looks pristine to me. The only downside, yeah, the pools are amazing and everything else. And drinks expensive, or yeah, drinks pricey, but not prohibitive. Oh, not from the off licence. Did you used to go staggering back into the hotel with bags and Oh dear, honestly, so cheap. How awful. Oh, sorry, we're having a private conversation. Bazooka Joe bubblegum available in America still, says Janine. I used to love it, actually. I thought it was quite nice. The other one I liked, it was flat chewing gum, or flat bubble gum, or whatever it was. But it used to come with a free gift, and the free gift was Confederate money. Confederate money. It was reproductions of Confederate money. And you would sort of spend ages trying to match up the two halves. And then you could sort of put them together. It was, I just remember it was ages ago, Confederate money. And you'd go to school and you go, sorry, has anybody got a 5? I'm looking for the other half of the 5. And the things that we did when we were kids. Seriously. I've just been reminded, actually, by Sharon, who says, remember Golden Nuggets, chewing gum, tiny bits in a cloth bag? They were gold coloured. Do you remember those? Please don't write in with your favourite sweets. It gets a bit tedious for the team next door. They always go, oh, don't do the sweets again, Steve. It's not BBC Radio Shropshire. Nobody listening. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, checklist of Confederate currency. Yeah, this was... They said trading cards. Well, this wasn't trading cards. This actually was the money. This actually was the money. So it's interesting, actually, trying to find it. Topps later issued it, because people went mad for collecting things. When my grandmother died, on my father's side, she'd saved cards that you used to get. Do you remember years ago, you probably still get them now, you used to get a picture card inside PG Tips, loose leaf. There'd be a pic, or probably in the tea bags as well, you get a picture card. Well, in the early days, in cigarettes, you got picture cards. Nowadays, you see them in shops, they're all framed up, the whole set. They're generally reproductions. They're not the original things, which is a bit of a shame. And so, my brother's just finished fishing. He says, I've been night fishing, so I'm off to bed to catch up. What is the appeal of night? What, my brother? Well, he's I don't know. What are you asking me for? He goes out night fishing. He's just got back. How can he see the fish? Well, you don't see the fish and then dangle your worm in the water, do you? It doesn't work like that. You sort of stop it again, back on the naughty step. You sort of do. I mean, I don't understand it, but apparently fishermen, very boring people, sit there by the side of a riverbank. I know, because I've got quite a number of listeners who enjoy fishing. I cannot get into it. If you remember years ago when I was at school down in Essex, my auntie Ivy used to come and pick me up from school. And we would go fishing with her 2 sons, because they all fished, like their dad, my Uncle Bill. Well, I hated it. And they'd go, all right, pick a spot by the river. And so you'd all, in the middle of these blasted stinging nettles and everything else, and you'd sort of sit there, and they'd get, right, there's your fishing rod, Steve. Thank you. What's Stephen? And, okay, and here's your tin of maggots. You'd go to the fishing tackle shop and they'd give you a shovel full of maggots to put in this tin and all the rest of it. And of course, if you left them there long enough, they turned into flies. Seriously, I mean, you had to be really careful. But when they were sort of maggots, you'd sort of pick one out. Even now, it makes me cringe. And you get your hook and you put it through the maggot. The maggot didn't like it. Ow, ow, ow. They were really terrible. They're very noisy. And then you throw the thing in there, and then I'd sit there looking around thinking, this is the most boring thing I've ever done in my entire life. And I think night fishermen, you can get little floats that when they go under the water, it rings a bell or lights up or does something. Well, we were doing daytime stuff. We were only kids. And so I'd do it. I used to dread catching a fish. Dread it, because they go, have you caught anything yet? You go, not yet. I'd deliberately, even if I had, I'd leave it in the river. Because when you used to take it out, it was there wiggling about, these little dace and minnow and all sorts of things on the end of the line. But I couldn't get the hook out. I didn't want to hold the fish and then take the hook out, because sometimes the hook went through its eye. And things like that. Oh, no. And then one time, the hook went through my finger. It was like, So I used to have to wait. If I actually had the fish on the end of the line, and I'd wait till you could hear them coming down the riverbank. They say, where are you, Steve? I'm in here, Stephen. I'm in here. And then you throw the fish back in on the end of your line. And then you go, oh, I think I've caught one. Oh, you take it off for me. And I wasn't going to take it off. And at the end of that, you throw the fish back. What's the point of that? What is the point of that? It was the most pointless thing I've ever seen. My brother likes night fishing, carp fishing, if you please. Carp fishing. And I recommended a place, because I think he's been to France, I'm pretty certain, where there was one years ago. Do you remember I told you they did a documentary on this couple who'd sold everything in this country. They'd gone over to France and they bought, it might have been called Crystal Lakes. Okay, they don't own it anymore. I think they've actually sold it. And it was a lake which they stocked with carp, and then fishermen from here would drive all the way over there with all their fishing. I think my brother's done it, I'm pretty certain. All the way over there. And they would go fishing, and the bloke who owned it with his wife, they would make bacon sandwiches in the morning, wrap them in tin foil, bring them over to you while you were fishing, and this was a holiday, apparently. So he goes out night fishing. I mean, I don't get it at all. Seriously, there's a lot of fishing in America. People like it. I've seen the fishing where they go out on the boat and they've got to be strapped into the seat, because that looks fun, because they're fishing for marlin, aren't they? And I think they look pretty dangerous. And but my favourite is the fishing in the Bering Straits when they go. I think it's called extreme fishing, and these people go. No, it's even more extreme than Robson Green. They actually go out, and sometimes there's ice and snow all over the little boats which are being tossed around, and they're fishing for crabs. So they throw these huge cages, the size of this studio, in. There'll be like 30 or 40 of them in a long line, baited inside. Then they toodle off and go and have a McDonald's, and they come back, and then they start bringing them in. And each one, if you're lucky, is full of crabs, which they empty into the hold of the boat, and then it can be worth a small fortune. Oh, quite, because there are certain size crabs. You can't fish for little crabs because they have to grow. But it's amazing how many crabs there must be on the ocean floor. Because this extreme fishing, I've watched a few of them. It's tough work. I think you're up for 24 hours at a time fishing, and some of them get blown over the side of the ship and disappear. Because, if you get waves crashing onto these little boats, horrible, but fascinating to watch. But it's like trawlermen, yeah, it's like trawlermen. But trawlermen are doing it on the nets, aren't they? Or you can have crab pots. But these are crab cages, because they're enormous, and it gets pulled up onto the thing, and then they open the door, and hundreds of crabs come out. Hundreds of crabs. I mean, I personally I'm not big onto crabs either. I'm not into things like that. It's like lobsters. Can't bear lobster. I must be the only person. I can only eat fish fingers and scampi, which makes me very dull, actually. But I quite like scampi. Sometimes, if I'm feeling very flush, I'll sort of go into the local fish and chip shop and go, scampi and chips. Makes me feel a bit important, because scampi was considered quite flash. Then I discovered it wasn't actually what I thought it was. It was tails of the things, tails or whatever they were that were supposed to be in there. I don't know. I can't remember. It was very, very odd. I was taken out from some people here to go to a place in Soho. They said, we're going to take you out, Steve, for there we go, poisoning. And they took me out to this place in Soho, and it was, what was it, lobster and burgers. Most miserable time of my entire life. No, it was just over the back here. It was horrible. I hated it, because I obviously discovered, I don't know what I thought lobster tasted like, but whatever it was, it wasn't this. This was all fishy and horrible, and it sort of came on the table. So I had it with, they said, would you like chips with it? Yeah, too right. And so I had the chips, and I just ate the chips. I didn't, and they went, are you not eating that? So I went, oh, I'm really quite full, actually. It's my excuse if I can't eat anything. Night fishing at the moment on the Wandle, says Adam. What, listening to this programme? You're night fishing? This programme gets more bizarre by the day. I'm fascinated by it, though. Still means we sold out the Magic Circle. But the Christmas show has gone on sale at the Magic Circle. It's unbelievable, isn't it? But again, we always sell out. Always sell out, which is great, actually. I don't care how long it takes. As long as it sells out, which they always do. Right, we've got 2 minutes to 5 or something like that. Doesn't matter. If you're not having to get up to go to work, don't bother with it. That's called The Deadliest Catch, says Mick. Thank you. The Deadliest Catch. It's so good, isn't it? But who'd want? But sometimes these boats come back and they go, oh, they sold it on, and it's all weighed out and everything. 50,000 quid or whatever else, and they all get paid out a percentage. It's worth watching. Shane says, my father was obsessed with fishing. Before work, after work, he went out one day, the weather was dangerous, and he was drowned. Oh, that's a cheerful story for us. Thank you very much indeed. So your father's dead because he went out night fishing. Well, that's killed all of my stories, hasn't it? Can't do that one again. Then we go and remember Shane's father. What happened when he went out and he drowned? I mean, I sometimes can't believe it. Steve, platinum must be honey blonde. But I think you made up your own word for muddy blonde. What's muddy blonde? This was muddy blonde. Not now, it's not, obviously. I thought about putting a rinse through. You know, when you could sort of get this, sort of grey, takes out grey and stuff like that in your hair. You put a rinse through it. And I thought perhaps I should do that. And I thought, maybe not, actually. What is the point of doing anything like that? The more you start changing yourself, the more it's not the best thing to do at all. Plenty of carefully collected albums of cards in our local antique shop, plus cigarette ones, says Sandra. Yeah, you've really got to be careful, because they can duplicate everything now. They duplicate everything, and it's very easy. Oh, that's right. Michael said it was me and Chris who took you to Burger and Lobster. Can't believe you found it horrible. I can't do lobster. I thought I'd perhaps get into lobster. Because if you remember, I bought one for one of my old producers. First of all, we had one which had been dressed, or as I prefer to call it, killed and undressed. And so I brought that in, and he liked that. And then we brought in a live one for him. I got a live one from Sandy's in Twickenham. And it never moved. Not as good as afternoon tea, Michael, you're so right. But this lobster never moved. It was under wet newspapers. And so we lifted up, because they wanted to see what a live lobster looked like. So we lifted up the newspapers. Obviously the lobster thought, oh good, friends around, and started to move. I don't know who screamed and ran away quicker. Me, I think. Me. Listen, we'll take a short break for the news at 5, so Michael's going into work early this morning. But you're right, afternoon tea, so much better. So much better than anything else. Actually, Noreen went for afternoon tea the other day and took pictures of it. Looked fantastic. Very nice indeed. Weather, not... Every time I hear the weather forecast, it changes, doesn't it? We're now not sure if Siri's telling fibs or if somebody else has got the weather from somewhere else. So the way they make it sound is like we're all going to sort of disappear in a tsunami. Dreadful. Alistair Campbell, I think on every programme the other day, he doesn't want to vote. In fact, the last time he voted Lib Dem, I believe. That's Alistair Campbell, who really was sort of, under Tony Blair. But he says even Jeremy Corbyn's aides say that Corbyn is not fit for the job. It's amazing how people turn in politics, isn't it? Isn't it? I mean, I find it absolutely amazing. I'm not particularly into sort of politics, but every time you read a story, so Theresa May got stabbed in the back, Margaret Thatcher got stabbed in the back, they all get stabbed in the back. And now, just when I thought, I tell you who's disappeared as well. Who did Corbyn have the affair with? Who was that MP? Diane Abbott. She's disappeared recently. Where's she gone to? Is she still there? She's gone very quiet. All of a sudden, mainly because she made so many gaffes, it was a bit difficult, really. She became sort of gaff-prone. But in the case of Alistair Campbell, I think he was on with Ian Dale. He's spoken to Ian Dale. James O'Brien. Yes, he has. Yes, he's done O'Brien. The one thing they can't get is Jeremy Corbyn. Obviously, Jeremy Corbyn decides... I mean, I would have thought he would be absolutely ideal for LBC. Absolutely ideal for somebody like O'Brien, who's sort of a semi-fan. I was listening to little bits the other day, and I was sort of thinking, I don't know, has he gone off the idea? As everybody else starts going off the idea of poor old Jeremy Corbyn, who now they say is too old, and he's past it. But they said this a little while ago, didn't they? Sorry. And they were saying, oh, he's too... And you think, well, he's sort of waiting. He's almost like the lady in waiting. He's sort of been waiting for this one. And then I think they actually decided that he might go... If we have a general election about October time, he might stand then. And then they say, well, who could do it? Who would stand up for the job? Why these people don't want to do certain interviews is very odd. Always very, very odd. I don't understand it. I really don't. Also, after the judge's bombshell intervention the other day, this was about the VIPs and the alleged sex allegations from Mr. Beach, the compulsive paedophile liar. Now, the VIP accused have turned on the police. They want answers. They want serious answers. And all this is going a little bit pear-shaped, which is what we thought in the first place. So it's only going from bad to worse. The vegan snack, which is helping put Greggs' profits soaring, they're just opening their 2,000th store. The 2,000th store. Just goes to prove how popular Greggs is, isn't it? I mean, it really is. I went in there the other day to get a bacon thing. He said, we haven't got any rolls. He said, we've got baguettes. So we'll have a baguette. I don't mind. I'm not particularly fussy. A little bit more expensive, so, you have to sort of eke out the pennies. So I bought myself a bacon baguette, and it was lovely. It was really quite nice. Other people do one, but they don't seem to do them as well. There's always a queue. I've never been in there yet. Although I tell you what, I saw this was an odd one the other day. In all the stations, you know this, if it's probably the same way you are as well, you've got barriers. You put your card on the little reader, and the barrier opens, you go through. So I get off at Richmond, as I'm prone to doing, and I'm just going through the barrier. A bloke next to me, let's just call him a worker, he leapfrogs the barrier. He leapfrogs over the double doors. And I'm thinking, and nobody said a word. Nobody said a word. The woman who was, obviously, you can't have missed him, because he obviously does it every single day. He's one of these people who cheat the railway system. I wanted a policeman to grab him and go, oi, gotcha. Because he was with his mate. What did they do next? They went to Sainsbury's next door to the station and they shoplifted. They picked up sandwiches and they walked just straight out the front door. Not challenged, nothing at all. It's obviously rife. It's obviously rife there. But I would have thought that somebody at the station, they must work out some system of making sure that people don't leapfrog the barriers. What they used to do at Twickenham, and Brian and I used to watch it and get very angry, when they were building the place over the road, a lot of the workers weren't buying train tickets. They were rushing through the barrier 2 at a time, which you can do because the doors don't close quick enough. I think they should be stunned with a cattle prod. You know, that'll make it like that. That'll make them learn their lesson. But it's people who are going... These two are going off to work. I should have found out where they were working. Would have made it marginally more entertaining. Do Greggs still do bulk buy deals on sausage rolls, says Ian? They do. You can buy a pack of... well, in fact, I think it's you buy 4, but you pay for 3 or something like that. Whatever it is, they're not very expensive. They're not very expensive. And they do Cornish pasties and everything else. I recommended the other day that they should start opening up mini Greggs on the railway stations, because then people who are going on train... Because some of the food on sale on the railway stations is a bit rank. I mean, it really is. I've had a sausage roll before from, let's just call it one of the places. Well, what was in it? I've got no idea. I wanted to see somebody saying, oh, by the way, this is sausage meat, but believe you me, it didn't taste like sausage meat, didn't look like sausage meat. And I suspect they're done on the cheap. They were horrible, absolutely horrible. So I don't buy anything now. Steve in his cab says, are you trying to tell us you're ginger? That's the second time somebody's asked for that. I've never been ginger. I don't know how many ginger people we've got. I don't have a problem with ginger. I love ginger. I think ginger's great, actually. Yeah, Stadland's ginger, isn't he? Darren's ginger. Is Darren ginger? Funny, I don't even think about that. Is it? Oh, right. What would he say it was? Strawberry blonde. I had a friend like that. He was definitely ginger, and he said, I said, oh, you're definitely ginger. He went, I'm strawberry blonde. No, you're ginger. Come on. At least step up to the mark. Shane said, you bring any goodies in today? I did, actually. What do they call them? Those round things with the jam in the middle. Donuts. Unfortunately, I ate 2, which wasn't particularly good, was it? Are there any left? Oh, you've had the last one. Oh, that's terrible round here, honestly. They really are terrible. It's only because they came in here, and normally, you know, Darren likes to see if there's any sort of food hanging around, bless him. I shouldn't imagine he keeps food in at all. I don't know why, I just don't think he does. But he doesn't cook, does he? He's never used the oven, so he eats out all the time. Good Lord. I could do with that. I could do that. My dad, Steve, used to collect the cigarette cards and place them in their albums, which I still have. Hollywood stars, etc. Very nice. Very nice. If you've got the original ones, they're worth having, but because they do duplicates... I went to a toy fair once at Sandown Park, just out of curiosity, because I wanted to collect the Chipperfield Circus set. Have you seen the prices these things go for? It is unbelievable. Things are so... You know, toys which we just played with, because that's what they were made for, nowadays are collector's items. But I went there only to see some man who he could take apart a little toy and respray it. He had a little tiny spray gun, I mean, the tiniest thing you've ever seen, and he would spray it so they look like new. There's a company that make the original boxes for these things. So if you're not careful, what you've basically bought is a pig in a poke. You've basically bought something which has sort of been tarted up, because some of them go for really, really super duper money. Phil in Melbourne says somebody needs to tell these Love Island types that if anybody has to ask you if you're famous, you're probably not. Probably right, actually, I would think. Best way to get fit, says Connie, by walking upstairs is to take part in the Big Ben tour. Me and the family did that years ago. You'd be amazed when you see how many stairs there are leading to the bells. Never mind, we enjoyed it. It was fascinating. Would you be interested? I've been offered it. And I didn't take up the offer. It turns out that the person who looks after them is a listener to this programme, and so said, would you... But I've walked up St Paul's Cathedral. I've done all the stairs, not just to the first level, but to the next level, and then the wedding cake little bit at the top, where you all press yourself against the wall going, oh, I can't imagine. But the one thing you will love, if you do the St Paul's one, is you will see all the graffiti from Wren's builders, they did graffiti on the little staircase going up. Yeah, they put their names on there. They've chiselled out there. It's amazing, really. Because you think all these years later, it's still there. Because it's never likely. But the one thing they have is a piece of glass at the top, not a very big piece, where you look down and you're directly above the circular bit. You know, they've had a few sort of people throwing themselves off it, which wasn't particularly good. But it's interesting to do. God, you're knackered when you get to the top, I have to tell you. I have done the monument. Yeah, the monument was fairly easy. Yes, we did get the... well, in fact, actually, we didn't get the certificate. They had to send it to me because they'd run out. What are you going to do? I walked up the monument. Excuse me, I'm going to have a slurp this morning. I've got... well, that's nice, isn't it? I think we've changed the tea bags. I'm pretty certain we've changed it. They're always good tea bags, but at the moment they are particularly good, which is very nice. Next time you go to Greggs, get the sausage, cheese and bean slice. I tell you... now, wait a minute. I might have had that before. The sausage... bean... where do I get that one from? I have had a bean slice, which has got sausages in it, but I can't remember where the dickens I bought it from. It might have been Greggs. Might have been... no, I tell you where it was. It was that bean cafe thing that they have at the service stations, the yellow bean cafe or whatever it is. And they do a puff pastry thing with beans and little sausages in it. $1.85. That's quite nice. Sorry, the Wild Bean Cafe. Well, I couldn't remember what it was. It's always got a Marks and Spencer's attached to it as well. But I had two of them last week, and she goes, yes. I go, 2 sausage and bean. And then I stand there eating it, thinking, this is on a Sunday morning. Kind of perks me up for the day. Steve, your movie posters will be worth a fortune now. I've got loads of things I've collected over the years. Loads of things. Silly things. You know, like Paddington Bears and stuff like that, and Pooh and Piglet and Tigger and all the rest of them in Stife. And they're all sitting there in boxes, which will be inherited by my brother, no doubt, I should imagine. And then he'll go, right, we'll sell these. Because they're all worth money. You know, whatever you paid for them, they're going to be worth more money now. Steve, pink or blue rinse in the hair? I used to love that. There used to be a woman on Coronation Street. E. Percy, she used to say. She had a blue rinse. Blue rinses were very popular. I don't know why ladies wanted blue rinse. I never quite got to grips with that. They go, you know, should we do your roots again today? And a friend of mine, in fact, I've known quite a few hairdressers over the years, and one particular lady specialised in old ladies. And so you'd get like 3 rollers, little tiny rollers, and then it'd be teased out into something that looked like a football helmet. So it's clever, really clever. Jessie Nelson, she was the one in, is the one in Little Mix. She says fronting a show about body images has helped her with her own self-esteem. Isn't it funny? Everybody in the business has got low self-esteem. You got Amy, who sort of walked out of Love Island, and then immediately she hasn't had any anxiety attacks at all. She's been perfectly fine about the whole thing. Makes you wonder if it was all a bit fake. But as I say, whether there's a career there, I doubt it very much indeed. Because I think now the public are getting wise to this kind of thing. Why would you want to go to a nightclub and see some old biddy who's been on the television? Who cares? Who cares? I mean, what, do they come on and do magic or something? Or they sing a song or play a guitar? No, don't do anything at all. The 10 hottest years have all happened this century. And Katy Perry stole a Christian rap song and made it her own, so she's got into a bit naughty. And so much for the privacy of Meghan Markle and Harry. In fact, yesterday, I think it was Piers Morgan in his column, was lambasting her right royally. You know, oh, we want privacy, we don't want this, we're not going to tell you that. And then all of a sudden, OK, I'm doing Vogue. It's already been done, dear. Already been done. And now she wants a range of clothing in Marks and Spencer's. So it can help different people. And you think to yourself, is that the best you can manage? That's the best you can manage. The answer is yes. So much for the privacy angle. I mean, of course, you probably won't be allowed to talk to them because she's far too grand for anything like that. But whether or not it's them or whether it's the courtiers, I've got no idea. 5:15 is the time, and what we do... I do sometimes worry about the royal family spouting about things that we've obviously never heard of before, like climate warming. And so you've got Harry in all the papers today, and he's told how climate change has left him worried for the future of the planet and warned it needs to be tackled urgently. Do you think they sit down with a sort of a pin and they stick it in a story and they go, oh, do that one, that'll be the one that does it. So he's pledged to do his bit to help the environment by only having 2 children with Meghan. That's it. That's it. That's what his idea is. He's done an interview with Jane Goodall, He's also spoken out against racism, insisting kids are taught hatred. This is the bloke who dressed up in a Nazi uniform, thank you very much indeed. You know, I hate it when people patronise us, because I don't like... I always think, we can make up our own minds. We're not really stupid. But he's in September's Vogue. Well, quelle surprise. Quelle surprise, not Vogue again. Good luck. I still don't know anybody who's ever bought it or read it. What do? You pick, oh, fascinating, isn't it? Apart from Harper Beckham, she's reading it avidly. Even the big words she can do. Theresa May. Yeah, really? But it's not for us, is it? Who reads Vogue? It's just ridiculous. Somebody says, on climate change, she said, we need to remind everybody these are things happening now. I mean, what do they think? We're blind or something? They obviously think that this is something that they've only just come up with, and people can go, oh, that's absolutely fantastic. Whereas I'm going, sorry, we talk about this all the time. He said, we should be able to leave something better behind for the next generation. Do you think somebody gives them a script, and they're working to a script? It's interesting. When 85-year-old Dr. Goodall told him Archie's arrival 3 months ago must have added to those fears, Harry replied, I view it differently now. All of a sudden, we sort of, you know, I mean, I don't know what Harry's education was. I'm assuming in the bars of London. I don't think there was anything else, really. He says, I wanted to try and ensure that even before having a child and hoping to have children. And then Dr. Goodall laughed, and he said, yes, only 2 maximum. Although William's got 3. So presumably they're not talking at all now. Critics point out Harry and Meghan contribute to climate change by flying around the world, being driven in gas-guzzling cars and living in a mansion. Hello? I'm sorry, did you forget about the flying around the world? Yeah, we conveniently forgot about that. As I say, they sometimes think that we must be really daft. And then, he says, speaking about racism, Harry told Dr. Goodall he believes it's passed down through the generations. Yes. and the point is, what? This is the royal family. I think you can count how many people of ethnicity are on their staff on one hand. I mean, it really is. It's that bad. It's that bad. Harry said many people had unconscious bias about skin colour. Yep. Probably your family, I would think. I mean, how many people... I remember when Prince Charles had a person of colour working for him, and they made a big deal about it. Oh, yes, they really go ahead. And I'm thinking, no, they're not. It's like sort of black people have only just appeared. You know, surprise, surprise. And he says, despite the fact that if you go up to someone and say, what you've just said is racist, they'll turn around and say, I'm not a... Perhaps he's not aware of things that he's done. Perhaps he's not aware of it. It's very odd, very strange, isn't it? But anyway... she's a primate expert, is Dr. Goodall. And on his battle against climate change, Harry says, we are the frog in the water, and it's already been brought to the boil. Fascinating. Seriously, I mean, it's just... hold me back. Hold me back. What else we got? James Corden. He's done well, hasn't he? Very well. But we've got, I think, we've got a new Gavin and Stacey script, which they're recording for the Christmas special, so that'd be good. I never saw it. I never saw Gavin and Stacey. I sort of kind of missed out on it. Also, the Mirror investigates the seedy side of Spain, and it's basically hookers. Well, hello. Seedy side of King's Cross, hookers. Seedy side of Mayfair, hookers. You can go round anywhere in London, there's hookers. Go round Vienna, hookers. Everywhere. And so this prostitute tells of the resort's sex trade. It goes, I mean, I walked past, I told you, I went through Soho the other day, and near the Hippodrome, there was a woman standing, I thought she worked in the shop, and she was waiting for people to go in there, and she was a hooker. She was a hooker, in broad daylight. You know, like, oh, I shouldn't be surprised, should I, really? But she stood there, and she went, hello. I went, I don't think so. I seriously thought she worked in the shop there. Shows how naive. And somebody said there were a couple of hookers operating there, and they have a room upstairs, and it's quite blatant. Quite blatant. If I see it, why don't the police see it? I mean, yesterday the police were called, obviously, because we've got some rough sleepers in Twickenham, or just rough, and they shout and scream in the early hours of the morning. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Anyway, but obviously where they were before, the shop wanted them moved. So they did. They moved precisely 3 feet, just around the corner from where they were. It's unbelievable. Police, totally useless. Totally useless. So, Amber, I had therapy when Michael dumped me, but I bounced back to win. Don't get too excited, dear. Listen, it's not rocket science. You haven't just sort of, invented the wheel or something like that. You've stood there in a bikini on a programme with your boobies hanging out, and you've made goo-goo eyes at some bloke on there who looks a bit dim, and we're now going to pretend that we're in a relationship. Because when you see the picture of them kissing, that ain't kissing, I'm telling you. I know what kissy-kissy looks like. Kissy-kissy. It looks like an old kiss from an old movie from years ago. So perhaps they're not the close relationship they keep trying to tell us they are. Plus, we've got a new person here, bringing some fresh, hot Latin passion from China. Nancy Zhu was a finalist on So You Think You Can Dance in Your Own Country, and she's been in a few other things. She turned 28, and so already we have pictures of her in her bikini, just the kind of thing we need, actually. Also, Prince Andrew's paedophile ex-friend, Jeffrey Epstein, sent an underage victim a dozen red roses while she was at her school desk. I mean, it's getting worse and worse and worse. Of course, the royal family are trying to distance Andrew from it like there's no tomorrow. And yet we've all seen the pictures of Andrew and Epstein. You know, perhaps he doesn't take any advice from people. Don't go anywhere near him. You know, it's like hanging around with Carl Beach. Although he won't be hanging around with anybody anytime, will he? Oh, it's another picture of Harry Redknapp doing another great session. I mean, he might not have been the most active camper and I'm a Celebrity. He wasn't active at all. I seriously thought he died at one point. He just sort of sat down and didn't do anything and talked about jam roly-poly. Now, of course, he's eaten jam roly-poly, and we know he can't do anything. He can't cook, he can't use a vacuum cleaner. In fact, he can't do anything at all. And but they've now got him a trainer so that they can sort of get him back to fighting fit. They think he's going to do another celebrity show. God, I do hope not. I really hope not. Plus, it's glorious Goodwood. I've never been to Goodwood. But, did you just work at Goodwood? Oh, right. Producer used to work at Goodwood. As what? What did you do there? As a waiter? God, can't imagine you as a waiter in a restaurant. OK, fish and chips. Who's that? Is that yours? Oh, take the plate. Take the plate. Yeah, I can imagine you were useless. Totally useless. I think every single job, there are people who do it because that's their vocation in life. It's like being a nurse or why would you want to be a funeral director? I can't imagine anybody wanting to be a funeral director. You know, it's really difficult and it's very tough and they always look so pale. And then if you're a nurse or a surgeon, I've seen people doing surgery stuff on the television where they do 24 hours in A&E, or in some people's cases just a couple of hours because they die, and they bring them in and they think, oh dear, this looks terrible. You obviously have to give your consent to be filmed in A&E. They've had all sorts of... I mean, I do sort of watch there until they start debating whether to open somebody up. I go, no, thank you. But there are people who do certain jobs, like fishermen. They obviously go out there because they like doing stuff like that. Like radio presenters. You know, you can listen to some people on the radio and you think, do you know, it's easy peasy for you. Other people struggle with it. They just can't get to grips with it at all. And you think, it's actually quite easy, because all you're doing is talking to yourself. And believe you me, that's no hardship at all. I can sit in the car and have conversations with myself, but anybody driving past me would think I was on the telephone. Because every car's got phones in them now. And so I sit there doing so and so, and I can see them looking out the corner of my eye, so you just deliberately look the other way. It's lovely. Steve, why don't you put your array of posters on display, says James. Various museums will be queuing to display them. Well, take them up. Oh, thank you very much indeed. No, that's my stuff. How long before a spiker goes into a Greggs and finds you serving in there as a celebrity staff member? Yeah, I'd just be in charge of making the rolls. I'd just be in charge of doing bacon rolls. Johnny G says there's a Greggs at the new London Bridge station, also one at Cobham services on the M25, and Toddington services northbound on the M1. That's where we're heading this morning. That's where we're heading. Yeah, travel with Johnny G, I think, this morning. Where are the Greggs? What is the best thing? Steak slice was supposed to be the best thing, wasn't it? But I like these things from the Wild Bean Cafe. They're actually quite nice. I tried one of their pasties, but it was too hot. I mean, you can't eat a pasty because takes the skin off the roof of your mouth and then the rest of it drops. I mean, I've often found when I've eaten one of those things, I've got half a ton of flaky pastry down my front flies and sort of, bits of meat. I end up looking like somebody who might as well be sitting by the side of the road. It's not very promising at all. But in a move to further expand, shops will open after 9 p.m, offering meal deal takeaways. The one in Richmond is open at 7 in the morning. Which is just the time that you want them. Because, you get there, 7 o'clock, it's no good opening at 9. There's some place, I saw a hairdresser's the other day in Twickenham, they open at 10 in the morning. What's the point of that? What's the point of 10 in the morning? Absolutely ridiculous. Go to my one. They're much nicer people. What else have we got? I'm going to find you this story, actually. I can't find it now, but I will. Oh, Jamie and Rebecca Vardy. I thought she'd finished, actually. You don't see her on the television, thank God. Also, Alexa is snooping on us, and they've got a picture of Boris Johnson holding a chicken. Not a dead chicken in a Kentucky thing. This is live. Well, live when it was photographed. Presumably a little bit later on it might end up in a box or a party barrel. Who knows? That's what happens to chickens. You don't generally keep them, do you, as sort of pets for the future. LBC News time. Very old lady Colin Campbell, you know, the peculiar one who's on a dating programme. She spoke to Closer magazine. Can't imagine why they'd be remotely interested in her at all. But she was criticising Meghan. She says she was never an A-lister, so she needs to stop acting like one. Royalty do not behave like celebrities do. She obviously classes herself as if she's some sort of royal, as opposed to the fact she's nowhere near it. She says it's cheap, vulgar and irresponsible. She's a royal writer. She brought out a few books, but to be honest with you, she knows about as much as you and I do. But she sort of puts herself out there as if she's something of any importance. Steve... thank you to all the wonderful spikers for the feedback on the Christmas pudding dish. Yesterday's dish was halved sprouts, stir-fried with crispy bacon bits and chestnuts and cranberries. But this was, Kevin, the restaurateur, he said yesterday what you have to do is you get Christmas pudding and you make it into a little ball and then you put it inside some phyllo pastry or puff pastry and then you fry it and then you have it with cream drizzled over the top of it. So in other words, you get the crispness of the phyllo pastry or puff pastry, and then the Christmas pudding bit in the middle. But it's not a huge bit, but it's enough to notice. And the cream, we thought that sounded brilliant. You could have that with ice cream or grated orange or something. Custard. What, with Christmas pudding? People have custard with Christmas pudding? How common. Oh no, nobody has brandy butter. That's the most overrated thing ever. But at Christmas, people go, did you get the brandy butter? Nobody ever touches it. It'll sit there in the fridge till Easter. Nobody will it's awful. Brandy butter, the most boring thing under the sun. If you can have something, have thick double cream or pouring cream. I suppose custard are a push, but I mean, it's a bit naff. What do I have on Christmas Eve? Nothing. Christmas Eve? No, I have Christmas dinner on Christmas Day and Christmas dinner on Boxing Day. So I have two Christmas dinners, but we don't do anything Christmas Eve. I don't think I do. No, I don't. I'm generally in on Christmas Eve. I mean, I'm not one of these people who go, we've got to go down the pub and get a bit sort of, blathered. I'm not interested in things like that. If I want to do that, I can stay at home. But I don't. So Christmas, do you have special... Actually, a lot of people have their Christmas dinner in Christmas Day evening at about 6 o'clock. I've spoken to a number of people who do it quite late. Because everybody panics. That's way too old. Way too old. Way too late for me. I prefer to eat about probably 1 to 2. I think that's because it takes the rest of the day for it all to go down. Because you sit there going, I couldn't eat another thing. Although if there are any more of those little sausages and gravy and stuff like that, I'll always go for that. And a couple of roast potatoes. So I always end up with 2 Christmas dinners. One with family and one with my godchildren. And it varies. You always have salmon and fish pie. Salmon fish pie on Christmas Eve. How strange. Is that a northern thing? Oh, you thought that was... I don't know. Well, it might be. It might. I don't know. Whereabouts are the family from? Are they from anywhere peculiar where they would eat salmon pie? So, on Christmas... Gloucester. I don't know anything about Gloucester. So, salmon pie. Oh, Cheltenham. Oh, Cheltenham. Oh, well, there you go then. Salmon pie. And that's always on Christmas Eve, is it? My mother's... The only thing that we had was on Christmas morning. My mother always insisted on champagne and orange juice. And she wasn't doing anything... with writing, because we'd open the presents as kids, and she'd go, wait a minute, who's that from? And you go, Auntie Maisie. Okay, what's she given you? And so she'd write it all down. So you then had to do your thank you letters to Auntie Maisie. The worst bit, we go, Dear Auntie Maisie, thank you very much indeed for the pair of socks you bought me. Lots of love, Stephen. Hope to see you soon. Always thinking, I hope not. I mean, who on earth wants to start kissing elderly aunts when all they smell of is pear drops? It's... pear drops or aniseed balls, or what were the other things? Mothballs. I sat behind somebody on the bus the other day, and I remember thinking, is that funny? So it was mothballs. The Queen Mother smelt of mothballs as well. She sat in front of me in the theatre, and all I could smell was mothballs. I remember thinking, perhaps she's just come out of a cupboard or something like that. It's always entertaining, isn't it? But we'll have to find out, actually. Anybody else from Cheltenham or Gloucester around there? where you would have something different on Christmas Eve. Because some people, bearing in mind, I know that Polish people celebrate Christmas Eve. We do Christmas Day, and the Germans do exactly the same. In fact, there's quite a lot of European countries that do Christmas Eve. The eve of Christmas. I don't know how you can do that. Father Christmas hasn't even delivered the presents by that time. You have to wait till the morning when he gets round everybody. Dawn says, couldn't do without Greg's at Three Bridges Station. Early start, bacon roll at 5:15. Tastes lovely, doesn't it? On a cold winter's... We're not that far away from winter. On a cold winter's morning, standing on a station with a load of other people eating a bacon roll can really upset people. So I eat mine on the bus. I sit there eating on the bus. I'm just waiting for somebody to complain about it, because I would. What do we got? We got 23 minutes to 6. Kiki D is in Sydney doing shows, and I heard they're packed out, says Shane. I know. Yeah, she would always sell out, I would have thought. Only she gave Elton John his only number one. Don't Go Breaking My Heart. That was his only number one. He's never had a number one since or before, and it was only with Kiki D. Yeah. Don't go breaking my heart. I wouldn't if I tried. Oh, honey, I'm... Elton John. What about you? No, never number one. I don't think so. I'm pretty certain. I'm right. I don't like to be proven wrong, so, yeah, you can have a look. Go on, have a look. You watch. There'll be another blooming number one there. Somebody will beat you to it. Jane Moore, talking today about Love Island. She says perhaps the new one in the winter could be in chunky knits and furry boots huddled around a fire pit, and it could be called Glove Island. Nope, it's going to be filmed in South Africa. She said you didn't think they'd forego the ratings attracting sight of all those body beautifuls in bikinis and trunks. I know, that's what it's all about, isn't it? But actually, it's not even about that. It's about the advertising revenue that comes... Oh, here we go. Was I wrong? Am I wrong? Is that another number one, has he? Wait a minute. Elton John, his... 7 UK number one hits from Candle... Oh, right. Oh, Candle in the Wind. I'd forgotten about that one. Forgotten about Candle in the Wind, because that was the Diana... See, that was really a charity record, wasn't it? Don't Go Breaking My Heart. Are you ready? It only had 1 week at number one. Are you ready for love? Not really number one, is it? And Sacrifice. That was number one, was it? I'm very surprised. Very surprised. Sacrifice and Healing Hands. Don't Let the Sun Go Down on Me. Oh, that was the duet with George Michael, wasn't it? So it was in pole position for 2 weeks. Something About the Way You Look Tonight and Candle in the Wind. 30 weeks in total, but not at number one. Sorry seems to be that... I wish you'd not shown me this. It's now completely ruined my day. I'm now going to have a very, very bad day. I might have to have 2 bacon rolls with ketchup. But the Diana thing, I think, was more a charity record, wasn't it? You know, Goodbye England's Rose. Yeah, you would say, yeah, sorry seems to be the hardest word. I would say sorry, he says. And then Ghetto Gospel. That was number one. Good, I've never even heard of it. Ghetto Gospel. Really? You've never heard of it, you fibber. You've never heard of it. You have? Oh, it's with Tupac. Oh, riveting. Don't care now. I don't care. I'm not going to say anything more on the programme. I've decided I'm going to go into direct hibernation and deep, deep depression, I think. The tirelessly virtue-signalling Duchess of Sussex has edited the iconic September issue of British Vogue. But when editor, this is what Jane Moore was writing, editor Edward Enifel asked her to be on the cover, she reportedly declined on the basis that it would be boastful. Was this not a very subtle dig at her sister-in-law, Kate, who graced the cover in June 2016? Whatever Meghan has opted to feature, 15 trailblazing women on the front instead, including campaigners on disability and mental health. Inside, she loftily and boastfully describes it as an issue of substance and levity. A noble aim for sure, writes Jane Moore, but History and Best-Selling Magazine lists tell us that a cover shot of a model or celebrity wearing pretty clothes always outsells worthiness. Particularly one suspects that when magazine's loyal band of readers buy it because it's the fashion Bible. Time and sales will tell if it proves to be a bigger turkey than the Christmas offering at Balmoral. Yeah, I mean, it's all this baloney that they give us. Oh, you know, I don't want to be boastful. Of course. Yes, none of us want to be boastful. The climate protest. I have to do this because it's so funny. Dozy Eco-Warriors. And there's a picture of them all sitting there. Every one of them's got the word bozo written over their head, I'm afraid. And this is... they thought the offices in Moorgate belonged to the gas supplier Drax, but they left more than a year ago. Nobody told them. They're so dim. The building now houses Norwegian company Statkraft, Europe's largest generator of renewable energy. The staff were blocked from getting into work. And as the demo began, Reclaim the Power went on Twitter to declare, we're using our bodies to block Drax's headquarters and tell them we won't stand for climate-wrecking new gas projects. One joker posted below the statement, ah ha 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 ha, bunch of absolute idiots protesting outside a green energy company, no longer Drax. The group later moved to Drax's current office about half a mile away. Last night, Reclaim the Power couldn't be reached for comments. I bet they couldn't. How thick do you have to be? I mean, honestly, you feel like standing around and going, I'm sorry, they haven't been here for a year, darlings. This is a green company here. They don't know, do they? They have no idea. No idea at all. I will do that thing about if you might be flying off today. And if you are, you're getting really bad rates. If you're changing your money. I don't think... Why do you ever need to change money at the airport? Can you answer me that? You do not need to change money at the airport. All you need to do is you take your bank card, you go abroad, you put it into a machine, you tap out your number, and it gives you the currency of whatever country you're in. Who's stupid enough to stand there at the Bureau de Change, you know, going, well, I've 20 quid. Have you, what sort of... Most of it's the same in Europe. Ridiculous. You don't need to do it. Kick them where it hurts. We used to have a bureau de change in Twickenham. It's turned into a kebab shop because nobody goes to change money anymore. It's ridiculous. You don't need to do it. You know, if you're going to America, save a few dollars from the last time you went, and then when you go over there, just use your card. You know, I need $50. You put your card in the machine, you tap in $50, and just tell your bank you're going there, so they don't have a bit of a surprise where they go, oh, somebody's using your card in Sarasota or, you know, Seattle or something. So just do that, tell them, and then it works perfect. You don't need to take any money. What do you do with it? Oh, we have to buy an ice cream at airport. You know, kids, they were just had a long flight, hour and a half, and little Kylie and Jason here, 7 and 5 respectively, they like an ice cream when we get there, and they don't just want a normal one, they want crushed nuts, which they could definitely get. Other things in the paper today, the families... Oh, no, I can't do that. That's a very depressing story. And we found a boy called Finley Spinks. Now, there is a really unusual name, isn't it? I'd love to know the origin of that one. Finley Spinks has joined his father's business and he's now become, at the age of 16, Britain's youngest chimney sweep. Chimney sweep. And I know years ago, if you didn't like kids, you shoved them up chimneys. They had to go up there. Now, they have it so that it's all done electronically, you block it all off. And then, I saw them doing at Chatsworth, I think, and they drop the thing down and then they pull it all the way up and then all the soot falls out. Sounds ghastly, doesn't it? Very messy. Apparently it's very lucky if you have a chimney sweep to your wedding, as long as he doesn't go anywhere near the bride and touch people. But he started working for his dad Nigel every Saturday at 12, and now he's the youngest to qualify on this intensive course. It's called Chimney. Chimney, chimney, a sweep is as lucky can be. He also attends weddings, where chimney sweeps are seen as good luck. Well, they're quite clearly not, are they? They're very dirty, grubby people. And, what? Well, it's supposed to be lucky. I can't imagine, I don't know why chimney sweeps are lucky. I suppose because they're, I don't know, I can't think of any, it's just one of those things, isn't it? It's like, you know, tomorrow people will be doing pinch and punch for the first day of the month. Pinch and a kick, you know, and all that kind of stuff. Or don't walk under ladders. All these strange things we have. And for some reason, and I don't know why, chimney sweeps were seen as lucky. In fact, some people get a picture. You can rent a chimney sweep for your wedding, and you have the picture taken, the chimney sweep's there with a big smile on his face, covered in soot. What's clever about that? But it's supposed to be lucky. I don't know the answer to these things. I just merely point you in the right direction. Why do we have different rates of exchange all over the country? You can go to the banks, you'll get one rate. Go to a bureau de change, another rate. Go to another bureau de change, completely different rate. Go to Austria, the bank sets the rate in the morning, and every single bank and bureau de change adhere to that one. Over here, the rip-off airport rates. As I say, why are you changing your money up? You don't need to change it up. It gives you the money out of cash points. I think it's one of these old things, isn't it? They go, we better take some foreign money with us. So everybody stands in queue. And you look at the thing here, worst of the worst, the Moneycorp Bureau de Change at Stansted in Essex. And I can tell you here, £500 in euros gets you 392. I mean, it's really appalling. They're offering 0.7847. Well, I mean, what's that, for goodness sake? What's that? Walk-up rate for US dollars, £500 gets you $449. Don't do that. Don't do it. Don't need it at all. And it varies. They've done Luton, Gatwick. So the worst one, Stansted in Essex. They've always got the same thing, you know, it says on their money exchange experts. It isn't. It's just somebody sitting behind the counter, pushing a few buttons on a machine. I see people queuing up in Marks and Spencer's. Oh, we're going to America, taking the wife, don't laugh, and we're going there, and we're going to be going to a couple of places. We're going to see Elvis's birthplace. We won't fancy seeing that one at all. How much money do you think we'll need? Why don't you just use your card? Do people think that when you go to another country, nothing works? You know, you took your card. No. Yeah. Well, you have to. But did you take money with you? Did you take some currency? Because I don't know what for. Yeah. And did you go and change them? No, you didn't get charged. No, you don't. I don't know why people are stupid enough now to change things up. Balmy people, you know. And we might go to Uruguay. What is the currency? And people stand there looking at all the sort of the rates of exchange. Oh, please don't do it. Please don't do it. Terrible. The abuse police in the dock. Harvey Proctor's done a piece in the Daily Mail today. Surprising, the Daily Mail running a piece by Harvey Proctor, but there you go. I was ruined on a lie. We must have an inquiry. Absolutely. Absolutely. And also Leon Britton. Loads of police turned up at his place, mob-handed, 6 weeks after he died. I mean, that's how bad this was. Officers brought 2 minibuses, 2 vans and 2 cars to his weekend retreat. Former Home Secretary. A district judge had granted them a search warrant after being supplied with false information. This were the lies coming out after Carl Beach, convicted paedophile. And the police went, oh, right, we'll go and raid that, shall we? As if it ever sounded believable. I couldn't believe that they were stupid enough to think that, you know, at one point, they said they saw, was it Edward Heath? He'd had sex with this boy and then stabbed him in the back. And you think, what a pile of old rubbish. What a pile of old rubbish. Never heard anything like it. I mean, you know, there are questions, and they've got 10 questions in the paper today. For example, what role did Gold Commander Steve Rodhouse, the Met Deputy Assistant Commissioner in charge of Operation Midland, have in the decision to raid the homes of Lord Bramall, Lord Britton and Harvey Proctor? Sources say it's vital there is transparency at Scotland Yard. I mean, nobody said that the police were ever perfect, but by God, I mean, this one is just a complete cock-up from start to finish. Why was Sir Richard not supplied with all relevant documentation by the Met during his review of Operation Midland? How on earth, they say, could the Met spend £2.5 million investigating Beach's murder and abuse allegations? These include ludicrous claims he was used as a human dartboard by the heads of MI5 and MI6, had his dog kidnapped by a top spy, had his horse shot by the VIP paedophile gang, suffered snake and wasp torture and was forced to eat his own vomit by Lord Bramall. I mean, this person is sick. Sick, sick, sick. I mean, it's a very simple yet damning question of Operation Midland. Why did it take the IOPC 2 years to investigate the 3 officers accused of misleading a district judge over the application of the search warrant? Why did a lowly detective constable, not a high-ranking officer, interview Lord Bramall under caution for 100 minutes? If I'd been Lord Bramall, I'd told him to do one. Really? They can't be that stupid, surely. Surely. Ridiculous. Steve, nationwide banks do free withdrawals worldwide and Monzo do the same. Darren in Milton Keynes, poor soul, but somebody's got to come from there, says, how about Love Island for the over 50s? Well, that'd be dreadful. You never get them up in the morning. You don't want old people like that. Even I don't want to see that, and I am one of those people. Why would you want to? The very idea, they go, oh, fat boy Fat's got up today. Oh, look, he's stuffing his face again. No. In France, they have toasts on Christmas Eve, smoked salmon or foie gras, and we have oysters, says Sarah. Oh. In Lincolnshire, we're forced to have stuffed chine? I don't know. What is it? I don't even know what it is. On Christmas Eve. Mark says, I think it's a... Oh. What is it? Is it... Not salmon, is it? Cheen. Stuffed cheen. It's a traditional... Oh, it's salt pork filled with herbs associated with Lincolnshire. Other ingredients are kept secret, but they think it's got cabbage leaves, lettuce, pot marjoram, mint, and a little thyme. Oh. Sounds disgusting, doesn't it? That's why they're in Lincolnshire. Lincolnshire go, what do you have at Christmas? We don't do anything at all, actually, for Christmas Eve. But there again, different folks do different things. Viv says, lovely morning here in Sorrento, and says, I still write thank you cards for Christmas presents. I can still picture my dear mum telling me to make a list of my gifts. I know, the worst thing is, after you've opened them all downstairs, my mother would then go, a rubbish sack, and she put all the old paper into the rubbish sack, except if it was a nice bit that she could use again for rewrapping tree presents. We always have tree presents. The tree gave us a present. And it could be anything from a toothbrush to a screwdriver set or something like that. But then she did, and then you take all your presents upstairs and you suddenly realise they look so much better wrapped in the pretty paper with the ribbons and the bows and all the rest of it. And then you sit there looking at them on your bed going, not very exciting, is it? My brother always seemed to get better presents than I did. I'm not complaining about it. Yeah, I mean, I never knew. I mean, people used to say, I mean, nowadays, it's money. I give money, apart from to my youngest goddaughter, and she's always been through the Argos catalogue. I mean, she's ticked off pages left, right and centre. She's hoping to get a few things. Now she's a bit more sophisticated, so it's makeup and stuff like that, or perfume, or whatever she wants. But the others, it's money. Except for the parents of my godchildren, they always want something for the house. So what they do is they see something they want, I give them the money. Saves me having to wrap it or anything else. And so she unwraps it and go, oh, that's nice. Where'd that come from? She go, you. Because I never know these things. But it's always entertaining, isn't it? Sometimes I buy Christmas presents well in advance. And I did that one year, wrapped them all up, and it was beautiful. And I put them all in a sack in the bedroom. So it was all, I thought, I'm so organised. And I went, about a week later, I went, oh, no. I didn't label any of them. I had no idea what was in any of these parcels. I didn't know who they were for. I didn't know anything at all. So I had to unwrap them all and start all over again, which made me a very unhappy person. But I've got a little machine that you put on your wrist. It's got a bit of elastic round it, and you get little, about 3 inches of sellotape. When you pull one out, it comes out, and then the next one sticks up. It's a bit like sort of moist toilet paper. It's a bit like that, and you pull it out, and then it's just a little tiny bit of sellotape, so you don't have to fiddle about trying to cut the thing and do all the rest of it. And I've got a few of them, and you just buy a little packet of putting them in there, which lasts for ages, and it's good, isn't it? And then you just pick it out, and because otherwise you've got the sellotape, and cut the thing, and it rips, and it looks horrible. And so this is brilliant, and I forget who it's made by. Sellotape, probably. Am I good? Oh yeah. Oh yes. Oh, I do neat. I did them all one year. I saw a thing in one of the papers about how to wrap Christmas presents being cheap. I thought, that's me. Wrap them in newspaper. Wrap them in just ordinary newspaper, and you can use the Financial Times, so it varies it. But the thing that separates them is big ribbons around them. Big, what? Big ribbons around them. I bet you're rubbish at wrapping presents. I bet you're absolute rubbish. I'm very good. I also cheat and use bags for putting bottles in and things like that. But no, I can do fold them in, and oh yeah, very neat boy. Almost too neat. But I did use newspaper one year, and then big red ribbons wrapped round it either end and a big bow in the middle. I can do bows and anything. I'm very good. We used to have a woman come into a shop where I used to work, and she was a professional Christmas present wrapper. You can get them done in Harrods or Selfridges, which reminds me to tell you that Selfridges Christmas shop is open. And, what do you mean already? Yeah. So it's July. It's August tomorrow. How many months do you think we've got to go out and buy trinkets? I think it's a good idea, don't you? No, I think it's too early as well. I think there should be a law against having something open that early. I think, I would have thought, ideal November. You don't need it any earlier than November, do you? But people like going shopping for Christmas things. We are fascinated. When do I start listening to Christmas music? Normally beginning of December. In the car, I change all the CDs, so it's all Christmas music. I don't have an advent calendar, no. So my godchildren do. It's always got chocolates. in the little doors that open. But I used to like the old cardboard ones, which were very old-fashioned. And you open it, there wasn't anything inside it, just a picture of, the 13th or 14th, what it was, with a bit of glitter on it. And then the final one is a picture. I can't remember if it's a picture of Father Christmas or it was the baby Jesus. Probably a combination of both, actually, I should imagine. But, no, I quite like an advent calendar. I like things like that. I bought a tin of Quality Street the other day. A tin of Quality Street. It's not even Christmas. Not even Christmas, and I bought a tin of Quality Street, which I can't even eat. So there's no point, is there, really? No point. Did you ever visit a cinema news theatre? There was one at Victoria, one at Waterloo. I'll still to go to the one on the Charing Cross Road. It's a pub now, the Montague. I went there in the 60s, says Philip. A cinema... Well, there was just one at Piccadilly Circus. It was a newsreel. You went in there, it was 24 hours, cartoons, a newsreel. The orchestra's arrived, which means we must be heading for the news at 6 o'clock this morning. The Holiday Inn have ditched mini toiletry bottles and finally drink labels to carry tougher warnings. Like, don't drink more than 14 units a week. And for a unit, that's all that we care. Could be 4 minutes past 6. Who cares? Wednesday, 31st of July, final day to get your money into HMRC. Otherwise, they send out those horrible letters with, you haven't filed on time, you haven't paid the money, and now you're in trouble. you get a fixed penalty, I think. I don't know how it works, actually, whether it's a percentage or whether it's just a standard thing. Steve, any advice on shaving, says Steve in South London. I hate it. Yep, turn into a woman. And there you go, just have a quick sex change, and no more worries about shaving, although actually my Auntie Enid disproves that. She has practically got a small goatee beard going on, but, that's the way it is. I don't think she notices it after a while. We always notice it if ever she has spaghetti bolognese, because she leaves half of it on the beard. We always go, so she does. She's very good. My Christmas shopping's all done, says Duncan. It's simple, nothing for anybody. Mr. Misery there. You've got to buy things, haven't you? I mean, I thought it was... it was rather bizarre that I bought it in a Quality Street. Even I think that's a bit odd, but there again, I buy lots of chocolate money. I've just tuned in. I think I'm in a parallel world, says Shell. It's ended July, and all I've heard of talk is Christmas sprouts and Christmas presents. Love it. Well, have you watched television recently? QVC are doing Christmas-themed programmes. Ideal World have been doing Christmas-themed programmes for the last month. Selfridges have just opened their Christmas shop. Where have you been? You better come into the real world. This is the future. The future is deck the halls with boughs of holly, fa la 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 la. Actually, I had a bit of a deja vu thing the other day. I turned the television on, and I'm watching The Sound of Music on my television. I thought, this is very odd. And it turns out I'd left the DVD in the machine. I've got one of those big televisions that you put the DVD into it. And I'm watching... I thought, what on earth? Which channel is this on? Suddenly realised. I thought, no, I cannot watch it. It's too early for The Sound of Music. Bought any new movies? No, I bought Dumbo, but I haven't watched it yet. More Meghan, Harry. Meghan's World, on eco-fashion, on all sorts of things, actually. And Markle and Spencer, she gets her own clothes line. To be honest with you, I don't think Marks and Spencer's customers are going to be too bothered about something like that. So she's persuaded, they say here, Marks and Spencer, John Lewis and Jigsaw, and her designer friend, Mishu Nonu, to create a capsule collection of women's workwear which will benefit Smart Works, a charity. Each time an item is bought from one of the retailers, a like-for-like item will be donated to the charity. I mean, I don't think that's the role of the royal family. I'm sorry. This is the role of somebody who's out of touch with everybody. The role of the royal family is they go abroad and they promote. But, as Harry has become eco-friendly, and then people point out, well, wait a minute, the amount of times you jet off around the world, what do you think your carbon footprint is? Answer, very, very bad. Very bad. You've just had that house done. Very, very bad. You live in mansions. They spent 2.4 million. That's not helping the planet, is it? So it's obviously don't do what I do. It's called do what I say. And it's all to do with the next generation. And you think, I mean, it's not like he's 15 or 20 or something like that. He's getting on a bit now, Harry, isn't he? In fact, to be honest with you, I don't even know how old he is. They don't put that down anymore. But there does seem to be quite a number of digs at his brother, which is not so good. Campbell, there's Campbell's here. Oh, a little picture of Theresa May. And here she goes. She's shopping beside Lake Garda. I think she's been there before, actually. Pretty certain she's been to Lake Garda. Also, Also, to hell with jingle bells, says Sarah Vine, columnist of the year. She says, Wizard have got their wish. It is now Christmas every day, or at least for visitors to Selfridges, which has opened the Christmas shop 5 months before the event. What with that crazy golf pulling in punters to the nave at Rochester Cathedral, Christianity seems to be giving us all the pretense of a spiritual dimension. Well, I don't think Christmas has anything to do with Christianity. Nothing at all. It's a commercial venture. The church have hijacked it. Because if you look at when Christ was born, it was July. It wasn't blooming Christmas. You know, did you see in the stable, was there a Christmas tree? No. Were there any baubles? Did Mary nip round the corner to get the Christmas pudding and the turkey? No. Because it was July. That's why it was there. So it's been hijacked now. People say, oh, it's a Christian... And well, it's not really. Not if you look at it properly. Also, what have we got? Oh, the beauty treatment really raised eyebrows. You can always find somebody, can't you? This is a mother of 3. Why that should make any difference to having your eyebrows done, I've got no idea. But she was left looking like Angry Bird from the popular video game. Her name's Colleen... is it Colleen? Colline? Colline? Reese. She paid £3,000 for a week-long break to Tenerife with her husband Julian and their 3 boys, Bailey, Morgan and Ashton. Stop it, don't make me say it. They're very popular names. But the day before they set off, Mrs. Reese decided to get her eyebrows waxed at a salon called Get Nailed, which she regularly visits in her hometown of Llanelli in South Wales. Her regular beautician was busy, and so a young trainee did them. It's not turned out well. Anyway, to her horror, most of the eyebrow was missing. Mrs. Reese said the trainee told her she was sorry, and another beautician offered to fix the waxing disaster. She told her a bit of tint would help. But when Mrs. Reese sat up to look, she said it looked like 2 thick black slugs had been drawn above her eyes. She said, I look like something out of the Angry Birds game, which is true. She does. Her unsightly eyebrows meant she was too embarrassed to pose in holiday snaps and was unable to swim because she couldn't get the makeup used to correct them wet. She said, I was mortified. I'll never go to a salon to get my eyebrows done again. Oh, of course you will, dear. Don't be silly. Of course you will. People just say that as a reaction. But it's quite funny, actually. Quite funny. Get Nailed has not commented at the moment. That's the trouble, though. You have somebody who's never done it before, and you could end up with all sorts of terrible disasters, which is not so good. Not good for her at all. She was very unhappy. There's more on the Green Zealots' red faces. Here they all are. Yeah, boo, boo. They're not here, dear. Sorry? Drax, they're not here. Yeah, they are. Boo, boo. No, they're not here. And they lock themselves to the doors. I mean, they're really dim. Really dim. Unfortunately, the building is home to Statcraft, a specialist in solar and wind power. So funny, actually. So funny. Drax and Keedby are the first in a possible new generation of dirty mega project built to pollute for decades. But they all sit there on the ground. You feel like saying, I'm sorry, you're really stupid, aren't you? Nobody checked. Nobody checked. Did you treat yourself to chips, says Gareth? Nope, I didn't. No. And somebody says an actress from EastEnders has called her new baby girl Dusty. What a sad name for a child. Oh, Dusty Springfield. Dusty, it's an unusual name, isn't it? Well, it beats some of the names we see in the newspapers. Sir Neil says, I booked my tickets to Austria's Christmas market. Yeah, but where? Where are you going? You're going to Salzburg? You're going to Vienna? They've all got them. Germany has loads and loads of Christmas markets. Sellotape is made from plants and derives its name from cellulose. It's the same with cellophane. Holly says, I visited a very smelly factory that made cellophane, where they made huge sheets of all colours. Think of that next time you eat some Quality Street. I don't eat Quality Street, actually. I do occasionally, but I haven't had it for... It's not the sort of thing I would eat on a daily, a weekly, or even a monthly basis. Steve says, Peter, why do some women have eyebrows now that look like car windscreen wipers? Oh, the funniest ones are in Gemporia television. You want to see some of the makeup on there? It's an absolute killer. I promise you, one of them, she looks like she's got 2 dead spiders taped to her eyes. It looks ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. And one of them, she's an old woman on there. And they're all a bit overacting. I can't believe... Look at this. Oh, this is so rare. You're so lucky to have this. You know, it's the kind of thing that Van Cleef and Arpels would do. No, they wouldn't. No, they wouldn't. And then and they have to move their hand to make sure it glints under the 5,000 watt spotlights that they've got on there. And so she does all that, and then she goes, how much? No. And I think, who are you talking to? She's obviously talking to the gallery. And then she goes, I've got collectors all over. One of them, she lists all her collectors. Why you'd want to collect this stuff, I've got no idea. You must be living in you might as well collect Christmas crackers and take the little plastic ring out of there and collect that. But anyway, and they go, how much is this? 69.99. Get on the phone now, she goes. And she does the whole thing of the vote. I'm going, 69.99. That's called rubbish. That's not called anything class. And you see a price up. They used to be very bad at putting up a price like £3,600. Now, £9.99. And I used to sit there in disbelief and watch this stuff. It's the lies, though, that they tell. It's the lies of going, this is the rarest thing in the world, £12.99. We're taking it all under 30 pence. And you sit there and you can't believe that people buy this stuff, but they do. They must do. I'd love to know what the company turnover, probably loads. Helen says, my son Greg wraps all his presents in silver foil and then puts a lovely bow on. That's a bit difficult to wrap silver foil, isn't it? Because it rips quite easily. So, brilliant idea for any shape. I use bags and boxes. I bought boxes from... I've got to go and buy something today. I've got to go to Richmond. I want to buy a bubble machine. They've got a bubble machine in there. You've got bubbles and all the rest of it. But this is one that's got about 10 different things. So as it turns around, it blows them through it. And so you get a constant stream of bubbles. And I've got a thing about bubbles. And if it's battery, I'm even more excited. I don't want anything that's mains, because I quite like the idea of having a bubble machine in the studio. Make us feel a little bit more sort of Christmassy, I think. There's an atheist laid to rest in a churchyard. George Orwell was an atheist. But 3 days before his death, he left written instructions. His body was to be buried according to the rites of the Church of England. Well, that's a bit naff, isn't it? Go and dig him up. But there's also the grandson who's won the fight to dig up relatives to stop them being trampled by pilgrims visiting Orwell's gravestone. Isn't it funny, the things that people want to do now? I want to go to a graveyard. Also, is it true that Waitrose lovers fear that as Lidl moves in, house prices will drop? What you're looking for is Waitrose, and you're looking for Marks and Spencer's for it to lift an area. Lidl, it's like we have in Twickenham, much to our deep embarrassment, a pound shop. But I go in there all the time. You can buy picture hooks, glue, you can buy all sorts of things. A lot of it is not my sort of thing at all. But they've got all sorts of very useful things in there. My friend Graham, he wouldn't even go in Iceland. Seriously, have I been? No, I'm always in disguise. Got this old lady wig, got a pushing frame and all the rest of it. 6 is the time. Steve, says Angie, because remember yesterday we talked about the Iceland mashed potato, and I said I thought it was really nice. And it's not very often, if I think something's nice, I'll tell you I think it's nice. I'm not always right. But this is, people always say, oh no, you can't beat real mashed potato. Well, this is real mashed potato. It's just frozen and cut into pieces. So you can put as much or as little as you want in. And Angie says, I tried it. I had it with bacon and cabbage, and it was delicious. Well, I thought it was as well. And that's why I mentioned it. I mentioned it the first time I actually tried it. And I remember thinking, for £1. And so I might go and get some today, because I'm getting a bit bored with I did vegetables. I did vegetables yesterday, but I'm getting a bit bored with rice and vegetables. I need to vary it. So I might do vegetables and mashed potato. That sounds quite good, doesn't it, really? Steve, George Orwell was just hedging his bets being buried in a churchyard. Let's face it, if you're facing St. Peter, it's a bit hard to say, oops, heaven does exist. Can I come in? Thank you, Kevin. It's true, isn't it? Because you never know, do you? I haven't quite... I don't think I'm going to be buried. In fact, I'm pretty certain I'm not going to be buried. Other people might have a different idea. No, I think I'm just going to go standard, I think cremation. There's no point. Nobody's going to come and visit a grave. Your mum wants to be buried at sea. Oh, right. I don't think there's too much problem there, is there really? You can do that? Well, I say you can do that. I don't know. I don't know what the laws are. Oh, why does she want to be buried at sea? Because I think if you're buried at sea, they don't have a coffin. They don't. They just slide down the thing, sort of wrapped up, looking a bit like a mummy, and presumably it must be weighted, so it must take you to the bottom. You imagine you swimming around in the ocean, all suddenly go, I think I've just seen a body over there, because that would be the thing that worried me, that you'd be sort of seeing all these things. But you're right. I think they don't use a coffin. They just have a thing, and you just slide out gracefully into the water, which is quite nice. Naval thing. Yes, I wonder whether or not you could. I don't know how that would work actually. I really don't know. That's an interesting one, isn't it? I was watching somebody, we had a horse-drawn funeral through Twickenham a couple of days ago, and you still look at them because it looks so nice. You've got a glass, lorry thing, hearse, pulled by the horses, which were Blackwood, I can't remember what that was called, actually. Place where you put the coffin. And it all looked very pretty. And I remember thinking, that's a nice send-off. Costs an arm and a leg, though. I want to keep it down to the bare minimum. Pop me out with the rubbish. I don't really care, actually. The dustmen collect every Tuesday and Thursday, so they might as well pick me up at the same time. Nobody's going to know. Nobody's going to know. More on this cruise ship, the OAPs. They're being held in jail. This is Roger Clark and his wife, Sue. They've been charged with smuggling £2 million worth of cocaine. So what they do is they go on a holiday. They're on a cruise ship. And he actually goes off. And when he comes back, he's bought luggage. They've got luggage. And he was bragging to people about how good value the luggage was and all the rest of it. Anyway, cut a long story short. I think it was a 33-day transatlantic cruise. 3,000 each. For 33 days. That's a month. For $3,000 each. I mean, that's well worth it. Anyway, they acted together. They were obviously paid to bring back cocaine, which was hidden inside the suitcases. Not just any amount of cocaine, 9 kilos of cocaine hidden inside these 4 suitcases in their cabin. There was a tip-off from UK officers, so the Portuguese police boarded the ship as they enjoyed this seems very reasonable, $3,000 for 33 days. I mean, Ollie spent more than that and didn't get... 33 days on a cruise ship for $3,000. Very good value. Well, it would have been had they sort of managed to get away with their smuggling of the cocaine. But in fact, the Portuguese do not mess around with this. They've been in custody ever since they were arrested, and they're not coming out until the trial date. And because they thought that they would abscond. Oh, you can't trust them as far as you could throw them. They originally come from St Mary Cray near Bromley. They could spend up to 12 years in prison. Fellow passengers on board the ship alleged that Mr Clark had gone ashore at St Lucia and returned with 4 new cases. He's said to have boasted of paying 160 quid, compared with the 1,500 they would have cost in Harrods. Portuguese police claim the cases had hidden metal compartments containing the drugs. The Clarks have spent several years living in a rented villa near Alicante. They were regular cruise passengers, travelling up to 6 times a year. But here goes. Obviously, somebody said, oh, look, take this. You can... So it doesn't matter how old somebody is. If you smuggle drugs, you smuggle drugs. You can be 9 or 90. Well, obviously not 9, but it doesn't really make any difference, does it? Emily Fox, the actress, she's played Dr. Nikki Alexander in Silent Witness. For so long, I could have trained to be an actual pathologist. See, I remember the first person who was in Silent Witness, and it wasn't her. She said she's played it for a long time, but the first one I loved, I think, was Amanda... somebody. Silent Witness, first person. But I loved her. I thought she was fab. I thought she was great. I do like Silent Witness. As programmes go, I think it's terribly clever. I wouldn't want to do it for real, but it seems quite a nice thing to do. She's only 45. Amanda Burton. She was lovely. Actually, to be honest with you, if I'm really being truthful, I preferred her out of anybody else. I just thought she was the best person. I thought she was great. Anyway, also, what else we got? In 1959, July the 31st, significant for Cliff Richard, because he secured his first #1 single with Got Myself a Crying, Talking, Sleeping, Walking, Living. Oh, remember when the young ones did it? It worked quite well, actually. Also, in 2009, Bobby Robson died, age 76. And Norman Cook, 56 years old today, so happy birthday. Lives down in Brighton, I seem to remember. He once phoned his friend Jamie Oliver in Australia to check exactly how much of a glug of oil is. Because they do that. If ever you watch American cookery programmes, they do this. They have light cream and heavy cream and all these other things. And you get, and a glug, what's a glug? I think a glug is just like that. That's a glug of oil. Well, I think it is anyway. Also, what's happened years and years ago? Ted Cassidy, the US actor who appeared in Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, was the deep-voiced butler Lurch in The Addams Family. It was a non-speaking role, but it changed when he used the line, "You rang." during his audition. Became his catchphrase. He was 6'9". He died in 1979. Forget about things like this, don't you? Now I've jogged your memory. Somebody got very excited yesterday after we were talking about Red Rovers and Blue Rovers and how exciting it was for kids being let loose in London. It was all good stuff, actually. I loved it. Also, let's hope David Cameron is bringing home the bacon. His wife Samantha's fledgling fashion business has racked up losses of nearly $1 million. Sounding as successful as Victoria Beckham. We haven't seen the profit margin for this year. But anyway, the figures are reported in new accounts for Samantha Cameron's studio, in which she runs her fashion label Sefin, I think. They're for the year ending 2018, October 31. They had ongoing trading losses at 913,000. That's a 351,000 increase on the loss of 561,000 the company reported in the 27 accounts. And last September, Sefin accepted a £2.5 million cash injection from investors to help it stay afloat. The Sefin spokesperson said there's no comments at all at the moment. They don't like to talk about that. I think we should be asking Dave whether or not his bank account's been plundered by Victoria, propping up her company. Mind you, the rate it's going, she could get Harper to do it. Harper is obviously, the miracle of that family. She can do everything. As I said yesterday, probably fly to the moon all by herself. Probably going to be an astrophysicist. I bet she's not. I bet she ends up working in a nail bar or something like that. Lee says you can have your ashes sent to space. What's the point of that? You can have them turned into a firework as well, which I think is slightly better. They just sort of fill a firework with some of your ashes. Obviously not all of them. It's going to be a pretty big firework. Or you can have it made into a ring. Can't you? They do a process whereby they turn it into... I don't think I'd really want to wear, a ring with somebody's ashes in it, thank you very much indeed. But I like the idea of the firework. Where would I have them scattered? I don't know. You apparently have to get permission, but I think you could probably do it without people knowing. But I have a sneaking feeling that you're not allowed to... I thought Richmond Bridge. And then I thought I could just have them scattered there. And then I thought... Say somebody's... Because they're going to look a bit obvious. They're going to be in a box, aren't they? They give them to you in a box and it looks like it's ashes. They don't exactly look like hamburgers or a tin or something like that. And then what happens if you throw them and the wind changes and all of a sudden you get them back in your face? All of a sudden you've eaten a relative, which is very disastrous. I don't know, actually. I don't know. People do all sorts of things with them. There was one girl I used to work with. She ate her grandmother. She didn't know she'd eaten her grandmother till they wrote her a letter. This is when I was working at a station years and years ago. And our secretary there, her family in India sent her over lots of spices to make a Christmas cake. I think that's what she was going to make. And she always told us this story. Oh, she's not with us, sadly, anymore. And so she dutifully made the cake for Christmas, so they all ate it and said it was wonderful. And so then she gets a letter from the family going, oh, you obviously got all the ingredients. How was the cake? And she went, oh, the cake was lovely. And did you get the ashes of your late grandmother? Because what we did, we actually put a little packet of ashes in everybody's parcel for so she'd eaten her grandmother. Obviously it didn't do her any harm, although, as I say, she's not with us anymore. But isn't that a worrying thing that you've they just look like grey ashes, and she sprinkled it in the cake, so you mix it all in together. God, honestly. Things we talk about on this program. Sometimes I can't believe it. Sorry? It obviously adds something special, doesn't it? I think so. There's obviously nothing that we can't eat. I'm assuming after there was that plane that crashed in the Alps, wasn't there? And the people ate the other passengers who died in it. Not for me. Sorry, I forgot. I was thinking mentally out loud, thinking, I must do this story because if you are with a bank in this country... I've got some very, very important news for you, and you're going to need to know this, because I've already encountered it, but I wonder whether or not you're aware of it. This might confuse a lot of people. But before that, Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning with Ian Payne. Again, Mr. Swarbrick still not 100%. So, Ian, this morning, a major report on serious youth violence is accusing the government of failing to protect young people from the wave of violence blighting communities across the country. It gets worse and worse. Ian will be joined by the policing minister, appointed by Boris Johnson, to address how the government plans to deal with the rise in serious youth violence. They have no fear. When I was younger, which seems ages ago now, if somebody said, police are going to come round, you go, no. Now, they couldn't give whole families couldn't care less. Prince Harry says an unconscious bias can lead to racist behaviour. Do you have an unconscious bias? That's all with Nick Ferrari at breakfast with Ian Payne from 7 o'clock this morning, right here on LBC. Michael Dennis, the Black Cab poet, says, with regards to mothballs, he said, sometimes a woman gets in my cab wearing scent that evokes memories of my nan's cupboard under the stairs where she kept the household polish. You should have the vacuum cleaner in there, all the different... Now you keep them in the kitchen, don't you? Under the sink is the popular place. Now, here is something that's very important. Very, very important, and I cannot stress how important it is. In a few weeks' time, new anti-fraud rules mean that shoppers, that's all of us, will need a security code to buy online. We tried to access one of my accounts the other day and it wouldn't let us in. And this was with First Direct. So what you need to do is you need to phone them up and they've left it quite late. This is an EU directive which is coming in to make sure... I mean, what happens is they're making sure that nobody can abuse your account. Okay? It's supposed to be safer, but it's going to confuse you. So they've then got to send you the details of what they call a key, a secure key to your account. Well, then we had to do it on my Royal Bank of Scotland accounts as well. So if you try and do something, they will send a message to your phone with a code on it. Now, it happens at the moment from, where did I get it from? The VAT people. So when I was filing my VAT, now the accountant does it, but when I was filing the VAT, they would say, to make sure it was me, they would say, we've just sent you a code to your phone number. And ping, up comes the number. You then input that code into the computer, and it will be exactly the same for online shopping. But I'm telling you, most people are not going to be ready. So, in fact, how it will work, because I don't know if you've got one as well, I've got a card reader at home. It's a little machine which, if we're transferring money about, you put my card in, my debit card, and it generates a number. That you've got to put in on the account. Anyway, so you click on the goods you want to buy, you go to the payment page, you enter the long card number, the expiry date, and the 3-digit CVV number on the back. Now, if the transaction needs to be verified, you'll be sent a code. You could get it by text, email, via your mobile app, or as an automated message on the landline. Some banks could generate this via a card reader, because I don't have a card for First Direct, because she said, oh, you can do the app and then you can put your card in. I said, I don't have a card. I just use the First Direct account for paying a couple of bills. That's it. So she said, I'll send you the code. And so they've actually, so we're there now. But you enter the code in this box that will appear on the retailer's website. If it's correct, the payment should go through. It's going to be chaos. It comes in September, and there'll be lots of people going, what are you talking about? What is this? What, you mean you won't be able to buy online shopping? Not unless you've completed all the checks. Not unless you've completed all the checks. I mean, so they're supposed to be covering themselves. HSBC customers will be sent a code via text to a mobile. If unable to receive it, you can get it sent by email, but only if HSBC has their address. Lloyds will text the code to a mobile. Royal Bank of Scotland customers can also opt for an email. Nationwide offer mobile and email options. Some providers like Metrobank, Monzo and Starling Bank have not started telling account customers about the changes. And this is going to be huge, absolutely huge. So they reckon thousands of Santander customers without mobiles can't complete purchases, although I can't believe that nobody's got mobiles in this day and age. The checks could also exclude those who do not get a mobile signal at home. Up to a third of purchases could fail, and some banks still haven't yet warned their customers. Major banks are refusing to let customers whitelist favourite retailers, which means they'll always have to input the code. I mean, it sounds like it's going to be absolute chaos. Absolute chaos. Apparently, Gareth Shaw from Which says these measures are a much-needed step in the fight against fraud, because there is hundreds of millions of pounds a year, fraudulently taken from people's accounts. So Santander, with 15 million active customers, says it will only send the code by text to a mobile or via the smartphone app. Those without a mobile will no longer be able to use their card online. And that's what they're telling you. You may struggle if you have poor signal. Santander has yet to tell customers. A spokesman says the bank will continue to review options to ensure it can meet customers' needs. This is going to be collapsing, isn't it, really? Mind you, it might cut down on everybody's spending, I suppose. But the only reason I mention that is because we encountered that the other day from all the different things that I've got going. But if you phone up your bank, they will be able to advise you and tell you exactly what you need to do. It's not as straightforward as you think it is. Not as straightforward. We actually got sent something. They sent me an email from First Direct, which is a code that I can put in now, and so it's all operating, so that's fine. But it's going to be nightmare. Andrew says, if you want to disguise your ashes when they're thrown off the bridge, you can use your Quality Street tin. Well, I'm not keeping it for the next 5 years, am I? I don't think so. I'm just waiting, says Hannah in Kent, for them to say that cremation is bad for the environment. Psst, don't go there. Don't go there. You can have your loved one's ashes mixed with tattoo ink, says Russ. Do I sound like the sort of person who's got tattoos? I think not. Steve says, Phil, the 18th century philosopher Voltaire was famously agnostic. On his deathbed, a priest asked if he'd renounce Satan. He said, I don't think now is the time for me to be making enemies. I don't really care, actually. What was a chewing gum that tastes like disinfectant? No idea. Why would a chewing gum taste like disinfectant? They had a chewing... Oh, I can't tell you. It's too rude. They have a chewing gum in Copenhagen. It's got a very funny name. It's not called chewing gum. It's. Have you seen it? Do you know which one it is? Seriously, I had to bring some back because people thought it was very odd. It was very salty, wasn't it? I used to think it was very sort of, very icky. So that I don't know the chewing gum that tastes like disinfectant. Unbeknownst to me at the time, my sister took some of my nan's ashes over to America in a plastic bag to scatter on a beach. Can you imagine, says Michael, if they'd searched her bags? What fun that would have been. I know, what's that? It's my nan. It's my nan. You could go for that, couldn't you, really? Steve, when my coffin goes through the curtains, I've made my wife promise, says Mike. The music to be played will be Come On Baby, Light My Fire by The Doors. Yes. That does work for certain people, actually. I'm still trying to work out what I think the chewing gum that tasted like disinfectant could be called. I can't think of anything. Disinfectant, of all things. Also, there's a story of one of these boy racers. 2 days he'd passed his test. 2 days prior to this, he then went racing in a car that was not fit for purpose. He killed 2 people. They've sent him to prison for 11 years and banned him from driving for 11 and a half years. What is it with these boy racers? They're ultimately thick and stupid. That now 2 people are dead, and he's going to spend 11 years in prison, which probably means about 5. That's what I was trying to work out with Carl Beach, 18 years in prison. It's not like, for what he did, that should have been forever. That should have been forever. But I'm sure he'll be finding it fairly rough in prison, which is something I suppose we can be only grateful for. Dentine chewing gum, says Peter. Oh, right, Dentine. Dentine chewing gum. That tastes like disinfectant, does it? Very odd. Ulrika says sea burials are really, really expensive. Heaps of red tape. Even ashes placed in the sea require a permit. Well, it's not ashes. This is a body. It's the body. Oh, I see, ashes as well. You can get... Yeah, see, but placing ashes in the sea, you'd scatter. In Twickenham, we have Eel Pie Island, and a lot of Asian families go on what we call the funeral boat. It's a normal little boat, but it takes, 12, 15 people, and they always go around the back of the island to scatter ashes. So that's, and I think they pay a few £100, whatever it happens to be. But that's that. But I don't think anybody's ever sort of said, oh, you can't scatter ashes on the water. So I'm assuming if you go out on the sea, you sort of scatter the ashes and they just disappear, I suppose. I don't know. Never really thought about it, actually. But if you're going to be buried at sea, got to be all sorts of horrendous complications. I mean, really complicated things to go through, like hoops. Farage says Chief Aid at number 10 can't be trusted. James O'Brien, I love reading that one today. Also, the 10 hottest years have occurred since 2002. Oh, this year's been terrible. This year's been terrible. It really has. I'm hoping it's sort of finished now. We don't want any more of those potentially awful temperatures. Unless you're specifically going away to Vegas or the Caribbean or somewhere where it's going to be lovely, but not in this country. No. I mean, everything's so crowded in London. I don't know what it's like in your neck of the woods. Bruce Lee's daughter hits out at Tarantino's racist script. Shannon Lee has criticised Quentin Tarantino for portraying her father as an arrogant and a rude word. She accused the director of treating her Asian American father just like white Hollywood did when he was alive by depicting him as a caricature. Good Lord. The film stars Leonardo DiCaprio as Rick Dalton, a fading star, and Brad Pitt as his friend and stunt double. Oh, so it's based on that? I didn't know. I have seen Tarantino films. Lots of blood. That's all I can tell you. Also, jousting. I do remember jousting from years ago. Have you seen jousting? I knew you would have done. And why did you see jousting? Did you go to a castle where they had jousting in Leeds? Oh, Leeds Armoury. Okay. Well, apparently, the thunder of hooves, the splintering of lances, there's nothing quite like the sight of two knights in armour charging towards each other. But at Pendennis Castle in Cornwall, they've been given a 21st century twist. The question might be asked, however, did jousting survive without the video-assisted referee? To be honest with you, it looks highly dangerous. You thunder towards somebody. Is it exciting? They split. Yeah, because I think what happens is if you fall off your horse, they then pick up their swords and start beating living daylights out of each other. Sounds ghastly. But if you think it's exciting, I bet you don't know how many points you get. No. If the lance strikes but does not break, it's recognised but not scored. Illegal blows or barricades are not scored, and warning can be given for poor lance control. This is from English Heritage. So left arm, you hit it, you get 1 point. Other upper parts of the body, 2 points. Helmet, 5 points. Shield, 3 points. Yeah, they hit each other in the head. Of course they do. Have you held they're blooming heavy. They must be, and you've got to stay on the horse. So, look. I'd be screaming my boobs off. Seriously. All the way down the pitch. Like that. I couldn't do anything like that. I don't mind seeing. I think it's quite pretty with all the tents and the colours. And apparently, if the lady gives a favour, she sort of, gives you a handkerchief. Fat lot of use that's going to be when your head's on one side of the jousting thing and you're on the other. I've given you a handkerchief, thanks. That just mop up the blood. I've never seen it. And I'm not sure if I want to go and see it, actually. Oh, I probably do, actually. I probably do. Yeah. Secretly, I'd like to have gone to the Colosseum, but I don't think I'd want to watch all those deaths, because they occurred on a minute-by-minute basis. They were killing thousands. Oh, dear. I think it was a way of sort of just getting rid of a lot of people. It saved them having to look after them. Should we put them in a home? No, we'll put them in the Colosseum. And that way, we could just then feed them to the lions afterwards. And now you got Love Island, roughly the same kind of thing. People knocking 6 bells out of each other, pretending to have relationships. Yeah, whatever. Steve. Oh, sorry, I just already read that one. What else do we have this morning? The Eye. Feathers fly over future of Ireland. And this picture, they've got of Boris Johnson holding a chicken, which I haven't quite got to grips with. And council estates can unite a community, says George Clark. He's got a programme coming up on the television about council estates and how some of them are just horrible boxes. They used to have, going into Reading, there used to be high-rises, and they looked dreadful. They really did look absolutely awful. The Daily Mirror, Gloria's Goodwood. I've not been, but as you know, the producer has waited table. Can't imagine what you were like. Excuse me, waiter. Can't see you. Excuse me. Hello, over here. Can't see you still. I'm looking at the floor. That's it. You get that. I get that in bars. You stand there, and in the end, you have to hold the £20 note and sort of wave it in their direction so they can sort of see a bit of action. It's like going. You got no tips at all. I can well imagine. I used to get angry when I used to go into shops, and you stand there. And you're waiting, and nobody comes. They're chatting away, gassing away like good ones at the back. And then eventually somebody comes over. She did it in Marks and Spencer's in Kingston a short while ago. And eventually said, "Oh, do you need any help?" "Don't worry," I said. Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 9 minutes to 7. Final day in July, being the 31st. So it's tax. Got to pay your tax. If you haven't paid it by today, then you get that fine. To be honest with you, I'm sort of paranoid about getting fines from the Inland Revenue. The Daily Mail today. After the judge's bombshell intervention the other day, victims of the VIP abuse fantasist have the one who was called Nick originally, and now we know exactly who he is. They say now turn the full force of the law on the Nick police. Cock-ups all over the place. Literally. Absolutely terrible. There was no secrecy for the true victims of Nick's vile lies. Now there should be none for the officers who trashed their good names. One wasn't even a senior officer and was taking Lord Bramall to task over something. He couldn't believe it. And you can well understand it. That Carl Beach is serving 18 years, but there's a very good chance he could be out in 9. Or not. So that's Margot takes plunge at Tarantino premiere. I don't know if that was in Leicester Square or not, the premiere. Was it? I can't remember, actually. I don't know where it was. They haven't... Wait a minute. Page 3. Oh, it was. We get all the best premieres here. Seriously. I mean, in fact, sometimes you can watch them setting up. They'll completely transform it out there. You know, it'll be a snow scene or Transformers, robots in disguise, and all these other things. We've had stormtroopers out there. Loads of stormtroopers. It was all very exciting. Then we had One Direction. Sorry? It is a longer walk. I know. No, it's not good. It's not good. Well, I mean, you couldn't manage walking to a table when you were waiting, so what hope for you? What hope for you? Gloria's Goodwood. I don't know why they say that. It's just gambling, isn't it, really? The Sun. Robbie Dazzler. This is Margot. So page 9. They all seem to have the same picture here. I'm not sort of wild about the picture. It's the same one. Brad Pitt looks amazing, actually. And Tarantino was there. Leonardo DiCaprio. Everybody was there. They all seemed quite good. Margot Robbie used to live in Clapham. Did she really? Or Clam, as you call it. Clam. I tell you, Leslie Joseph used to live up at Clam as well. She was up at Clam, yeah. I've been up. I haven't been up there for ages, actually. I used to go up there quite a lot, but I haven't been up there for... I don't know why I went up there, actually. There was no reason for it. Probably lost. No, my luck. Only one Sprog more at Frogmore. This is Prince Harry, says he and Meghan will help save the planet. Ta-da! Well, there you go. We don't need to worry. Thank goodness for that. It's all being sorted out by Prince Harry, and he's going to save the planet, even though between him and her and the jetting around in all the aircraft, they haven't saved anything at all, which is not very good. But he says just two children, which, of course, is a definite dig at his brother, who's got 3. And he's also talked about this unconscious racism. Yes. People are going to start pulling this apart before very long, and that's when they're going to get very cross again. And you know how cross Harry gets with the press. He doesn't have a great sort of relationship with the press. They seem to sort of ask him things, and he just goes a bit huffy about it. Mainly because they come from a family and from a lifestyle where nobody questions them. If he says, I want to do this, they do that. If he says, oh, I'm doing that, he just gets away with it. It's always been badly behaved Harry. You know, the alcohol, the lashing out at the journalists, the nakedness in there, the dressing up in that uniform. And and also his hair's falling out, which can't help, can it? In fact, some very unkind columnist the other day said every time you see him, he's got less hair. Perhaps that's why he's grown the beard. I think people who grow beards do it because they're losing their hair. I think that's what it is. It's a comfort zone. So if you haven't got it there, you've got it down here. You know, that's how it works. I always think so. But I don't think, only having 2 children is going to make any difference, actually, to be honest with you. But, let him go down the route. Keeps him happy. He also gets front page of the Mirror. He's vowed to help fight the climate change crisis by having no more than 2 children with Meghan. Well, why didn't you actually sort of go the whole hog and not have any children? And that way, at least it would make some sort of sense. Don't tell Jamie Oliver, for God's sake. He's got loads of children. The Times... The statement T-shirt is about... Oh, don't you just hate T-shirts with a slogan? Oh, dear, I really help it. What is it about the word no you don't understand? And then some other words we've had, Frankie says yes. We had, with Frankie Howard, titter ye not. All these things. I'll just take no. Anybody who walks around with a logo on a T-shirt, they get the rough end of my tongue, I tell you. I've had quite enough of it. It's ridiculous. Why can't people just dress normally? The Guardian... Ministers accused of dereliction of duty over the youth crime emergency. I mean, it is bad. You've only got to watch the police programmes on the telly to realise what a state we're getting ourselves into. Here's Princess Haya bint Al Hussein, the estranged wife of the billionaire ruler of Dubai. He's got 23 children, all with different women. I don't think he cares about the planet at all, to be honest with you. Can't wait for the oil to run out. Things are going to change dramatically. She appeared at the High Court as part of a legal battle over their marriage breakdown. But it's not over the money. Money, I don't think, is the issue here. I think it's the children, what happens to the children and stuff like that. Why it's played out in this country, I've got no idea. Why is it not played out in Dubai? Why is it played out here? Hollywood comes to town. We always have Hollywood in town, always, because we're London. Facebook is threatening to hinder the police, says Priti Patel. Yeah, whatever. Stopping statins raises heart risk by half, and bankruptcy rises tenfold amongst the young. I know. Look at Kerry Katona. Look at Joe Swash. Look at all these people. Look at poor old failed businesswoman, never a businesswoman, Jordan, Really, living on a knife edge. Also, the arrest warrant for ISIS, the ISIL Beetle, issued years ago. And stay calm, stay vigilant. We're not in a sterling crisis yet. And the other thing is, if I can only advise people, don't change money at the airport into the currency of the country you're going to. Take your card, which works in your diddly-dip machine here, diddly-dip, and then it'll work diddly-dip in any other country. You just tell your bank, I'm going to America. OK, that's fine. They just put a thing on the card and you just use it as normal. You don't need to change at exorbitant rates. I promise you really don't. I haven't taken money away. I don't think I've been to a bureau de change in about 35 years. Mind you, I don't get out. If I got out a bit more, perhaps I might be doing it, but I don't. So there you go. So my advice is don't. The rates in the papers are so abysmal. So abysmal. Anyway, that's just about it for this morning. So there's no rain, is there? We thought, well, up north there is. So we send our commiserations. So I've looked at some horrendous footage on Sky, rivers that have burst their banks, and I'm thinking, oh my God, fathers. Anyway, before I go, let me tell you what's coming up on the Steve Allen Free podcast today. On the Little Bit Extra, you'll hear about the new Love Island winners and their official relationship, along with that one last. You'll also hear about Victoria Beckham and her day out with genius child Harper. Trust me, that girl can do anything. She is so talented. Prince Charles says how we can save rural Britain. That's fine from somebody who lives in a palace and who really has no idea. I should imagine he's picked up an iron in his life, but he's telling you how to live your life. And strangely enough, the same old turgid story that comes around again and again. The youngest UK lotto winner. This is Callie Rogers. My God, is she the most boring person under the sun. She won 1.8 million, but said, I was too young. And she's done nothing but drone on about it ever since. And she's now 32. So this is 16 years ago. 16 years ago, she said, I went from a carefree child to an adult. She's now, of course, covered in tattoos, up her neck, up her arms, up her body, and all the rest of it. She spent 17,000 on boob jobs. And the rest of it went on all sorts of different things. But strangely enough, Camelot says that Callie still gets support from us. You think, 16 years after she won? My God, honestly, you're right. There should be some sort of test that people take before they buy a lottery ticket. What a shame. I mean, I've never known anybody who's had such a dreary existence. People complain about everything nowadays. Do not give money as well. Do not give money to the homeless on the street. The homeless and the beggars are two separate entities. I didn't realise, but one of the leading charities who look after people on the street have said that some of them are making between 40 and 50,000 a year. And I thought they can't be. But apparently in Nottingham, when the students have had enough sherbets, they literally hand out 100 quid here, 100 quid there. So it's very easy. Wasn't there some guy who went on the streets a short while ago and he then said, well, you can make 200 quid a day? Easy. Not difficult, you just sit there. I saw a bloke as I was coming in this morning and he had his obligatory blanket with him and he's walking through Leicester Square and then he goes and takes up position and they put the blanket over his knee and he sits there staring at the pavement. These are professional beggars. You must not give them money. You're not solving it. They go home to houses. The ones who are sleeping on the streets don't have property to go back to. But there was one who was done, was it a couple of years ago? He was begging in somewhere like Barnes or something like that. He was making £52,000 a year and he was going back to a £300,000 flat. So that's why you should never give money to these people. So if they're just sitting there and they're begging, don't give money. If it's somebody who's homeless, they have got a genuine problem. But it's very difficult to separate the charlatans, the people who've got dogs all over the place and they sit there. We got a few in Twickenham, and you could tell because at 2 a.m. they're still screaming and shouting and all the rest of it because they can't get whatever it is they were looking for, which is a bit of a shame. Love Island. I thought that all these people were auditioned. I mean, that's what I assume they were. And I remember thinking, where did they get them all from? They all seem to have come out of some sort of mould. And then it turns out that out of the 36 contestants for Love Island, only 6 of them were actually picked from the general public. 6 of them. The rest of them came from agents. Agents put people forward. So they're all fakes. All these people have got agents to try and get them into the business. 24 were cast by the hit programme's producers. So, although the audition system was heavily promoted during the series as a way to appear, in reality, each of the 85,000 applicants had a 0.007% chance. In other words, nothing. No chance at all. Be better if you went and got an agent. So they go and get an agent and they go, can you get me on? And you find the agent who gets the most people onto the television. And then you do it that way. In other words, they're fakes. They're not genuine members of the public. They're people they're people in the business. People in the business. And so, you know, they're all there. They've all got their sort of... One of them turned up the other day, I forget which airport it was, with a bouncer, if you please. I mean, seriously. You seriously worry about the mentality of these people. You really do. It's not very good at all, is it? Also, billions more for a no-deal splurge. This is Boris. Somebody said to me the other day, how do you feel about Boris Johnson? I said, I don't feel anything about Boris Johnson at all. But I'm looking forward to I think we're going to have a general election, aren't we? Then they announced on the television the other day 3 people who are going to be on Strictly. One's called Chris Ramsey, and apparently, allegedly, he's a comedian. Never heard of him. The other one is David James, who apparently is an ex-footballer, and the other one's in EastEnders. And you begin to wonder, actually, I mean, how can you pick, 2 people at least that I've never heard of, and so they then put them on the one show, and it's all a bit embarrassing, isn't it? I mean, who in God's name is Chris Ramsey? So I checked him out. He's a northern comedian. He comes from South Shields or something like that. He's sort of another one who's had all his teeth done, so he looks a bit sort of bright and sparkly, which is very nice. But it's people you've never heard of. And they seem to put them on there. I'm beginning to wonder, is it because they've got the right agents? We need to be told. TV industry folk have been crowing that Love Island drew 3.63 million viewers for the finale. So it's just under 3.7 million people. But Anthea Turner, loosely called a TV presenter now, says back in the day Blue Peter got 6.5 million. And she didn't have to get her boobs out for anybody. But there again, you can never keep Anthea down, can you? But she was famous for Tracy Island. Nobody ever said she was a good presenter. She was always a bit sort of, a bit like that. Also, we're back with singing cupcakes as well. You've got Sandy Toksvig, Paul Hollywood, Prue Leith, and some very unfunny bloke called Noel Fielding. And Gemma Collins has offered to meet up with the Prime Minister. I mean, they're getting so desperate for this poor soul, honestly. She said, I can't get around on a Boris bike. I shouldn't imagine you could probably get your legs over a Boris bike at all. It needs to be addressed. I've got to get to work, Boris. You don't have any work in London. What are you talking about? What work have you got in London? I mean, all the stuff that you've got is already filmed. The Little Diva series is already done and dusted. We know that because they're taking clips from it. She's very excited that she signed a contract with the BBC, proving that, you know, she's on the way up after she fell down the stage and then threatened to sue the BBC, which of course never happened because she should have opened her eyes. Difficult to tell with a stomach that size. But anyway, and I thought, she's got what's she got a contract for? Surely they're not going to put her on a programme. No, it's a podcast. It's a podcast. That's it. Apparently she can tell you all about her crazy life. It's about as crazy as poor Jordan's. And then Victoria attention-seeking Beckham, apparently. This is the one who spends 1,200 quid on a moisturiser made from her own blood. Not that when you look at this stick insect, you think she's got much blood. She's also had a bird poo facial produced from nightingale droppings. So her upcoming range is called Clean Beauty. But she's sort of looking at it like, what in God's name is this? But as I say, nothing she's touched so far has actually sort of done the business, has it? When you look at how many items she puts on her face, you begin to wonder. I mean, the makeup really should have been changed a long time ago. Victoria Beckham is heading towards 50 at the moment, and we haven't seen the latest figures to find out exactly how much her fashion range is doing, or whether or not she's going to need to have a word with Dave and raid his piggy bank to sort of help her out yet again. But it's just, but the good news is, as I pointed out yesterday to you, Harper Beckham is reading Vogue. So for that we should be eternally grateful. We got the first female Muslim jockey. She learnt to ride at a club for intercity kids. She's hoping to reign supreme. And that's good. She will line up at Goodwood. Wait a minute, this is very odd. Besides Olympic cyclist Victoria Pendleton and model Vogue Williams, the thickest person you've ever met in your entire life. We know that. You didn't need any proof. They actually put her on the television on Celebrity Mastermind. She was so dumb. It was really just embarrassing. But apparently this is a field of 12... it's a charity ladies thing. She's not really riding. And she says, I know it sounds weird, but you don't understand how fast they are until you've sat on one. I know, it's exciting, isn't it? Horses going fast. Who'd have guessed? Never have guessed that at all. She comes from Peckham. She's going to study mechanical engineering. But, of course, the big story, the only reason she's in the papers is because she's the first female Muslim jockey who's going to ride, I think, with... Is it hijab? I think, whatever it is, it's something that they've made a big deal about, which I think is absolutely disgraceful. Why have they not got pictures of all the other people in there? She says there's a stereotype of Muslim girls unable to follow their sporting dream. Is there? So, first time I've ever heard about it, but there you go. A pensioner rented a flat in... where was it? I forget where it was, actually. In Notting Hill. And when he went in there, he discovered it was actually quite nice. It was above a restaurant. He wasn't too bothered about that because he thought it's got double glazing. I won't need to be woken up. So, unfortunately, with the heat wave, he's had to open the windows. And what did he get? The noise from the restaurant downstairs. And so he decided to empty a bucket of water over a whole load of people, a family and a man, sitting outside there eating. And so they actually took him to court. He says the difficulty is the flat gets really warm to sleep. What he has to do is open the window. Well, I mean, he should have thought about that beforehand. He's 73. If you actually pick a flat that's over the top of a restaurant, you kind of are in a big doggy-doos anyway, because at some point there's going to be noise. There's either going to be music coming up through the floorboards or something like that. It's above a busy restaurant. It's Notting Hill. Yesterday we celebrated Andy Peters' birthday, the only man who at the age of 49 has not aged one bit. Seriously, they've got two pictures. One taken in 1994. Christine, Lampard, decided to give him a cake, which was very nice. He won't eat a cake. He's so fit. But he looks better now. Better. He's not aged at all. He's not aged. He lives down the road from me, and everybody lives down the road from me. Have you noticed I never live down the road from them? They always live down the road from me. But he celebrated his birthday the other day, and they put his face on a £50 note and made it into the cake, which was lovely. And then they've taken pictures of other people. So Jamie Theakston and Zoe Ball. I mean, the only difference is that Jamie's grown a beard. And so Zoe, which is quite nice. Zoe, of course, hunting around at the moment. She's in a terrible state. She's looking for 800,000 listeners, which deserted her. So if you've seen them, I wonder if they've come to they might have come to LBC, actually, seeing as we're now celebrating record figures. Everybody very happy. And the Spike, bigger than ever. Much bigger. We don't generally crow about it or mention it, but now there's even more people listening at 4 a.m. So proud members of the Spike. Then they've got a picture of Pip Schofield. Now, he has aged. I mean, only in the hair colour. He obviously dyed it for years and years. John Barrowman doesn't look any different at all. Seriously, I mean, John Barrowman's got the best skin you'll ever see. Emma Forbes probably looks better now than she did back in 95. But Pip Schofield and Sarah Green. Sarah doesn't really look very much different. And Pip's exactly the same, except he's got white hair. Back in the early days, he had dark hair, but I think it might have been dyed. Sarah Ferguson, one disaster to another. She put in a telephone call to Andrew's pervert ex-pal. This is Jeffrey Epstein. And apparently a notepad seized by the police had her number on and a message saying she's expecting your call. It's interesting, isn't it? I mean, she had debts, I think. In fact, I believe that Epstein actually offered to pay her debts off of £15,000. I mean, she's been, again, another failed person. Totally failed. But Epstein also had 16 numbers for Andrew, who separated from Sarah Ferguson in 1992, but she's got to latch on to somebody. So she's latched onto him, and of course he's the best friend she never had. But this was 13 years before this happened. Andrew was pictured in 2010, which embarrassed, they say, Buckingham Palace. None more so than Prince Andrew, who was embarrassed completely, and they've had to distance him very, very quickly. Also, electronics giant Sony have made, you're going to love this one, the world's first pocket-sized air conditioning unit. It slips into the neck pouch of a special T-shirt, and it can bring down the body temperature by 13 degrees centigrade or push it up by 8. Apparently activated using an app, the £100 Rion Pocket will be out in Japan in March. Why is it Japan gets it first? Why can't we have it? But air conditioning was first invented 185 years ago by a physicist Frenchman. But for those people who suffer from the heat, Sony's Yoichi Ito said it provides comfort to people who suffer. Well, I can't wait for it to be on sale. Those disbelievers, she said, how do they know they make 52,000? Because he was in court, darling. He was in court. He told them how much he was making. As simple as that. It's not fake news at all. It's coming to the real world. Listen, if somebody is offering you, that much money a day, I mean, apparently students are very generous. Very, very generous. But, I mean, you can work it out for yourself. If just supposing somebody's even supposing somebody's making £100 a day, perfectly feasible. Perfectly feasible. Seriously, I see people giving people money and food and all sorts of things every single day of the week. So if you're there and you're doing, because you haven't got a job, so you're doing 7 days a week, that's £700. I mean, that's 36 grand a year. Don't take much more. You know, you find yourself in an affluent area, as long as you're polite to people who give you money. It's very simple, so not fake news at all. In fact, these figures, A, came from the court, and secondly, the other figures the other day, where they say that a lot of them can make 35, 40,000 a year easy, they come from the people who are actually working on the streets. But they say, do not get confused. The people sleeping on the streets are homeless. The others are beggars. And sorting out the people who are cheating, they're not really beggars at all. I told you, the one who got arrested, he'd been begging for years. He used to go back to a £300,000 flat every day. There was somebody who used to beg in Leicester Square, just by the tube, until one of the papers followed him one day, and he goes round the corner. After he's finished, they deliberately sat there, they staked him out, and he walked round the corner, gets into a brand new car. I mean, it's just unbelievable. You have to try and work out for yourself which ones you think are genuine and which ones you think are ripping you off. I saw Danny Dyer last night advertising detergent. God, well, you're a bit late on that one, Ben. It's only been running for like 3 weeks. Where have you been? Mind you, you're in Brighton, aren't you? The drug capital of the South, I think. Steve, watching Love Island is a no-brainer. Love Island was fake, says Pablo. Well, not exactly fake, but the people didn't come from the general public. They are members of the general public. It's just they came from agents. Agents put people forward. I've got 3 for you, blonde, bimbo types, willing to get their boobs out and have sex on television. Oh, right, we'll take those. What do they look like? Oh, they're fine. We'll do... And that's how it is. There were 36 of them. 36. Only 6 of them came from, people writing in going, I'd love to be on the show. The rest of them came from agencies, which is a little bit worrying, isn't it? Ari says, I'm up every night for your show. Can you tell me what the weather's going to be like today? No? Go to your computer, try and grow up. Jill says, I always look at street beggars' shoes. If their shoes look clean, I look at hair. Isn't it funny? You look at shoes, I look at hair. If somebody's got clean hair, they're living somewhere. Seriously, it's as simple as that. Steve, why do people have to keep putting their feet on the seats of the bus, says Martin. Well, tell them off. What are you writing to me for? I'm not driving a bus. And also, a lot of other people talking about Love Island. Where does it go from here? It goes to another Love Island. They've got the new one, which will be starting, and no doubt the agents will be putting forward different people going, listen, I've got somebody here. And they're people who are desperately sad, and they want to try and make something of themselves because they can't actually do anything. Even poor little Amy couldn't even manage it, could she, as a trolley dolly? And that's not exactly difficult to push a trolley up and down an aisle, offering tea, coffee and a packet of peanuts. But that was a little bit beyond her. The man who basically sorted out the West End, Hal Prince, has died at the age of 91. I think he lived in Reykjavik, and I interviewed him in Vienna many, many years ago. And it was interesting because whenever they go, they just opened Phantom of the Opera over in Vienna at Theater an der Wien, and they had a big open call there for all the press to go. Well, I was the only British person there, so consequently, it turned out it was so bizarre. It happened with Stevie Wonder, and it happened with Hal Prince as well, that because most of the journalists there, English was not their first language, they decided after about a minute to let me ask all the questions, and they just wrote down the questions and the answers that they were getting from Hal Prince. And of course he then directed everything towards me, which was fantastic. I think because it's such a rarity to go into another country and you find somebody who English is the native language. He was charming, quite charming. And Stevie Wonder, exactly the same. Exactly the same. People, you get some of the people from the Austrian fraternity whose English was not particularly good. So they all decided just to let me do it. And it worked out quite well. I wish I'd saved the interviews. I should have done. Also, can you wish Malcolm, the retired racing greyhound, a happy 5th birthday, says Kim. Yes. Jennifer Aniston's aged well, says Josh. Maybe because she's using the skin cream I use for my eczema. Can use all sorts of things. Steve, why is it called The One Show? Is that the average IQ of the participants? I don't know, actually. I've not seen it for ages. I'm not seeing it for... They had Stacey Dooley co-presenting the other night, so that was a very good reason not to watch. And also, I watched Steel Magnolias, says Charlotte. Yesterday, I'd forgotten what a great film it was. I wept and I laughed. An amazing cast. Great cast. Great cast. And very nice. Plus, revealed on the programme this morning, the top private schools awash with Class A drugs. They're everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. There's, in fact, actually, there are some related drug stories in the newspapers today, including one man who was using children to ferry the drugs around all over the place so he didn't get caught. But he did get caught. And what they did, they've confiscated all his money, I think he had something like £63,000 in cash in his house. So they took that. They've also taken his watches. They've also taken something like £31,000 worth of trainers, because people get a bit into trainers. They've taken all they're all going to be sold. So when he comes out, he'll have nothing to put on his feet, poor little soul. But I'm sure he'll find something to do. So they're all going to be auctioned. You're probably getting them for a pittance, I would imagine. Happy birthday to Amber Rudd today. And what was the other one again? Oh, which was somebody said, I think it's come from a medical report somewhere, that eating cheese, liver and sweet potato could slash the chance of skin cancer. Well, I do like liver. I'm not wild about sweet potato, and cheese I can take. I can sort of take or leave, actually. I'm not particularly bothered about that. But I like the story in the front of the Sun. This is of an electrician. And what he's done to stop people nicking his tools. Because, you see all these vans, and they've got tools not left in overnight and stuff like that. Well, this one here, his name is Ray Taylor. He's taken the drastic step of wiring up his van. So if anybody touches it, or the back door tries to get in, they get 1,000 volts up their arm. And I know what you're thinking. Well, that's not legal. Well, apparently it is. The police have said it's entirely legal. It's part of a DIY alarm system in his Citroen Dispatch that also triggers a siren and sound bombs, whatever they are. But he says they will get a zap, so they sent a reporter out who obviously didn't quite fancy this one idea. And he did try. He said, I certainly wouldn't be trying it again. So it has a thing on it. You get the siren, a 1,000-volt zapper from electric fly swatter in the rear door, 2 sound bombs louder than a jumbo jet taking off, and a yellow sign under the handle saying, "Danger, live terminals." So in other words, the system is triggered if the handle is pulled before it's unlocked or if the doors are forced open. So the trouble is, how do you know it's his van? Well, I could tell you what the number plate was, but why should I? Why should I? Just look at all white vans with a little bit of, well, just be aware. Just be aware. But it's totally legal. Totally legal. I didn't realise you could have things like that. I thought anything, because what happens if somebody goes up to it, as people, well, I don't know, why would you, and sort of touches the handle, and they go, I just touched it, so I thought it was my van or something like that, and then all of a sudden you get 1,000 volts through. It's not very much, is it? You get 50,000 on the tasers. 50,000 volts, and that generally throws people back to the ground. This one, I remember going up to, when we lived in Yorkshire, all the farms around there had electric fences to keep the sheep in. And I remember on odd occasions you did touch the electric fence, and it was like, phew, it didn't hurt, it's just that you jump backwards a little bit, so our sheep go nowhere near them. Meghan Markle showing her common touch, hugging a woman on a secret charity visit earlier this year. Nothing secret about it, because here are the pictures of it. Here are the pictures of her posing. Here are the, it's a load of old codswallop, this, we want privacy, because they quite clearly don't want privacy. So the brands have come together. This is because that they now call themselves Sussex Royal. I mean, it's not much intelligence going on here. And SmartWorks is the charity. The brands have come together to work towards this united force for good, reframing the idea of charity as community, as the Duchess writes in a piece for this month's British Vogue. So, that would be all right if she was still that average actress who appeared in Suits, but if you remember the royal family, you don't really do this sort of thing. And they will follow the 1-1 model, where an item from the collection purchased is an item shared with a woman of SmartWorks, because not only does it allow us to be part of each other's story, it reminds us we're in it together, says the woman who lives in a palace. Yeah, we're exactly the same as you. We're no different at all. So images of the Duchess were shared on the Sussex Royal Instagram. Supposed to be secret. Obviously not. Obviously not. So the next time they go, we just want privacy. We go, yeah, whatever. Whatever. So Emma Barton plays Honey Mitchell in EastEnders, although she left after 3 years in 2008. Then she returned in 2014 and became a regular a year later. She's also been in Doctors, Spooks, and the movie Who Needs Enemies? Because that rings a bell with everybody, doesn't it? Nope. David James made over 400 appearances for Liverpool, Man City and Portsmouth, but he's well known for his haircuts. Yes, not known for his intelligence, is he, I suppose? And Chris Ramsey was a co-presenter on I'm a Celebrity Extra Camp. He's a Geordie comedian, and he launched his career with the Newcastle Open Mic Night in 2007. You won't know who he is. Nobody knows who he is. He's been on Celebrity Gogglebox, Celebrity Juice, and Never Mind the Buzzcocks. Well, that finished God knows how long ago. God knows. Rod Liddell talking about island wingdings. And he can't quite get his head around it. Not really. And he talks about the Met Office, and he talks about the naming the storms which are about to hit us. Although if you lived in Yorkshire, you'd be wanting to go round to the Met Office and slap their little legs and say, why can't you get things right? Who'd have known it was going to be so bad? You know, one woman the other day was in tears. Her sitting room was under 5 feet of water. 5 feet of water. Terrible. Steve, I give the leftovers from office events after I lock up and give them to rough sleepers, says Big Chris. You don't need to. Pret a Manger go round with a van delivering food. So, you know, they do their bit. And also, why would they want leftovers? They actually get the Pret a Manger sandwiches, which is quite nice. I read Meghan will design clothes for M&S. Is that the royalist job? I don't know, Rob. But he says, I have a feeling that Meghan and Harry have lost their sparkle. I don't think they've lost the sparkle. I think they've lost their way. Now she's signed a bumper deal with the corporation to host, wait for this, a tell-all podcast about her bonkers life. What? Bonkers life? The foul-mouthed four-letter words that emanate from this woman's mouth. And she's threatening to sue the BBC, they say, after her tumble 2 years ago. Yeah, right, whatever. I mean, put it this way, if you can't open your eyes properly, that's your problem, isn't it? They also say it's a genius move. This is Simon Boyle's bizarre column. Perhaps he has to crawl up to her. A genius move for Gemma, who's... What do you think? She brokered it. The agent, wouldn't it? Whose new job offers a pathway to more jobs with the broadcaster, maybe even on Strictly. What for? What do you want to put her on there? She's a reality person. They don't do reality people. A source close to Gemma, who calls herself the GC because she has to talk about herself in third party, says she's over the moon to have done this deal. It'll be a regular podcast... I don't think so. Available through the BBC Sounds app, launched in a fortnight, and you'll be able to hear Gemma talking about all sorts of things to do with her crazy life. Like what? I'm sorry, I was born, I stuffed my fat face, I got fatter and fatter, I slept with quite a few people, and I'm called the GC, and they call me a diva. End of podcast. Nothing else you need to know. They say she's got her foot in the door. Really? But anyway, she still has the Essex clothing store, Gemma Collins Boutique, clothes for the fatter person, and she's got her own reality show. Well, she's only just had that. They make it sound like it's regular, and from what we've seen so far, it looks a bit dreary, doesn't it? Not exactly much going on in her life. She has to sort of make things up. It looks as though it's going to be about as dreary as Vinnie Jones is. Vinnie Jones was pictured sitting at home in his reality show, and he said, do you want me to go and do something, like go shopping? And they went, yeah, that's okay. The trouble is she doesn't do anything. She doesn't really do anything at all. They talk about, she's having meetings. She doesn't need to have meetings. What the agent does. She doesn't need to have anything. People know what they're booking if you get her. But a podcast, I mean, God, I should imagine after about the first minute of listening to that voice, you're going to be throwing yourself out windows. Also, tree-hugging celebrities. Oh, this is this Google camp which focused on climate change. So they were all there. Pop star Katy Perry, or known as Perry Hypocritical, with Magnet David Geffen. Chris Martin sang with his band. Harry Styles was there with Diane von Furstenberg. But it took 114 climate-wrecking private jets, which were flying in. The moguls brought their super yachts, ferried about by helicopters and a Maserati. And this is to tell us how to save the Earth. It was as bad the other day as Prince Harry telling us that, we want to save the planet, so they're only going to have 2 children. And that's it. And then he gets on a private jet and flies off somewhere. Other stories. The paper today, a modern slavery gang. There's lots of these ones. This one earned the life of leisure. And he lived off the earnings of more than 400 people. Luckily, they found him. He was given bail at trial, but for breaking his leg. But then he fled. And he was found the other week. He'll be extradited to begin his 11-year jail term. Told you we always get them in the end. We always find them, don't we? We always find them. And these booze cruises, I mean, P&O, what on earth were they thinking of? Why on earth would you want to go on a cruise with, a load of drunks? I mean, seriously, what damage have they done to their reputation? Answer, really serious damage. Russell Kane will return for another podcast. This apparently is the third run, delving into the history of some of the world's biggest cultural icons. Plus. Oh, what were they going to... Oh, that's right. Ryanair apparently have got redundancies on the cards. Don't know how many. I think it's enough to worry about. And home is clearly where the heart is for Fern Cotton. Having sort of quit Keith Lemon's foul-mouthed celebrity juice programme, which was about as low as you can possibly get in your career. She's now gearing up to host a new show on only BBC Two and Netflix called Interior Design Masters, because she obviously knows loads about things like that. And they will judge fledgling designers vying to win a commercial contract. Oh, well, there you go. I'm sure that's a good career move. Certainly better than the rubbish she turned out in Celebrity Juice. In between her and Holly Willoughby coming up with the most dreadful things I've ever seen. It's just almost, it falls so far short of what a proper programme should be. The demand for plastic bags has fallen by 90%. I'm delighted to tell you I use plastic bags every day. I don't mind paying for them. It doesn't bother me in the slightest. I use them, taking stuff home, and then I use them as rubbish bags. But they say it's the demand for them has fallen by 90%. I don't believe it. I see people every day walking up and down high streets with their plastic bags in their hands. What's the matter with that? What's the matter with plastic bags? I mean, I'm not throwing them away anywhere apart from in the recycling bins, which actually is unusual because I don't normally use recycling bins. Also, the hammerhead shark spotted off the coast of Britain for the first time ever. We've never had a hammerhead shark. There has never, ever been a hammerhead shark, but they've got a picture of it. Now, whether or not it's a library picture or whether or not it is actually a hammerhead shark, I've got no idea. But, well, it is a hammerhead shark. It's whether it's the one that was seen. Because that's quite rare. Obviously, you know, they are getting a little bit braver. And then Elvis's indecent proposal. He begged us for a threesome. Who says so? Petula Clark. Why would she tell fibs? Why would she tell fibs about it? Together with Karen Carpenter. Karen, of course, who died at a very early age, I think of anorexia nervosa. She came into LBC with her brother. They turned up in this huge Daimler limo, which they were being ferried. They were very common in London at one time. You don't see them so often now. But she turned up, and the PR said to me, she said, don't mention her weight. She was wearing all black slacks, black top, and she was painfully thin, but no thinner than I'd seen before on anybody. So I wouldn't have said, oh, you don't look as though you're putting on weight, because in fact that was the thing. She was dreadfully worried about it, and it made her quite ill. But she came in and she did. I can't remember what they were talking about. They might have been appearing at the London Palladium. They might have been doing one of their appearances in the day. I don't think she enjoyed any of it, even though she had the most beautiful voice, and they could deliver live exactly the same as it sounded on the records. It was one of those very few that sometimes used to get. I remember when Top of the Pops decided to go live, and people had to sing live. Before then, you used to get the Top of the Pops orchestra, which was a little bit embarrassing to find a lot of old men trying to do pop songs. It just didn't work at all. And so they said to people, you have to perform live now. And basically, if they didn't do it properly, the record sunk without trace. I can remember a couple of quite obvious so-called hits at the time, which were good until they made their appearance on Top of the Pops. And that's when it all fell apart. Not so good. Bin Laden's son, jihadi son, has been found dead. So that's good news. And the other one that I was quite interested in is John Craven hitting out over the loss of rural services. And the truth of the matter is that Prince Charles has come up with the same thing. And they're all talking about what it's like to live out in the rural communities, which is probably quite nice. But unfortunately, as bus services get axed, the local shop has to close. So people, you know, once they discover transport in their cars, they then go to the big supermarkets and stock up. Hardly anybody was using the little shops. But there's only a couple of villages that I can think of where the village has clubbed together. And they bought the shop, and they operate as a little commune. They're all partaking. They've done it with pubs as well to try and rejuvenate something that these little villages had years and years ago. But they don't seem to have it anymore because families have children. The children think, oh, I'd love to live in this village so we can all live in the same. But they can't afford to live in the village. They can't afford, because the house prices go up because people are greedy, and they sell them to people from out of the village who've got the money. Consequently, it then shoves the kids of the families who've been living in the village all their lives down to the bottom of the pile. They can't afford anything, so they have to move into town and then start renting. It's all very depressing. But some villages, you know, are very much communities, and Prince Charles is obviously interested in that, although he doesn't have to live in anything like that, does he? He goes back to Highgrove, he's got Buckingham Palace, he's got offices at St James's Palace, he's got the Queen Mother's ex-residence. I mean, you know, why would he worry about what goes on in the community? Although they did build Poundbury, and that was supposed to be one of those little experimental places. It does work, but it's not cheap to live there. And that's what it is. It's appealing to a certain lot of people. You won't find burnt-out cars in Poundbury. I still can't work out why a doctor would be telling people, if you want to be fit nowadays, do more exercise. Because yesterday, as you know, I've got this app on the phone, and the funny thing is, I generally forget about checking the app and checking exactly how much I've done. I mean, today I've done over 1,000 steps. How that's possible, I've got no idea. Yesterday I did 4,000, and I climbed 3 floors, and I walked or ran, certainly wouldn't be running, 2.7 kilometres. Day before, only did 2.3 kilometres, but I did walk 3,500 steps. How it works, I've got no idea. I wish I could tell you. And as it's the first of the month, and it's pinch and a punch for the first of the month. I don't know why we do that. It's if you're superstitious, if you're very superstitious, and then you'll be worrying about the pinch and a punch. But don't actually hurt people when you do it, or pinch and a kick, which is even worse, for being so quick. We weren't sure what you were supposed to be so quick at. But either way, you're supposed to say it. So, but you can only do it up until midday. I think after midday, it doesn't count. So there you go. But we were all waiting this morning because once the audience figures come out, and I think it's about every so many months. Even I can't remember, and I've been doing it for long enough now. And so you always worry, don't you? Every single radio station, every single presenter, the length and breadth of the land, will be sitting there going, I wonder what my audience figures are. People always like to know. And or sometimes they don't want to know. I mean, if your name's Zoe Ball this morning, you're going to be really unhappy. She's hemorrhaged 800,000 people. I mean, that's a serious amount. That's actually like sort of some little radio stations up and down the country. That's their entire audience for a year if you add it all together. So she hemorrhaged 800,000. Whereas LBC adds on, which is quite nice. So we go right up the leaderboard again, which is good. But always very interesting at 4 a.m. to see what happens. And there it is. The spike is quite evident. Even I can see it with my limited eyesight. But it's good. Craig's having 2 tattoos this afternoon. Wish me luck. Why would you want 2 tattoos? This is this Callie girl who's on the front of the Mirror today. I mean, she's not the full ticket. She's moaned about everything. You know, when I wish I'd never won the money and all the rest of it. I wish she'd never won the money. And so she says, I was too young. She's 32 now, but she doesn't appear to have grown up. But she's covered in tattoos, up her neck, up her arms. What is it with tattoos and people who want to have all these things done? And you think, why would you want to ruin yourself? And that's exactly what she's done. She's just ruined the way she looks. I mean, not that she was sort of chock-a-block with looks anyway, but she's now said, at 16 I was too young to cope. Well, they do offer advice if you're not intelligent enough to take that. People ask for money for new cars. She said, I was a soft touch exploited because of my age. No, exploited because you were simple. Nothing to do with your age. You can have somebody who's 16 and still very intelligent. Obviously, you weren't. And she won £1,875,000. And so she said she was hounded by fake friends. Yeah, well, because we got nearly £2 million. But she said, I was too young. Overnight, it's all these years, it still gets dragged up. Well, you keep giving these stupid interviews. If you didn't do them, it'd be a lot easier. She said, I didn't expect any of it. And I don't actually know. I mean, she splashed the cash on holidays, cars and presents. I learned 20 grand here, 13 grand here. I'd never get it back. Yeah, but you see, the trouble is, once you've started doing this, that's your problem. She then spent 17 grand on boob jobs to give her self-confidence. Unfortunately, she has no self-confidence at all. She says, I was exploited. And her children were taken off her at one point. So many people made money from selling fake stories. I don't remember reading any fake stories about you at all. She says, I've never been a druggie. So she advises any young winners to keep their fortune secret. Yeah. So the last of her jackpot went 7 years ago on a £30,000 deposit for a former family home. Her ex-partner Paul still lives there. She bought a house for her grandparents, now worth 140. And she says, Camelot says she received extensive support. She didn't take up the independent financial and legal advice. However, our winners team fully supported her and helped her to handle media interest. Yeah, because what they do, Camelot, they're far more mindful than the TV programmes. If you win money, first thing they do is offer you support and financial advice. But of course, she thought she was the big I am, and she's turned out to not be that at all. But at one point, I think it was her or somebody else, selling pictures of their boobs, which is slightly disturbing. Anything to make a little bit of money. But it doesn't happen all that time, does it? We had that stupid bin man. Do you remember the bin man who bought the place and was racing round it in the early hours of the morning, upsetting all the neighbours? Luckily, he lost all of his, so I was very pleased there. They've all had it, and then they lose it because they're not intelligent enough to look after it. Of August, so you should have paid the tax. That was the thing we were telling you yesterday. You should have paid your tax by now, otherwise those lovely people at HMRC start writing to you going, we haven't received the payment. Mind you, might not even followed through and done the whole thing, so you don't know what your tax is. It's worth giving them a ring, although, to be honest with you, I probably share your slight panic over going, phoning the I've never phoned HMRC. I phoned the people on VAT once. Just to get them to explain it to me. Now they've actually changed the system. It doesn't make any difference. With regards to the GC, says Holly, the BBC have got the old bag in the bag. She will shame herself with her pitiful number of podcast followers. Oh, no, I think she'd do quite well on that. It's just at the time you've heard, so when I was, free, and it's this sort of little child's voice. So, I mean, she's not BBC material, and they normally have a policy that they will not put people from reality shows on any of their programmes. They don't mind putting them on, say, a chat show or something. Although I don't think you'll ever find her on Graham Norton. I'd be very surprised. Very surprised. I mean, you can't put somebody on there because she can barely string two words together. She's not the bright penny in the box, I'm afraid, as they've discovered on previous programmes. And I think they have a ruling, I'm pretty certain, on something like Strictly, that it'll be nobody from a reality show. Doesn't matter who it is. They're not interested. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens. I mean, at least you don't have to look at her, which is good news. Simon says, since the plastic bag tax opened up another profit opportunity, shop staff can't wait to offer you one for varying prices. Apparently, WH Smith's 5p bags are like cheap sandwich bags. Are they? I've never asked for a bag in there, actually. So, you said Gemma had her foot in the door. Yep, the pantry door, in case it swung shut, honestly. Steve, my mum has worked in a small shop in a Kent village called Shoreham for over 20 years. Sold to a consortium of residents several years ago to save, and it works very well. Keeps a focal point for the community. Also, if you've got people who live in a village, you can probably they can sell their own vegetables and things like that. I mean, but would somebody? I mean, when I lived in a village years and years ago, it was a case of you only went to the village shop because they sold sweeties. That was the only reason you went there. I don't think my mother ever bought anything. It was sweeties. They had a few little items, like you could get a loaf of bread, and you could get some beans or something like that. But most people in those days, people cooked their own stuff. They didn't rely on tins. Well, I don't think we did. I don't remember opening our cupboard and seeing tins. So that's why it works well for the community, Chris, which is nice. Steve, you're supposed to do a minimum of 10,000 steps a day. Yeah, well, I'm not. So there you go. Asda, tag their baskets. Do people really steal them? Says Jackie. No, they're not stealing them. They're using them to take stuff away in. That's what they're doing. I mean, you see it all the time. I mean, the extent of thieving is quite phenomenal. There's a car that's clamped in Twickenham. It's a 4x4. It's from a woman who... I don't know too much. Well, I know quite a lot about her. Anyway, they have this house. Nobody works in the family, and they're all living in there. The daughter is pregnant as well, and they've got this 4x4. And it's quite big. And in fact, I looked at it the other week, and I remember thinking to myself, that's a bit odd. It appears to have a clamp on it. And then somebody says, that'll be DVLA. And I went, no, this isn't DVLA. Definitely not. And the reason I know it's not DVLA is because the clamp from DVLA has got DVLA stamped on it. And they put a big yellow thing on the windscreen saying this car has been clamped because it doesn't have any tax. So the reason it's not picking up traffic wardens' tickets is because it's got a parking permit. But quite clearly, this is where it becomes interesting. Quite clearly, this is a bailiff's clamp. They've got two on it. One, which is a big chain thing, and this big metal. I mean, you wouldn't get it off unless you had an organ grinder. Or no, one of those, steel things. And it's got another clamp on the back wheel. But it's been sitting there for about 2 or 3 weeks now. And I began to wonder. So in other words, if this family owes money, which I've got no idea whether they do or whether they don't, the bailiff will come round and they will find out. I mean, she has 2 cars. This is what the bailiff doesn't know. She's got another little car, which is a runaround. This one's probably worth about $3,000. But if they owe money, they will clamp it till they cough up, or otherwise they give them a certain amount of time to find the money. Then the car is taken away and it's sold at auction, and that money is put towards their debt. But as I say, she obviously knows this, so they're not doing anything about this one. They're leaving it there at the moment, but she's got another little runaround, which is obviously hidden. I heard this from somebody the other day. They said she's hidden it, so they don't find it. I couldn't quite work out how they found the first one, actually. But it seems to work. Seems to work. But that's why, Jackie, Asda tagged their baskets. People just take them. People steal anything. I mean, that's what they do nowadays. People nick. If they can't afford it, then they thieve it. And people thieve to order. They found somebody the other day, and they opened his pocket. Somebody had a bottle of gin. So it was written on a piece of paper. He was nicking to order. So somebody goes to him, you can get me a bottle of whiskey, bottle of gin, give you 20 quid. And so that's what they'll do. They'll go and steal, because nobody stops anybody nowadays. The only way you're ever going to stop it is if you have places like Kentucky Fried Chicken, where I've never known anybody nick from there, unless it's a straw or something like that, because it's all behind the counter. You can't just go in there and start nicking chicken, or fish and chip shops. You're never going to nick from that, are you? There's nothing to take, unless you're going to take the tomato ketchup bottle off the counter, but the rest of the time you're not. But in normal shops where they sell sweets and everything else, light-fingered. When we had Woolworths, it was permanently being nicked. People were going in there, school children. I told you before, and they were... I watched them. I watched them being chased out of the store once. They would go and nick, walk to the back of the store, put it in their pockets, walk straight out the front. It's quite amazing. I mean, I see shoplifting on a regular basis, and it's getting worse. It's getting worse. The only way you can do it is by saying, OK, you stand here, now what do you need? Like it used to be in a corner shop. And you'd go, I'll have a tin of beans, like Arkwright, like in Open All Hours. Very similar to that, very similar. And you have 3 slices of ham. Nowadays, people just pick stuff up and then just shove it in their side of their coat and walk out. Nobody's going to take them to court for nicking 3 packets of bacon or sandwiches. They're not going to nick. And you see, sometimes I've seen some quite respectable-looking people nicking sandwiches. You know, people in suits. It's obviously well known. You just walk in, pick up a sandwich, and walk straight back out again. There's so many people in there. That's the way it works. What else we got in the... Oh, dreadful thing. In Shetland. I mean, there's hardly anybody up there. It's just sheep, isn't it? They've just had their 3rd murder. Excuse me, in 30 years. And you begin to wonder whether or not there's sort of some strange force which is at work on Shetland, because I keep seeing all these nice programmes on Shetland, and it looks very nice, and it's very rural, and you think, they're obviously living a simplistic life. But the 3rd murder in 30 years, I mean, that's one sort of about every 10 years. This woman was found dead in the road. She'd had her throat slit, and you begin to wonder what the hell is going on up there. Plus, Andrew Castle's daughter, our Andrew Castle, has got a leading role in the musical 9 to 5, the touring version of it, which takes place very, very shortly. So there's a couple of pictures in the papers today of him looking very, very happy. There was also a man here. This is a guy called Neil Woodford. They've not seen him in public for about 2 months, following revelations about his failing £1 billion flagship fund. He's got a very nice property in Salcombe, which is very big. Very big. I'd love to have a property that overlooked the water. I always think that must be quite nice. And you can go and sort of sit down there and just watch the world going by. And the BA pilots get the strike go-ahead, which is a bit of a problem. So what's happened is BA have offered the pilots 11.5% rise over 3 years, but they want a bigger hike linked to the discredited measure of inflation called the Retail Price Index. Pilots also want a bonus linked to the airline's record profits. So the strike action could start, well, they haven't actually given us any potential dates, but it has to give at least 2 weeks' notice by law, so strikes could happen mid-August at the earliest, and it'll be done to disrupt you. It'll be done to disrupt you. At the moment, the union boss plotting the chaos is basking in Spain. He earns £141,000 a year. It's amazing, really. And that's a guy called Brian Strutton. With his wife, he's over there in Valencia, which is great. What rights have you got? Well, airlines are obliged to provide a refund or a suitable alternative flight in the event of a cancellation. Passengers are also entitled to assistance, including free meals, drinks and hotel stays, if required. It also applies if your flight is delayed by strike action. But the worst thing is, for the people who don't check the flights, you just take for granted, don't you? Just imagine you're a sort of a couple with 2 children and you don't take a daily newspaper and you don't know, and you don't maybe listen to the radio and you don't know about this kind of thing, and you head up to the airport and then somebody says, oh, by the way, they're on strike. And you go, but we just travelled down from Sheffield. And they go, well, kind of tough, isn't it, really? You should have checked. I always say check all the time, just to make sure that the flight you're booked on is Morning, everybody. Thursday, the 1st of August. Pinch and a punch for the first day of the month. We can say that at this time of the morning. Doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean, if you walk under a ladder, it's going to change. And black cats might change things, but that's about as good as it gets. Can it really be less than a week since we sweltered on the hottest day ever? Yep. Although yesterday we had some nice weather, a little overcast, nothing particularly special. However, in the village of Grinton, they've had to call in the army. Seriously, it's just, you've never seen so much water. In fact, it's very interesting that this bridge at Grinton Moor is partly destroyed by floods. You can't drive down it because you can't get to the other side. It's just collapsed. It was used in the Tour de France, and there's a lovely picture of loads of cyclists. Perhaps that weakened it. I don't know, but now you look at it, the whole thing has collapsed. They're going to need to sort of rebuild it all again, and because it's just not safe. Some people had to, in Swaledale, people had to abandon their cars. As I say, there was this lady on the news the other day, and she was in a terrible state. And they started to do the interview with her, and she just burst into tears. She said people said they were going to come and help me. She said nobody's come up so far. And she literally... There was one man who was building holiday homes, holiday cottages, all flooded out. All flooded out. We had the same down here a few years back, down in Walton. The people who lived on... Which looks idyllic, doesn't it? You're on the banks of the Thames. It looks fantastic. All this water up north, where does it end up? Down here. Comes in, it all links up to the Thames, and so they had flooding in Walton. Some poor lad had just got his first mortgage, and he'd done the house up the way he wanted to. Then he got flooded, and all of a sudden he's shoveling silt and dirty water out of his sitting room, and so eventually he got it all out. They brought in dehumidifiers and pumped the stuff out, all the silt and all the mess, and it was dreadful, damp up the walls, all had to be redone. Blow me down, they didn't just finish it, they had another flood. They couldn't have been more unlucky. But when you see some of these cars, they've almost disappeared under the water. It's certainly, these cars will not be able to be driven again for some time. Some people think you can... They've always said that if you're in an area like this, which is liable for flooding in such an extreme way, they've said, and you can see the road ahead of it, for God's sake, don't drive down it, because you don't know what's happened. Underneath, it might have collapsed. You're not going to risk it. But some of these drivers are seriously... started to drive through, and one of them, it's over the bonnet, and they're still driving through it. And eventually they had to get out, and they had to walk the last bit. It was just monsoon-like rains. As we sweltered, do you remember a few days ago, we all went, I don't want weather like this ever again, thank you very much indeed. And you look at these horrendous pictures, and I've seen the news coverage, and the speed of these rivers and the speed of the deluge is quite frightening. But the Yorkshire Regiment, well done to them. Last night, 16 alerts of expected flooding and 25 of possible flooding remained in force, covering rivers in parts of Derbyshire, Manchester, Leicestershire, Merseyside, Nottinghamshire, Staffordshire and in western North Yorkshire. We, of course, down here have been relatively unscathed apart from the heat. That's all we had. I was watering baskets the other day for what seemed like an eternity. So we wish them well up there, but it really must be absolutely terrible. You feel very sorry for them. And, of course, even worse for some people who aren't insured. Because people think it won't happen to us, so people don't bother doing insurance. The advice would be, make sure you get insurance. Neil says, knowing you're always only too willing to pay your taxes... Well, I'm not, believe you me, I'm never too willing to pay them. I have to pay them, it's a legal requirement. How do you feel about celebs using loopholes to avoid paying what they owe? I don't know, actually. I don't know. I suppose if we were all given an out... To be brutally honest, if somebody said to you, listen, if you buy fir trees in Scotland, it's tax deductible, I'd probably go, let's go for that then. Let's go for that. There are some people, we've all seen the celebrities, Gary Barlow and Jimmy Carr, people like that, who started opening up all these different schemes. I seem to remember some years ago, there's always been ways around it. There's always been ways to pay... as little tax as possible, registering yourself offshore or something. I don't know. I've never worried about it. I've always thought I'm in for an easy life. As far as I'm concerned, I have an accountant. He works out what I have to pay. I never question it. I can't do things like that. Can't repair cars either. Can't decorate if I think about it. But it's a case of you have to trust people. They do it. He then sends it off to the Inland Revenue. They come back with, that's fine, that's okay, that's what we estimated as... Because I'd love to work for the Inland Revenue. My God, you'd have a field... Mind you, if I worked for a bank, I'd have a field day. You imagine if you had people's accounts. I'd be looking through the celebrities' accounts, seeing how much money they've got. Wouldn't you? Oh, I would, definitely. But, and then they send me a thing, and it generally comes in about December, and it tells me what I need to pay at the end of January and at the end of July, and I pay it, and that's it. And I've just paid the last one, so that's nice. Then I've got the VAT to pay. Then I'll have the car to pay. I've just approved the car insurance. Because now it's automatic with car insurances. You don't actually physically need to do something. They actually send you all the details, and they go, this year we're going to charge you this much. If you don't want to pay it, then you've got a month, really, to go and find somebody else. But, I don't think it's going to make any difference, not in my job. And they send you the thing. They said, you don't need to do anything because we've got all your details on file. So that's it. Unless I had some dispute with it, which I haven't. So it's just paying. That's all we seem to do is work now. But if I discovered I could sit on a pavement and earn 300 or 400 quid a day, I'd probably still come into work. I think I need that self-respect. I think some people who sit there, pretending to be fake beggars or fake people who don't have anywhere to live, then I think it takes on a sinister turn. And as the charities have said, there's a lot of people earning a lot of money out there, a lot of money. And what they're not doing is they're not actually doing anything. They just sit on their bums. Sit on their bums. See you tomorrow. Au revoir. Are you stealing the cup or what? Are you bringing it back? I just wondered, actually. Honestly, it's just so blatant now, isn't it? People just walk out with things. Josh is walking out with his cup of tea. So he doesn't stop at one of those sort of fast food places all the way back home again. But he'll be back with you tomorrow morning with the news on LBC. But it is true, though, you've got to be very careful. There are two sorts of people on the street. There are the homeless people who live in little tents or sleeping bags, and then there's the beggars. And a lot of those are crooks. A lot of those, they're only begging because they don't want to work. But, of course, they might actually be claiming benefits at the same time. But they have places to live. You never find anybody who's sleeping rough on the street asking for money. They tend not to do that. It must be a different sort of culture. But they reckon some of them could be earning well in excess of £25,000 a year for doing nothing. For doing nothing. It's like finding a copy of Harry Potter. And there was one here, a rare edition of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. It was bought for £1 at a tabletop sale, 1997 edition, and it was covered by the auctioneer Jim Spencer in a banana box full of books. There were only 500 copies published by Bloomsbury, sold to an anonymous bidder, and 300 went into libraries at the time. The auctioneer, Charles Hanson, the one from the television, said it was a magical moment because the bloke here bought it and he just shoved it in the back of a cupboard for £1. Came up for auction the other day. It went for £28,000. Well, 28,500. It's not bad, is it? That's what you call a very good return. The book's owner, who asked not to be named, I bet, said, I bought it along with 3 or 4 others to read on holiday about 20 years ago. I thought nothing of it at the time. But there's spelling mistakes in it. There's a repetition of one wand in the list, corrected in later editions, confirming it was an original. The word philosopher was also initially spelt wrongly on the back, so little things which demonstrated exactly what it was. 28,000. I'm not surprised they wanted to keep quiet about it. The advice is do not tell people, whether or not you end up with all this money. Jim says your part of the Thames is thankfully a mere trickle, isn't it? You're joking, of course. It's huge. It's huge. Goes all the way down to Richmond. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. And here we go again. Today, Steve Allen tells us that Zoe Ball has lost 800,000. I know, isn't that embarrassing? Isn't that embarrassing? And then says, he mentioned this, but no actual figures given. Well, I'm not allowed to, because we're a commercial radio station. So, I mean, if you've got half a brain cell, you'd know how it works. I could tell you what it is. It's a lot. In fact, it's the biggest audience at that time. Biggest audience. When you see the spike, all the other radio stations are just way underneath us, like, whoa, down there somewhere. But listen, you keep talking about me because it's boosting my audience no end. I mean, seriously, it gets better and better. 84850 Steve, I live in an apartment overlooking the sea. It's lovely. I see everything from little sailing boats right up to the container ships passing my lounge window. So that must be quite nice. I think that's quite good. I think that's quite good to watch things like that. I think because I'm Pisces, I'm strangely drawn to water. And I could happily sit there and I could watch ships and everything else going backwards and forwards. I quite like this bloke called Barry King. He set himself a challenge in 2013 to create the world's biggest matchstick model. 6 very fiddly years, 750,000 matches, 40 litres of glue, around £6,000, and one relationship later, his replica of Salisbury Cathedral is really taking shape. I mean, it's quite... What he's going to do with it, I've got no idea. He's finished the West Front, including details such as the niches with the statues of the priests and the worthies connected with the 13th century cathedral. He's also painstakingly recreated the central gable with its 4 lancet windows and 2 quatrefoil windows. He's a maintenance man. He said he should finish by 2028. Hope he lives long enough, by which time he'll have used 6 million matchsticks. He uses tweezers and a craft knife to whittle them. I mean, it's quite beautiful, but where it goes, I've got no idea. Oh, it's going to go to Salisbury Guildhall later this month in a charity fund. Can you imagine? You lift it up, you put it in the back of a thing, and then it collapses. That would be a worst nightmare. He says he's always wanted to do it. The actual cathedral took longer to build. The main body, built between 1220 and 1258, 23 years longer than Mr. King hopes his model will take. But he's very good. He's very clever. He's very clever, so well done to him. And he said, I started in earnest 6 years ago, and it's obviously very therapeutic for him. I mean, it's really quite brilliant. It measures 15 feet by 9 foot, so we're not talking about something small here. We're talking about something absolutely enormous. And if it's going to go on display, they should put it in the cathedral, shouldn't they? Should be in there, put in a nice big glass case, and then you can say 6 million matches, so and so, and then light it from the inside. That'd look really brilliant. Really brilliant. How long, says James, before we have the word spiker entered into the dictionary? Yeah, residential home, 1,700 quid due every 6 months, but we all have the comforts and 24-hour security, says Dev. Another one here, which somebody else thinking our part of the Thames is a mere trickle. No, it's flowing really fast at the moment, really fast. But every so often they actually pull the plug, and so the Thames completely stops. It stops, and then they go in there and they rescue all the shopping trolleys and all the bits and pieces that people have thrown in there, including the money I've thrown in. I've thrown loads and loads of money into the Thames. I've done it all over the place, so it could be found in years to come. 5:50. Strangely enough, they're still running a story in the papers about these dogs which went missing in the care of a dog sitter. This is somebody called Louise Lawford, who told the owners of these dogs, and there's one called Jack, French bulldog, Ralph, who's a pug, and Charlie, who's a pug as well. Pablo is an 8-year-old pug, and Maggie is a Jack Russell pug cross. And she said the animals ran off after being spooked in the woods. And the whole thing, it's all gone, and then the police phone her and say, oh, by the way, we think your animals are dead. I mean, all they know is that they died in the dog sitter's care. The woman who owns them, Becky Parsons, says she's been told that they're dead. Louise Lawford seems to have nothing to say about the thing at all. She's taken down her Facebook page. She couldn't be contacted. Her neighbours said she left her semi-detached home in February after the breakup of her marriage, but they still run the business from there. I mean, so you just lose 5 dogs like this, which I'm assuming are worth money to some people, and they were spooked. I mean, it's ridiculous. They have found, they think, a dead dog on a beach in Hastings, which could be connected, but they're not sure. The whole thing is just, it's got an air of a Miss Marple about it. One of those really odd mysteries where you sort of think to yourself, there must be more to this story, mustn't there, really? Michelle and Stellan turning it on holiday in Basel, in Switzerland, helping to push the international ratings for the Spikers. I wish. You don't count, unfortunately. International Spikers don't count on this one, but the Spike is ever stronger there. In fact, actually, what did somebody call it? A big bounce. One of the reviewers, the people who look at thes sort of things, who described it as, wait a minute, I have to find the actual wording. If I don't get it right, somebody will say to me, why didn't you get it right? And it was very interesting because I was sort of looking at them earlier on. I think they call it a big bump. A big bump. They say here, there's also a big lift at 4 when Steve Allen comes on from early breakfast. In London, these out-of-hours peaks are even more pronounced. So it doesn't get any better, does it? If you looked at it, you'd be very impressed. Very, very impressed. You'd be going, goodness, is that us? And the answer is, it is. Happy 1st of August, say our friends in Basel. The Broadway giant Hal Prince, as you know, has died at the age of 91. He helped create Phantom of the Opera, Cabaret, Sweeney Todd, West Side Story. He was on a trip to Reykjavik in Iceland, and he died there. They said that there's no funeral for the theatre star, but instead a celebration of his life for friends and family, and I think they dimmed the lights last night, which they do for odd, for sort of, if it's somebody really major. He started out as an assistant stage manager, helping mastermind a total of 61 stage productions, and won 8 Tonys for directing, 8 for producing the year's best musical, 2 for producing, and 3 special awards, including for Fiddler on the Roof. Recently, he put his success down to luck and claimed he'd rarely taken work for the money. It's about creating something. The fact that some of my shows have done so well is sheer luck, he said. No, it was all to do with the genius that was Hal Prince. Ask Andrew Lloyd Webber, ask Cameron. They will tell you. Nothing you can say about Hal Prince would ever be enough. He was beyond. And I'm glad that the papers are doing this story, because we weren't any the wiser the other day. This was the show, do you remember, when they said, what do you most miss from the past 20 years? And people were going, Foyle's War. And I went, what's Foyle's War? I've got no idea what it is. Absolutely nothing. I know nothing about it. I just know that it's got Honeysuckle Weeks and Michelle Kitchen as Sam and Foyle, and that's all I know about it. I've got no idea. But they've started showing it on one of my channels, and I thought maybe I should start watching this blooming thing. Howard says, congratulations on the latest radar figures. Must try harder to beat BBC Radio Shropshire, though. I know, I felt so sorry for them, actually. They've actually got less people listening than I ever thought it was possible to have. But I've always said we should close down BBC Local Radio. It only appeals to the local vicar who can get a show on about gardening. Grace says, I even use the empty bread plastic bags as a bin liner for my little rubbish bin. I hope the supermarket produce paper bread bags in the foreseeable future. We've got those now. Don't you have them? Marks and Spencer have got paper bread bags. I thought they were all over the place. You can buy bread in the paper bags, but that's very expensive. No, we've got paper bags with a little bit of cellophane in, so you can put your cakes in and, a baguette or something like that. Oh, yeah, we've had those for ages. There's nothing new there. Do you know, every paper is running this story about this woman called Khadija Mela, who's never sat on a race horse before, but because she's Muslim and she's going to wear a hijab, that makes the papers. Why should that be such a surprise in this day and age? So they say she's racing into the history books. It's just one little charity race at Goodwood, which she's doing with a few other people. Victoria Pendleton and Vogue Williams. As I say, Vogue, just go onto YouTube, find out exactly how intelligent she is. She's married to that Spencer Matthews. Like 2 peas in a pod, isn't it, really? A mother found dead. This is, I can't imagine they even had a police car up on Shetland, but they have. They've got a police car up there. And this is the 3rd killing to strike the islands in half a century. Tracy Walker's body was found outside a property in the main town of Lerwick in the early hours of Tuesday. Shocked islanders reeled at news of the gruesome death in their remote community where violent crime is rare. Detectives were flown in from mainland Scotland to launch a murder probe. It's just absolutely unbelievable. It's so remote, this place. There's hardly anybody out there. So I wonder really whether or not they're going to find somebody. I'm led to believe that there are 2 people being questioned, so we'll wait and see. And customers have rated motorway services overlooking the Severn Bridge as the worst in the country. This is the Severn View site on the M48 in Gloucestershire, run by Motto, which had a satisfaction rating of 72%. The second lowest ranked was Burton Wood on the M62 in Cheshire, followed by one on the M5 in Devon, and Frankley, southbound on the M5 in Worcestershire. This is the survey by the watchdog Transport Focus. It ranked Norton Keynes on the M6 as the best service. Nearly 12,000 customers were asked about subjects such as hygiene, food and value for money. I always thought they were rubbish for value for money. Always. I never thought that they were that good at all, motorway service stations. You certainly don't pull in to put petrol in, do you? It's always the most expensive petrol. If ever you can find anywhere and you sort of think to yourself, I need petrol in the car, for God's sake, don't stop at the motorway services. As he settles into number 10, good old Bojo, the PM, has made it to the top of the property ladder via a hip New York apartment and a not-so-trendy Wolverhampton terrace. They've listed all the places that he's had. Seriously, from sort of an early age, and I'm trying to look at which one. I quite like the Grace and Favour flat, 1 Carlton Gardens, which sounds quite nice. And he's got sort of all sorts of different places. They all seem to fit in a pattern. He seems to like Georgian style. He's had St John's Wood, Somerset, Brussels, Notting Hill, also in Islington, Media Gulch. That's where everybody was going at one time. Also, I found the ultimate the ultimate bicycle for you. If ever you wanted to ride a bicycle, but you were never confident enough to do it, and you were probably thinking, oh, I can't do it, how would you like a bicycle that rides itself? So, in other words, we've had driverless cars, but now scientists have created a self-cycling bicycle. I knew you'd be interested. Perfect for the wobbly cyclist. It keeps itself upright, spots speed bumps, and automatically swerves around obstacles. Created in Beijing, using a small artificial intelligence chip mounted on the back wheel. It's got a gyroscope to measure the bicycle's stability. I don't know how much it costs, actually. It sounds quite wonderful. You can find it, I think, on YouTube. So presumably Bike That Rides Itself would find it. A researcher walking next to it simply orders it to speed up, go left or in a straight line, which it does using its audio sensor and motor. The British Cycling Organisation, Nick Chamberlain, said, we're very interested to see what benefits A1 technology might have to help more people enjoy the benefits of bike riding. Well, I suppose in theory, if you want to ride bicycles safely, get rid of cars. Because that's the only thing that makes it dangerous out there. I know, because I have ridden a bicycle in London. Fairly frightening. But, if this thing comes in... I saw that bloke again the other day. Every morning, about the same time, he goes careering down the road at high speed on his little motorised scooter. Not a policeman in sight. I'm led to believe that they have been confiscating these things, but a bit difficult when they're sold in Costco, and probably sold in loads of places. You can probably just pick up one on the internet. I always like to think that if you buy it in Costco, they'll have researched it properly and made sure they got the best one that was available. Watches worth £27,000 and a collection of designer trainers costing nearly £13,000 are just some of the goods seized from a prolific County Lines drug dealer. Stefan Miller lived in Wandsworth, but was the ringleader of an operation using boys aged 14 to 16 as drug runners around Gloucestershire. He made £175,000 from dealing and spent his money on items including Rolexes, 44 pairs of shoes by designers like Dolce & Gabbana and Gucci. One of the watches, an 18-carat rose gold Daytona, was worth £27,450. He was jailed for 11 years, found to possess more than £100,000 worth of heroin and crack cocaine, appeared before Gloucester Crown Court where he admitted conspiracy to supply, also convicted of possession of Class A drugs with intent to supply. Total realistic assets worth £63,594.80 have now been confiscated by the police, and the items will be sold at auction. I've never owned a watch like... Well, obviously, it's £27,000. Why would I ever own a watch that's like that? That's amazing, isn't it, really? I look at it and I think that's very nice. You know who would know what that was? Nick Ferrari. Nick Ferrari would absolutely know what that was, because I remember when I came in wearing a watch one time, he's very quick to notice watches. Very quick. And he said, oh, what watch is that? And I said, oh, Raymond Farr. But when you look at some of these Rolexes, I'm not sure if I would want something like that on my wrist. I like the idea of rose gold, but I couldn't wear anything that cost £27,000. God, you'd be a target for everybody, wouldn't you? Val says, I've tracked down the programme with the awful customs officer you mentioned the other day. It's on TV. It's after you at 7 o'clock this morning. As an old Heathrow ground staff girl, I can't wait to watch it. Oh, you'll be fascinated. Seriously, he's so rude to people. He's so awful. I didn't think anybody could be that awful about people. But he manages to... it's AI, artificial intelligence, says Lee. Oh, there you go. We learn something new every day. British Airways lost its second legal attempt, so there could be hundreds of thousands, well, just thousands of you, I suppose, who might have their holidays disrupted. Probably about middle of August. They need to give you a bit of notice to let you know when it's happening. In which case, if you've got flights booked for then, you quickly change them as fast as possible, because they don't really care. We've got the ruler of Dubai, who's published a cryptic poem about shining swords with sharp blades. Slightly disturbing, as his wife is battling in court the other day. I think it's over the children. It's nothing to do with money, because money is not their big... As long as the oil keeps popping out the ground, they don't seem to worry about that. Happy birthday to, as I say, Amber Rudd, 56 today. And also Jerry Garcia was born on this day, 1942, died in 1995. And the results of the Doomsday Survey were presented to William the Conqueror in the year 1086. Let's have a check on the news this morning. The first of August, which means we're going to race through August. Then we've got September. Lord knows what the weather's going to be like. And then after we've had September, it's Christmas. Because we were talking about Christmas the other day. Somebody said, we're driving through France. I can't believe you're talking about Christmas. I said, it's been on the television for ages. QVC are running Christmas programmes. Ideal World have had them for ages. Hochanda are telling you how to make Christmas cards and stuff like that. In some supermarkets, Steve, the security is really bad. I saw it with my own eyes. I see it all the time. I see it literally all the time. I cannot believe how prevalent it is. The rude old boy says actor's name is Bruce. I know, we know who he is. He's Bruce Heller, isn't he? You just have to... It's the way he speaks to people. But then he seems to justify... He's a bit brusque. That would be putting it mildly. I should imagine he's hated by everybody there. They must go, oh, God, that's him again. He said, come here, put your bags there, don't touch them, take your hands out your pocket. He's literally like that. It's like dealing with some dreadful person. I like the story of Scott Curtis. You don't know Scott Curtis, he's a drug dealer. And the reason I can mention his name is because he was caught in the act by his own dashboard camera. They are becoming so popular. You heard the story, because they were talking about it last night on LBC, of the bloke who was on his phone, not speaking to anybody. He was filming an accident, and he got away with it. I thought the act of having a telephone in the car, the illegal bit was if you picked it up. Whether you were talking on it, I thought just picking it up was enough, but he was allowed to get away with it because he wasn't talking on it. He was just using it to film something. What's the difference? You're still holding the blooming thing, aren't you? But very interesting when they said no. So that could open the floodgates for loads of other people who are going, well, I was only photographing something. I was taking a video of an accident on the motorway. We'll wait and see. But that was an interesting... Because I thought just because somebody said to me once, they said, the whole act of having a phone in the car is you don't touch it. In other words, my phone's in the car, but I've got Bluetooth in the car, so that if the phone rings... It drops the radio volume. I push a button on the steering wheel, which has got a picture of a telephone handset, and I speak to the person. I could see it comes up on the dashboard, the name of the person, who it is, and the number they're calling from. So I see all of that. But I thought you weren't allowed to touch the telephone. They always say, put it in your pocket, put it in the glove, put it somewhere, but don't pick it up, because picking it up means that you're going to get nicked. Oh, dear me, honestly. Wow, Steve, 2.4 million LBC listeners. When I'm 6,000 miles away from my homeland, I listen with great interest, says Dev. I know. It's good, isn't it? And what else we got? Oh, lovely picture of Andrew Castle with his daughter. I don't know which daughter number this is. This is Georgina. And she's got the part of Doralee Rhodes in the touring version of 9 to 5, the musical, played, of course, by the voluptuous Dolly Parton. How you could ever call Dolly Parton voluptuous, I don't know. I mean, she's beyond voluptuous. Georgina previously played the lead role in the hit ABBA musical Mamma Mia. Her father, pictured with Georgina, tells us after finishing Mamma Mia, she was without what you might call stable work for some time, although that's not unusual in this difficult business. Well, it's not unusual, is it? Very pretty girl. So she'll be doing the touring version, which I think is so much better. So much better than having... Well, I mean, not I don't know whether the show's better or not, but the idea that you've actually got a show that means that every Monday it's a first night, because every Monday you're in a different place and the set has arrived, and so you know where you are. It's just you're in a different town, which is lovely, isn't it? Which is fantastic. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. Somebody says, Steve, I listen to the radio all day. I'm not at all surprised that the listening figures are increasing. I know. Bigger spike than usual. We always have a spike. We've had a spike for years. I mean, one of these days, we might not have a spike. But at the moment, it's lovely. I think because, I'll tell you what it is. It's because it's early in the morning, and because we're a 24-hour city, and because it's now coming up 23 minutes to 6 in the morning, and we're with you till 7, which is actually quite late for most people, and it's just people kind of get into the routine of it, mainly because, well, of course, we're a bit disappointing this morning. The reason is, now that Love Island's finished, who the heck wants to talk about them? Because we now look forward to the next piece of rubbish that we get on the television. And I can't imagine what it's going to be. It'll be something. It'll be like some little reality. There's all sorts of reality shows I keep seeing advertised on channels that aren't mainstream. They've got one where they're trying to put a car back together again. That looks ultimately boring, with somebody from Boyzone or something like that. And I always think to myself, it would be quite nice to sort of find, different programme. But there's nothing new that they've come up with. I don't think so. Steve, I'm seeing Honey next week, and I shall be sure to let her know that you've discovered Foyle's War. Quid pro quo. Thank you. Perdita says she needs to experience the spike. Well, come on, Perdita, you can do this for me. Come on, you can sort this out. It's that we get also... I get a lot of actors listening to this a lot of actors and people in theatre and stuff like that. Mind you, at one time we used to get a lot of hookers listening. We've had people writing in saying, "You won't believe what I do for a living, Steve." And I'd be going, "Oh, I don't know, do you make sweets?" And they go, "No, I'm a working girl." And you go, "Oh, right. Have you finished for the night?" Don't want it to be in the middle of something. And you get all sorts of it, because London is there's 9 million of us here. And so, by the law of averages, there's got to be people out there, people driving lorries, people delivering newspapers, not all of that, people getting bread ready, people working in kitchens, hotels who've been up since the early hours of the morning, because they've got to get all the food out there for all the people who are now moving on. At any one time, there could be hundreds and hundreds of people moving out of a hotel, going on to the next part of their holiday. They've had some time here. It must be lovely, mustn't it? You get up in the morning. I used to love it, going down to a breakfast, and it's all there for the choosing. In fact, the hotel next to us here, if it wasn't so blooming expensive, I'd be eating breakfast there all the time, because they've got smoked salmon and all the juices and sausages and eggs and beans and tomatoes and mushrooms and just about anything you can think of. Toast. Everything. But it's like 27 quid a head. And I don't think breakfast is worth that much, I'm afraid. I'm a bit mean when it comes to things like that. I always think it should be about, I don't know what I think it should be. I don't know, 8 quid for breakfast? That'd be quite good. I know you can get cheaper, much, much cheaper, but I just sort of think to myself, I just don't want to spend that much money. But I have done it before. In fact, I've been out with quite a few people actually over the road there. Also, Quentin Tarantino, who's in the paper, say, why is he in the papers today? He put his star's tootsies on screen for 9 minutes and 47 seconds. There are 36 shots of feet, apparently. Now, you know that there are some people, I'm not speaking out of turn here, who have a fetish about feet. They get turned on by feet. So you get to see Brad Pitt's for 39 seconds, Margot, 1 minute 26 seconds, Leonardo DiCaprio, 1 minute 34 seconds, and Margaret Qualley, 1 minute of feet. We had to do a thing on television once. They said, have you ever done toe wrestling? I thought, no, I don't like messing around with feet. Thank you very much indeed. And people had to take their shoes and socks off. It was the most peculiar experience. People wrestling with your feet. And then somebody once gave me a foot massage. I hated it. It was just the worst thing I'd ever had. Oh, don't touch. And then people say, are you ticklish? I go, well, I am, yes, but it's not that. It's just the fact I don't like people touching your feet. It's like a reflexology, isn't it, kind of thing? And it's not good for me. I bet that there's loads of people today, you could be one of them if you've got a white van, trying to fit this high voltage thing, which means somebody gets not electrocuted, but certainly enough to knock them, not going to touch that again. And it's this bloke here who's actually done it, Ray, who's 61. He's wired it all up because somebody stole his tools worth $5,000. They'll be thieving little toe rags who go round there, and they probably work building sites and stuff like that. They just steal people's tools. So you have to put a sign on the van going, no tools kept in here overnight. And he was sick to death of it. $5,000 worth of stuff. And so now he's got this Citroen van, and it's all armed. 1,000-volt zapper from a fly swatter in the rear door. I'm not going to tell you what he does for a living, but if you touch the handle and try it to see if you can open it, you're going to get the shock. And he does warn you. He's got a big sign under it. It goes, danger, live terminals. That should be the clue. So do it and you suffer. And so they actually sent the Sunman, Andy J. Ring, who put the van to the test. He says, as I yanked the back door handle, the circuit buzzed, sparks flew, and the current jolted into my hand. So you wouldn't want to do that, would you? You don't want to risk that at all. Sounds absolutely dreadful. I can't read that, actually. Good Lord above it, what an odd thing. Oh, I can. We're all adults, aren't we? Anybody young? Put your hand up. This is... I'm not even sure I can say the word. I'm not even sure I can say it. Let me just tell you that it was a foot-long ivory sex toy, okay, sent by a soldier fighting in China to his wife in Ireland. It was sold in 2017 to a US collector for £2,900, but online sex shop owner Shauna Scott campaigned for its return. So a funding plea only raised £578, and she bought it at auction. Dublin-based Shauna says it challenges myths about the Irish people being repressed. And the auctioneer, Damien Matthews, says, it's beautifully romantic. I've never come across anything like it before. Not at all surprised. A 19th century one. And it's come home thanks to a sex shop's donor appeal. It's unbelievable. Seriously, the things that they put in the post, that's why you have to check. Because there might be somebody listening going, are you sure? You go, if we just call it a sex toy, that's okay. Kerry Katona, I think she's going to feature in my free podcast for today. She's had a child who didn't go to school for what seems like an awful long time because apparently wasn't very well. Do you know she's having counselling now over the death of her ex? She's having counselling. This was the one she was slagging off the other day on the front page of the papers. Thank God he can't hurt us anymore in this case. So she's now got counselling. I'm beginning to think I'm missing out on things. I need to go and get counselling. Sorry, your audience figures have gone up. Oh, God, give me counselling. Simon Cowell was livid. Difficult to tell, though, with his face. After the winning act of Britain's Got Talent, the champion, so it's all been done and dusted, posed for photos with the trophy, revealing the results. Oh, dear. So panic show bosses have now requested nobody republishes the photos, the snaps. Somebody will, won't they? I want to know who it is. I didn't even know who was in it. I know that there's a few people who weren't in it. And the daft decision by the ACT, who the Sun is not naming, well, you won't need to, it'll be all over the internet, I should imagine, in about 3 minutes' time, if not already. And then they were telling us who's going to be dancing for the Strictly Come Watson thing. Chris Ramsey, a Geordie comedian, whoever. David James, a goalie, apparently, famous for his bleached afro and his comb-overs. And an actress called Emma Barton, who played laundry assistant Honey Mitchell in EastEnders. Then she left in 2008, and then she returned in 2014, became a regular years later. I'm amazed these people can find it. They won't have enough time. In between rehearsing for EastEnders, in between doing all the other little bits and pieces, she's going to be absolutely Kerry Packard. Absolute. Rod Liddell's column today, he's not understanding Love Island. Mind you, nobody does. Well, now you do know the one thing, don't you? Because we told you this morning, which is, I thought all these people were just ordinary members of the public. No, there were 36 of them in there. Only 6 people came in from the general public. The rest were put forward by their agents and people like that. And I began to think, oh, so it's fiddled. Because otherwise, some of these people are so dim. The very idea that they've actually got an agent I find quite surprising. But Rod Liddell, the main thing he's talking about is Harry and Meghan. And so I have to read it to you because it's actually quite interesting. You might disagree, or I have a feeling, actually, you might agree. He says, look, I'm a patriotic kind of guy. I stand up to sing God Save the Queen, and I like waving a flag around. So if the following gets me sent to the Tower, I hope they would take that into consideration. It's just that Meghan and Harry are really beginning to get on my whatsits. Especially Meghan, although Harry's coming up fast on the inside track. The presumption and hypocrisy of this ultra-woke couple knows no bounds. They've just announced they will only be having 2 children to set an example to the rest of us because they want to save the planet. Our birth rate here is actually decreasing. And then he calls them morons. Mind you, the other day, Eamon Holmes, I can't believe that Eamon Holmes was so... I thought that was just a make-believe story, that Eamon Holmes had said that Meghan was so far up. Whatever. How about, he says, you encourage birth control in sub-Saharan Africa where the problem really lies? He says, but that wouldn't be politically correct, would it? You wouldn't dare say it. And if you're concerned about the planet, how's about you stop flying in a private jet to New York every few weeks for lavish parties with your smug, dunderhead celeb friends? Meghan agonises over the poor in that very self-satisfied way rich lefties always do. Didn't she go to New York for the baby shower? And that cost a small fortune. A small fortune. He says, OK, love, then when you want your cottage kitted out, why not pop down to IKEA like the rest of us, instead of landing the poor British taxpayer with a £2.4 million bill? incredible. She says she craves privacy. She gets very stroppy when on one of her freebie jaunts to Wimbledon, some bloke near her has his mobile phone pointed somewhere in her vicinities. She bans the media from the christening of her baby and throws up a cordon around her home. But a moment later, she's guest editing the pompous fashion magazine Vogue and revelling in the publicity. On the front cover, she chose a bunch of inspirational women who she thinks are brilliant for their work in consciousness raising. They're virtually all extremely affluent celebs who advance their own careers and incomes by occasionally parroting fashionable lefty stuff. Quite a few of them, such as the awful third division TV presenter Jamelia Jalil, are devoid of any talent at all. In the past, even genuine criticism of the Harry Meg has been met with accusations of racism. This is what Eamonn Holmes got the other day. Somebody accused him of being racist because he was critical of her. According to Harry, who at one time was an amiable, if rather dim, rugger-bugger who enjoyed dressing up in Nazi uniform, many are guilty of unconscious racism. In 2016, he complained publicly of racial overtones in comments about Meghan. So Rod Liddle writes, "Listen, Ginge." He says, there are many things I find objectable about Meghan, but nobody here cares she's of mixed race, except maybe some lefties who can't stop crowing about how far we've come. For the rest of us, it made no difference at all. Unconscious racism does not exist, by the way, Harry. Racism is something one does deliberately with wicked intent. There was one inspirational woman missing from Meghan's vomit-inducing front cover. He's not pulling punches. A woman who knows the meaning of dignity, responsibility and duty, and is the perfect role model for Meghan herself. Yes, love, it's your gran-in-law, the Queen. Remember her? Elderly woman, sparkly hat and some corgis. Follow her example if you want the British public to like you. A bit less grandstanding on issues about you know nothing at all, and a bit more hypocrisy and a bit more devotion to duty. It's not all about you, Duchess. You see, now you might agree with most of that, or you might disagree with all of it, but he's obviously not a huge fan, as indeed was Eamonn Holmes not the other day. But it's his job to ask questions, and so somebody then says, oh, you're just picking on her because she's mixed race, so he called him racist. And Eamonn Holmes says, well, you know, if you say that again, I'm going to sue you. And I thought, go on. I think that's an interesting test case. It's got nothing to do with her colour at all. It's to do with the fact that, you know, she's attempting to change Harry, who's obviously not strong enough to do anything by himself, because as he gets a little bit older, he suddenly realised that she's obviously wearing the trousers in that relationship. Because they don't seem to go out that often. He didn't want to go to Wimbledon with her, so she has to go by herself. In fact, there's quite a lot of things which she's done by herself. I thought the whole idea is, I mean, even with William and Kate, you know, they do seem to fit it. I bet they're loving this. I can seriously see Kate sitting there in the morning going, have you read this? Read what Rod Liddle's written about her. And so it goes on. But, I mean, I wouldn't mind if this was sort of a long way down the line, but it's not really. And already there are cracks appearing, and we're not too sure where it goes from here. First of all, we have to cough up for the house. I don't mind that. That doesn't bother me too much. But don't start preaching to us about how we're going to save the world when you're living in all these magnificent mansions. And I'm a supporter of the royal family. I'm the sort of person, you know, I think the Queen is fantastic. I've just got this horrible feeling that when the Queen is not there anymore, this place is just going to fall apart. The cracks are going to start appearing, and it's going to be with the younger members of the royal family who up until now have had to toe the party line, because the Queen is the Queen. She runs it. It's as simple as that. The moment she's not there, you'll have Sarah Ferguson back in, trying to get her feet under the oh dear, can't even bear thinking about. There's a grandad in the paper today. His name's Frank Rodway. He was jailed for 9 years for smuggling drugs after falling for an email scam. Is now ill in a prison hospital. Judges in Japan have ruled it was impossible that Frank Rodway did not know £1 million worth of amphetamines were in his luggage. But the retired plasterer from Salford is now fed through a tube in the hospital wing of a Tokyo detention centre. He claimed he was lured into travelling by email, saying he'd inherited £8 million. Yeah, we've had these before. Oh, we've inherited all this money. Do you remember those two, the Peruvian drug smugglers? Pair of crooks. Both out now. Both out. As long as we don't see them on the television, I don't mind. Daughter Laura said he was a well man before he went away. He's now broken. I don't know anything about Japanese prisons. I know about prisoner of war camps, but I don't know anything about the prisons and how they treat people. The Chinese, not particularly good. Their human rights record is nothing short of abysmal. Another picture of the jockey. She's not really a jockey. She's just going to be doing a charity race. But because she's going to be wearing a hijab, that apparently makes her newsworthy. I thought we got over things like that. Obviously not. Oh, a few more people from Love Island. We've had Tommy and Molly May doing a bit of pretend kissing. Yeah. You wait till the work dries up. They'll have ditched each other long before that. And they've got the winners, Amber and Greg. All smiles. It's lovely. But, I mean, you know, how this is a career, I've got no idea. Seriously, somebody needs to sort of... I mean, the only person who's smiling throughout all of this would be the agents. Because they'll be on 25%, if not more. You know, you want to make some money? I'll guide you. And there's some very good agents who can probably do that. I don't quite get what the sort of talent is. You've been on the television, you're not very exciting, and you've either cried... That's why we really want to see the back of some of them. Or the front, depending on which part of it you like. Also, there's a poor boy of 1. It sounds a bit like me, actually. He suffered horrific burns when he knocked down a mound of sand covering a discarded red-hot barbecue. This is in North Wales. He needed treatment for 40 blisters. Because people, seriously, I mean, thick people, really thick people, had their barbecue, couldn't be bothered to wait till it cooled down, you know, even though they got the sea there, bit of a giveaway to throw water on it. And they bury it in the sand. This kiddie sees a sandcastle. You can imagine. It's as good as the Steve Allen burnings. God, they get worse and worse, don't they? Slaver on the Run. We like this one. This is the bloke who was he surrendered quietly to police. He's a crook. Back here to celebrate serving 11 years in prison for people smuggling. Former top prosecutor Keir Starmer should quit Parliament over his role in the false VIP child abuse scandal, says Harvey Proctor. He's complained about the BBC as well. He said, they won't let me have my say. But interestingly enough, ex-Tory MP Proctor told some radio station it's Keir Starmer who pushed the position of victims who must be believed. Victims are not victims until there's been a successful prosecution. I mean, it completely ruined Harvey Proctor's life, didn't it? I mean, there was cock-ups all over the place. But in fact, serious. So hopefully next time we get somebody like Mr. Beach, convicted paedophile liar, that's next time the police might be a little bit more observant and go, this is just so fantastic. It's like saying we all rode away on a white horse through a crack in the clouds. One here, it's disgusting the way the Duchess of Sussex is treated by some of the media and the public. Most of the things she's being slammed for have been done by other members of the royal family. No, they have. Yes, Kev, they have. He said, but what you fail to understand is that she's pleaded for privacy. Shit, that's what they want. They both want privacy. People have been told, you know, don't do that. So I thought they liked us. Well, I thought he did. He was always a bit of fun, even though, you know, when he used to have a few sherbets, he used to lash out all over the place. They all get it. They all get it in the royal family. The only person who doesn't get it is the Queen. Nobody ever criticises the Queen. She's too perfect. She is Mary Poppins. She is absolutely perfect. Well, about as perfect as you can get. Ron says, I like Rod Liddell. And then somebody called John says, Ron says, I like Rod Liddell because he says it the way it is. And a lot of other people are sort of talking about, you know, whether or not it's... But that's what columnists do. That is their job. They have to sort of say something which an awful lot of people will agree with. There'll be a load of other people who won't agree with it. Either way, it doesn't make any difference. She's not royal. She has no royal connections. In fact, we seem to be sort of bringing people into the royal family. To be honest with you, I couldn't care less. As long as they do their own job. As long as they do their own job and they can be self-sufficient, but they can't. And then they start preaching to us about, you know, we want to save the planet. Oh, please. Honestly. Gas-guzzling cars, jets all over the world. Then somebody says, have you ever sold anything on eBay? No. I don't think I've ever bought any. I've never personally bought anything on eBay either. I've never bought anything on eBay or sold anything on eBay. In fact, I'm highly dubious. I remember a friend of mine buying a pair of trainers. He said, I just bought these trainers. I said, they'll be fakes. He said, no, they won't. I've seen the thing here. Turned up, they were fakes. Can't win, can you? You can't win. Coming up very shortly, the news at 6 o'clock. It's the 1st of August. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast. Thank you very much indeed for the spike. Very pleased. Still to come, the top private schools awash with Class A drugs. A third of primary pupils have never visited a book on LBC, and all the extra people that we've managed to garner. Thank you very much indeed. Good for Rod Liddell. Steve, a well-worded piece. I think, to be honest with you, I think it's designed to inflame people. People will sort of agree with it, or people who say, no, it's absolutely disgraceful, it's gone on all the time. Another one here, and this says, privacy. Huh, I remember that tiny wedding they had. I think that cost about 36 I don't know why I didn't get different quotes. I've never known a wedding that cost so much money. Interesting, isn't it? Steve, I think the Meghan thing is hilarious. The royals are so boring. Oh, they're not. Seriously, when you look at sort of Andrew and Fergie and the two delightful children, Eugenie and Beatrice. Steve, I agree with your views about those condescending people. Which ones were so many? So many. Could be anybody from Love Island, couldn't it? Or failing that, any reality show where you don't have to be talented at all. You just have to agree to have sex and get your boobs out on television. Another one here, which says, if Harry stopped talking about mixed race, perhaps others wouldn't have to mention it, says Jan. But I think the whole thing is that having asked for the privacy and not telling us this, we don't want to tell you about the name of our dog, we're not going to tell you about, who the godparents are. The next thing is, can you buy all my clothes? I'm selling in Marks and Spencer's. Here we are, we're going to save the planet. I mean, what possible school did Harry go to that gives him the right to lecture us about saving the planet? Because he's spoken to a few people because he's Prince Harry, and he goes to these sort of conferences in a private jet. It costs a lot of money to do all these sorts of things. You can't be sort of, preaching to people about it if you're not going to adhere to your own policies. But, it's interesting. It always keeps us entertained, doesn't it? I think. Will Guyett says, thank you for keeping me company through the night. Long live the 4am spike. It's looking even better, Will, at the moment. I mean, seriously. I mean, it's what do they call it? A bounce. It's a bounce. Because the last time we still had the spike, but I was looking for a slightly bigger spike this time around. But to be honest with you, I don't know anything that you can do to change things. You can't sort of wave a magic wand and say, oh, please come in and have a listen to the programme. Because you work on the assumption that, if people listen to the programme, they will keep listening. Even if they don't like it, they keep listening, which of course is fantastic. And the more they sort of write in and go, oh, I can't stand this, you think, but you're listening, which is so it just adds to the figures. I love it. Demand for plastic bags falls by 90%. It can't be. I see people using plastic bags all the time. And also, Bin Laden's jihadi son is dead. I'll bring you that one a bit later on. This torrential rain up in certain parts of the country is just completely decimated. Places which we're looking forward to, they're still in the middle of tourist season. Never guess it, would you really? Victoria Beckham, anything to do with the Beckhams is dreary, isn't it? The perfect family, not really at all. But now we know that Harper should be designing and probably modelling at the age of 12 or something like that. But Victoria's got her beauty range. When you saw the list of the things that she shoves on her face the other day, I began to think, and this appeals to who on a council estate in Wigan? Answer, nobody at all can afford any of it. She has £1,200 face cream. £1,200 made out of her own blood. That's just why she looks so anemic. Looks dreadful, honestly. Steve, what was the other one we got here? It says, well done on the listening figures. It does mean you can't retire. I can't retire anyway. I'm contracted. Mind you, I don't think you do retire. I think, somebody says, would you rather have a bigger spike or a bigger bounce? I think it's the same thing. I'm not too sure about it. I think when they say bounce, it's when you go from one programme and then at a particular time, it sort of shoots up. It's not like people pop in at 4:30 in the morning or 4:45. At 4 o'clock, the overnight programme finishes and then you get the spike, so you can see the spike. It's interesting. I don't know how it happens. Listen, don't get ask you. I know nothing about these sort of things. I just have to be very grateful that it does happen. Very nice indeed. Very nice. And of course, I shall be seeing a load of you down at the Magic Circle tomorrow evening, and my Christmas show is selling quite well at the moment, which is odd, isn't it? I know we've just gone into August, but I have a show at the Magic Circle at Christmas, which we have every year for charity. Every year. We've done it for about the past... at least 7 or 8 years. If not more, I'd have to check, actually. And we get some really nice magicians down there. But tomorrow you've got a very special lot of people who are going to be performing for you, and really looking forward to it as well. Victoria's Secret has axed its yearly lingerie extravaganza. When they say Victoria's Secret, they just mean girls who are willing to get their kit off. That's all it is. They aren't anybody else, as far as I know. 10 steps, Prince Charles says, that can save rural Britain. They're obviously getting quite worried about the fact they think it's disappearing. Of course it is. Of course it is. They keep building blooming houses. You get these nice little rural hamlets. They don't seem to exist anymore. In my imagination, they exist, and probably on paper and photographs in country life. But in reality, it's people selling, right, we've got some fields here, let's put up loads and loads of houses. So they put up loads and loads of houses, and then all of a sudden you end up with sort of not the nice little community you had where everybody knew everybody. God, those were the days. You remember where you could leave your front door open? Even in my lifetime, I could leave my front door open, go down the road, go out for the whole day, come back. The front door was still open. Nobody broke in. And nowadays, I mean, you double lock this, you put that on there. I've seen them. I was doing that programme the other day. Can't pay. We're going to come and take it away from you. And they get the same thing. They do, the majority of the stuff that they do are the house repossessions. So they go round there and they go, and somebody opens the door eventually. Sometimes they don't. I mean, there was one woman, I think she owed £8,000. She had no intention of paying. And so he said, we're High Court enforcers, yes? We've come to repossess the property. Okay, when? Now. Sorry? Now. We're doing it now. You have 1 hour to get your stuff. 1 hour? Yes. I haven't had any letters. You don't get them. We're from the High Court. County Court, you might have got something, and you must know that you haven't paid any money. You know, that's why we're evicting. We're not evicting you because it's, you know, it's sort of fun time and it makes a good television programme. We're evicting you because you haven't paid any money and you're living in somebody else's house and they want you out. And this woman, they said, right, you need to go down to the council offices and tell them that you're going to be made homeless. I mean, she hadn't paid any rent to these people at all for God knows how long. It was just ridiculous. You know, if you're a landlord, you probably experience people like this. They move in and they pay the rent for the first little, then they don't bother. And they seem to think they have a God-given right to stay there. That's when the enforcers come round. And so while they're chatting away, there's somebody coming who's changing the locks. And so they're out, then they put the notice on the front door. You can't cross it, you can't go back in again. And you start thinking, God, it's getting worse. And we're now making television programmes about people being evicted or people who haven't paid bills. And one of them, I always take a guess. They go, we're now going out to Wanstead, where we're chasing a £25,000 debt. And you think, well, you're not going to be getting that, are you? Some of the small ones, you think, yeah, but the programme I'm addicted to, thoroughly addicted, because I'm surprised nobody's hit them. But they do have their little cameras on the front now, which the police have as well. In fact, we've now got programmes made about the police with their little cameras on. And I sit there addicted to it, thinking, do you know, all the money in the world you would not want to be, you know, paid. Nothing would actually compensate you for somebody spitting at you or attacking you. It really is. I mean, it's just dreadful. Dreadful. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. The spike, Steve, more like a bulge. Oh, no, it's a huge spike. Huge spike. It really is. I mean, other programmes would kill if they knew the secret. I wish I knew the secret as well, but as long as it lasts there, I'm very, very happy with it. So thank you very much. It's all down to you. It's all down to you. Somebody says, can you add me to your spike? I've been listening to you for ages via my TV, but nobody's asked me. So how do those in the know, says Michelle. Don't know. You're listening, you're asking the wrong person. I don't know. It's done on a survey, isn't it, where they can sort of work out exactly how many people are listening. And as long as it goes up, I don't really care how they've arrived at the figures. I really can't. I should imagine Nick will tell you exactly this. Any other person would say the same. It's very nice, very, very grateful, and long may it continue. And it seems to have continued for a long time. Hence all these years later. So the TV auditions for the Love Island are sham. I mean, the whole programme's rubbish. You know damn well in a couple of months' time, these people have split up. There's nobody still together for any of the other ones. Why would we think this is any different? And so now they're going to have the new one, which starts in January, I think. So they'll just call a few agents and they'll wheel some people in. They're looking for people who can be a little bit controversial, a little bit foul-mouthed. Didn't too difficult to find those ones. Doctor's orders, do more exercise, which is great. Also, the advice from all the agencies, don't give money to beggars on the street. Some of them are making up to £40,000 a year. A year. They are professional beggars. They sit there. We saw one ages ago. She came in. I told you we were in, where were we? Mayfair. And we were going to Winter Wonderland. And this girl comes in. She plugs her phone into the charger, goes outside, puts her coat down on the ground, produces a little blanket, sits there with her head bowed as if she was doing prayers or something. And that was it for the day. But she's charging the phone up indoors because she's a professional beggar. And people would go, oh, poor little soul. And they seem to be all ages. They seem to go from about 9 to 90 now. And they just sort of have their little pot, please help. And you think, help what? Fund your bone idle lifestyle? No, thank you. I'm afraid I never do things like that. I can't do it. I can't give money to people I don't know enough about. When you read some of the reports, you look at the pictures of this dreadful weather, even up in Cleethorpes. One woman said she had no control over it. She said the water came in at such a rate. She said, I managed to get upstairs and call for help. She has a pub. It's been in the family for something like 55 years. And she said it's not going to reopen again till well after Christmas. And picturesque towns and villages in the Yorkshire Dales were the worst hit. They had to get people in there. Landlady Rowena, this is the one I was talking about, 75 she is, 75. She said the rain came in like a waterfall. She was left up to her chin in water. It literally just came in with such a force. They've had to cancel Swaledale's Ardrock Mountain Biking Festival, mainly because you can't, because there's not one piece of road that hasn't been damaged beyond belief. The organiser says that's Alex Rafferty. The rain came down off the hills in waterfalls, blew the riverbanks, and has damaged a huge amount of infrastructure, local houses and local businesses. The storms, which brought 18,000 lightning strikes in a day, caused chaos. Parts of the railway line washed away. Dreadful. Just absolutely appalling. When down here in London, we're sort of going, it's quite a nice mild day, isn't it? We tend to forget what's going on in the rest of the country. Not anymore. NHS leaders have branded social care a disgrace and sent Boris Johnson a list of pressing problems. Well, they had the same problems with Theresa May. It's never going to change, is it? Niall Dickinson said the to-do list is full with NHS issues that need solving now. Social care is a national disgrace. The worst thing is that if you saw Ross Kemp's programme the other day, he was looking at carers, the children from the ages of, 4 years old, having to care for their parents, working 50-hour weeks. And they reckon there's about 800,000 of them out there. The unpaid work saves the government about $2.5 billion a year in fees for professional help. And I've seen programmes where you get young carers. Noel Edmonds has used them for his Christmas programmes, where he rewards people. In his own little way, he gives them, something nice for Christmas. To try and sort of compensate for the amount of work they have to do. And they do it because there's nobody else to do it. In fact, some of them are not even known. They're not even on the radar. They just disappear completely. So, did you see the best little prison in Britain? It's in the Isle of Man, so not Britain at all, says Anne, on the Isle of Man. Dorothy says Victoria's face cream will give her spots. Oh no, she's apparently cleaned up the spots. She had dreadful skin. Seriously, it was like an eruption. It was really, really bad. You've hit on a little gem, Steve, with Foyle's War. Definitely an add to your DVD collection. I'm on Series 9. Series 9. I like this. See, I don't even know what it's about. Is it for me? Would I like it? I'm not sure, actually. Also, what was the other one I quite like? Do you ever go away on holiday? No. I'm not a holiday person. People go on holiday, don't they, for a rest? Why would you? I don't need a rest. If I needed a rest, I'd go on holiday, but I don't need a rest, so I don't go on holiday. And I've been everywhere. Where is that? I've been to America. I've been, lived in Egypt, lived in Germany, lived in Hong Kong. I've lived in loads. I lived in Yorkshire when it was sort of pretty and not completely flooded, although it probably would have been up where we were. And what's the point of a holiday? I don't want to go on a holiday and drink. I can drink here. Don't need to get in an aircraft and fly somewhere to have a few drinks with a load of people who are probably off their trolleys. I've seen some of the Brits behaving badly, and other people as well. So there's no appeal to me. I don't want to go swimming in the sea. I've done enough of that. And I don't want to go sightseeing, because if I want to go sightseeing, I'll just go to the internet, either order a DVD or I watch it on YouTube. If I want to see what's inside a pyramid, I take a tour inside a pyramid. Want to go and see the Terracotta Army, I get a DVD or I watch it on YouTube. There's no point in going on holiday. There's nothing that I could get on holiday that I can't get here. So I work on the assumption that I just don't need it. Some people love holidays, absolutely love holidays. I've got a friend of mine. She would probably do 6 holidays in the course of the year, and that's it. And that's it. Whereas me, I'm thinking, God, that sounds dreadful. But she goes on holidays where she'll go to a spa or something. That me, it's just of no interest. Whereas my brother will go fishing, and I'm thinking it just does not interest me at all. Steve, the duty of the press is to report the truth. Well, not necessarily. I wish we could say that categorically. Sadly, the British press, specifically tabloids, embellish the truth. What I mean, not that. Excuse me, who was it who bought the Hitler Diaries some years ago? So it's not just the tabloids. It's just that it's easy to say that, isn't it, really? To create royal bashing. Nowhere in the interview did Harry say he wanted to save the planet. Yes, he did. That's exactly what he said. He said, we want to save the planet, so we're going to only have 2 children. That's what it is. He didn't link it to saving the planet. He did. He thought that was the way forward. Absolutely. They asked for privacy for Archie, just like the Princess Anne's children. But again, the press don't report that. It was William who was branded a hypocrite after warning Africans about increasing population while his wife was pregnant with their 3rd child. I don't mind royal bashing as long as they're actually reporting the truth. But the trouble is, how do you know? We had the thing the other day, didn't we, of Lady Colin Campbell, that peculiar one, who sort of has to do reality shows to make ends meet. And she was saying, what goes on inside and all the rest. Then we got Eamonn Holmes the other day saying that Meghan Markle was so far up, that she was missing the point of everything. So you're always going to get somebody. Listen, I mean, you might get somebody who goes to see a West End show and they might go, oh, this was the best. A friend of mine went to see Hamilton the other day and he said, do you want to go see it? I said, I'll let you know. How long does it run? He said 2.5 hours. I said, oh, God, I'm not sure I can cope with 2.5 hours in the theatre. He said, I promise you won't be disappointed. We have ways and means. And I said, well, I'll think about it. And he said it was the best thing he'd ever seen. He said, absolutely the best thing. You will never see a better show than Hamilton. It's the nearest thing to perfection. And then you might find somebody else goes to see it and goes, oh, most boring thing I've ever seen. So you're never going to please everybody all the time. You get people who will criticise the royal family, and you get people who go, I'm a huge fan of the royal family. But I've noticed that the numbers who turn up for the royal family have dwindled over the years when the royal family go to church. And some members of the royal family just don't bother going to the church at the moment. And as somebody said, when Trump came over, why did Meghan do that sort of throwing her toys out with the bathwater? I'm not going to go to the dinner, I'm not going to do this. Why not? Somebody should have said, Harry should have said, up, out, now. That's what you're doing. That's what you bought into. Apparently, they're going to give her a mentor, somebody who can teach her the ways, because obviously it's having no effect on her whatsoever. She needs to be told, but she's still playing American actress. It's very nice to go out and people photograph you, but unfortunately, if you're in the royal family, it's a job. Okay? The job is, we give you money for your wedding, we give you money for the house, and you in turn go out there and promote Britain. That's what you're paid to do. That's what you have to do, okay? So you've got your nice little house, you've got baby, and all the rest of it, and you've got the security, and we spent 36 million on your wedding. A dreadful waste of money. But that's the way it goes. That's it. But we need something in return. It's not all take. You've got to give back as well. There's a student here who earned £100,000 on the money market to fund his dream of being a heart surgeon. Gurvind Singh couldn't afford the £50,000 fees. So he searched online for money-making ideas and turned to the foreign exchange market for cash, used his £200 in savings to make wagers on currency rising or falling. He comes from East London. He said, it's been my dream to be a surgeon ever since I was a little kid. He's going to study at the University of Plymouth. So he earned from his little £200, £100,000. Good for him. That shows imagination. And good for him. Good for him. Although, frankly, I didn't realise that the fees for training to be a surgeon were as high as £50,000. That seems an awful... I was right, actually. Do you remember I told you about the woman who was found murdered in the Shetland Islands? Police are talking to 2 people at the moment, so we'll watch that one. There's also, this is the driver, they were talking about this last night on LBC, a driver who filmed a crash scene on his phone as he drove by was cleared because he wasn't making a call. Builder Ramsey Barretto was stopped by police in Ruislip in West London in 2017 and convicted, but it was later overturned. The case went to the High Court, and the earlier decision to clear him was upheld. The legislation does not prohibit all use of a mobile phone held whilst driving. I've got it all wrong then. I've got it all wrong because I seriously thought that if you picked up... that somebody said, if you've got the phone in the car, make sure you can't touch it. Because if the police see you and you're holding your phone, then you're going to get done for it. It's the action of holding the phone. So he was filming a car crash, and they said that's fine. So twice it's been thrown out. Police are going to have to think differently about this one, aren't they? People are just going to say, I wasn't using the phone. I was filming an accident. Mind you, there was that bloke, wasn't there, a short while ago? who actually, he held up, he saw a police car, he was being a bit naughty, and he had a chocolate bar in the car, and he held the chocolate bar up to his ear. And he pretended, quite clearly, that it wasn't a chocolate bar. Otherwise, why would you hold a chocolate bar up to your ear? So the police pulled him. "Excuse me, sir," said the police officer. "Yes," he said. "Just noticed you're on your phone." He gets his little book out. He said, "I'm not on the phone." He said, "I've just seen you, sir." He said, "I'm not on the phone." He said, "I've just seen you." He said, "I can't be on the phone. I don't have a phone." And the police officer said, "Well, what were you holding up to your ear?" He said, "Chocolate bar." And you think, oh dear. If I'd been the police officer, I'd have gone, right, you're being nicked. Impersonating a telephone. Chocolate bar. Chocolate bar. I think he did actually get fined after it. It was one of those sort of things where you think it's something we'd all like to do, but we never get round to it. Speaking of Elvis, which we do on lots of occasions on this programme, because we're big Elvis fans, he once asked Petula Clark and Karen Carpenter for a threesome. Elvis Presley. Please. I don't even want to go there. Petula Clark met the King in a dressing room and said you didn't find him that attractive. And Karen was lovely, but she was kind of innocent. She was lovely, Karen Carpenter. Thin, but lovely. And she says, Elvis was at the door, and he looked at me like, I'm going to get you one day. But he didn't. Good Lord above. He was very anti-gay, Presley. I can remember somebody, he was making a film, actually, I can't remember, but he had to be held up by these blokes. And somebody touched him in the downstairs department, and he said, there's a faggot in here. It was very funny. Mind you, Ronald Reagan made jokes about gay people. Mind you, Ronald Reagan made jokes just about everybody, probably including himself, I should imagine. Still liking the story of the appeal, which has gone out to find the owner of a large reticulated python found curled up on a domestic boiler. Oh, God, that's my worst nightmare. My worst nightmare. But unfortunately, I'm with Patrick Carhill, who tipped a bucket of water from his flat on a family eating at the restaurant underneath him because he couldn't stand the noise anymore. Unfortunately, he's had to go to court. He has got 5 previous convictions for this admitted common assault over the incident. So, he's 73, for goodness sake. You'd have thought, actually, at that age, he'd have gone deaf, so he wouldn't have been able to hear anything. But no, he heard it 7 o'clock this morning here on LBC. Chris says, congratulations on the massive spike. There's no stopping you. It is true. It is true, but we're always very grateful. It's always very nice when you get sort of good news. So much bad news in this world. But when you get some good news, it's lovely. Shane says, LBC is the best radio show in the UK. I've listened to you for years, which is lovely. And another one here says, I'm the silly man tipping a bucket of water over the noisy people. As obviously he's in the flat above a restaurant. What it is, it's got double glazing, which was fine when he looked at the flat. And then, of course, when we got the heat, he had to open the windows, and that's when he realised that the restaurant downstairs was fairly noisy. So that was the only problem. That was the only problem, and I think he snapped. Mind you, he did have previous, which is interesting. And somebody says, I'm an avid LBC listener for over 40 years. Oh, that's sweet, isn't it? You don't have a name though, do you? And you've got no followers, so you must be very, very misled actually. And says you're anti-royal comments. I'm not anti. I've already explained to you. I'm a huge royalist. I just don't like the lazy ones. Don't like them. Harry and Meghan bring a new breath of fresh air to the royal family. I can tell you're a bit of fake news straight away because you've got no followers. You haven't got anybody at all. Nobody. That must be. You just try and find some friends. There must be some somewhere. Do you use hand cream? Says Donny. No. I do use creams, but I don't use hand cream. Why would you use hand cream? They were doing do you know, strange you should mention that, because there was a programme on Channel 5 last night. I turned it on, I began to think, what would be the stupidest programme that Channel 5 could ever put on the television? It was a whole programme about hand models. Seriously. There was a man who shaved his hand so that it didn't have hair on it, and his nails were beautifully manicured and stuff like that. And all they do is that they don't use their faces on a lot of occasions. They just use their hands, because you get hand models, foot models, you get all sorts of different models. And this one was a hand model. And then his hands were insured, or her hands were insured. I think there was a couple, actually, for about $1 million. Because that was the way that they made their money. I was quite fascinated by it. I sat there for 5 minutes and I suddenly thought, what are you watching? A whole programme on people's hands. Steve, I've just seen an advert for The Illusionists on various railway stations. Well, you would do. It's a show in London at the moment. And somebody said, with the man with the bucket of water, he should have had a window box and then said, I was watering my plants. I don't think they'd buy that. I mean, to be honest, and also a bucket of water. Nobody tips a bucket of water, do they? I've got hospital today, so I don't know why I thought a bucket of water in hospital. It doesn't fit in at all. So then we can have a look and see how we've been doing on the with this fitting of this machine. I quite want this fitted again, actually. I want another one. I've decided I'm liking it because I'm so addicted to checking my glucose levels. I do it about 10 times a day. I can't help it. In fact, I've used it so much, it needs recharging again before I go to the hospital. So I'll let you know tomorrow how it's going. Steve, the thought of packing a case, flocking to an airport, cancellations, screaming unruly kids, people around me, fills me with dread. Not for me. I feel sad for decent families that do book up. It must be an absolute nightmare, says that. Can you imagine if you've got a big family to take? Just how dreadful that would... Oh, dreadful. That must be the worst thing ever, mustn't it? We're at the airport. Where the kid's gone? It is Home Alone. It is Home Alone, isn't it? I love it. I watched the programme the first time when they left Kevin at home. But then by the time they'd left him home 3 times, I kind of lost the will to live. The friendship between the paedophile Jeffrey Epstein and the royal family faces new scrutiny after a message from Sarah Ferguson, which appeared on his phone. He called the disgraced hedge fund manager. A notepad seized by police ahead of the conviction in 2008 has shown how Fergie left her mobile number for Epstein to call her back. Apparently, she had 18 numbers. His little black book had 18 numbers for Sarah Ferguson. Dear Lord above. He's being held in Manhattan, faces up to 45 years in jail if he's convicted, and he appeared in court the other day. But Fergie admitted in 2011 that she'd accepted £15,000 from him in a bid to defend her ex-husband, Prince Andrew, against allegations he helped negotiate the payment. She appeared to drag him further into the controversy by saying, the Duke sorted out my debts, adding the deal had been agreed through the Duke's office. She later issued, she has to constantly do this, issued an urgent clarification in which she said she'd dealt directly with Epstein and denied Andrew or his staff had negotiated the payment. Epstein had initially offered to pay off far more of her debts than the 15,000. She later said, because she's constantly backtracking, I deeply regret that Jeffrey Epstein became involved in any way with me. I will repay the money and will have nothing ever to do with Jeffrey Epstein ever again. Epstein, who had 16 numbers for Prince Andrew. I mean, seriously, there's so much more, isn't there? When you sort of scrape under the surface, and there's Sarah. My favourite bit was where she was being interviewed by an Australian, I think it was an early morning show. She'd written a book about her experiences with the fake shake and things like that. And he went to actually talk about it, and she cut him down like she was somebody important. She went, no, and she looked off screen to obviously her person and said, Mark, can we get that cut from the programme? And so the interviewer said, well, it's in the book. She said, yes, but I don't want to talk about that. He said, well, it's in the book. What do you put it in the book for if you don't want to talk about it? Well, because I've already dealt with that. Oh, she's very prissy. Very prissy. But, as I say, backtracking all the time. But, of course, Andrew is her rock, as we know. Apparently, the women on the jewellery channels could do with some major hand cream. Terrible hand, says Mick. I know, I pointed that out ages and ages ago. I pointed out again, I've never seen people with such gnarled old nails. They've all got fake nails on. Seriously, all gnarled, because now they've got HD cameras. It shows up all the failings. And so, I mean, some poor bloke, they only seem to have one man on there. I say man, they shove him on overnight. He's got the worst nails I've ever seen. Seriously, it's absolutely, mind you, not half as funny as 2 blokes who talk about cruise ships. It's the campest thing you've ever seen on television. They are quite clearly reading a script. The ship will stop. That's how it goes. I'm addicted to it. I watch these things and I sit there thinking, can't you just make it sound as though you're not reading a script? That's supposedly the art. Steve, it's that time of year and I can't walk past a patch of wild blackberries without picking them. I'm carrying empty boxes, says Ellie, with me everywhere. Well, how many have you got? How many have you got of these things? Mind you, down in Epping, they've got a huge area. It is full of blackberry bushes. So huge. Absolutely huge. That's where they used to hang all the barrage balloons. So in the ground still, on this hill, are all these blocks of concrete with big rings in. And that was to keep all the barrage balloons up there. But the whole place has now been all overgrown. It was an MOD place with blackberry bushes. I don't know where they come from. There must acres, acres and acres and acres of blackberry bushes. And it's lovely if you like blackberries, but I always think birds wee on them. So I never try to eat things like that. Steve, I will only do VIP lounges now, the over-18s ones with dress code. Have you seen the latest from Victoria? Apparently, Victoria is very street. Certainly looks like a street, doesn't she? And she's brought out another range of clothing, tracksuits. She's making tracksuits acceptable to wear in offices. I don't think so. Maybe chavs, yes. But anybody else does not wear tracksuits to the office. It's tacky and it looks dreadful. And so this is her latest thing. And they go, because Victoria, is in London and knows what's going. She's hardly ever in London. What are you talking about? Hardly ever in London. She's got no idea about street scenes. She doesn't know anything about what the kids are wearing. Oh, I designed this range. I mean, seriously. It's like Jackanory all the way through. Front pages of the papers, Victoria's Secrets, Axe the Angel show. I think because it probably costs too much money. And also, you don't need to worry about it, because if you've got Love Island, they'll all walk about in their underwear anyway, and they'll do it for about a third of the price. Much better. The electrician who's wired his van up to give the tool thieves a £1,000 volt shock. 1,000 volts is not really, that seems a lot to me. But it's not a lot, and it's legal. The police have told him it's legal to do it. Good God. So my little joke some years ago about, when people say, "Oh, do you do trick or treat?" I said, "No, I've wired up the door handle. Anybody touches it, zzz." I'll show you what trick or treat means. We don't do stuff like that round my way. I live in Twickenham. Also, they've got an elephant. It's a lovely picture of an elephant, but this one's not real. It's made out of batteries. Used batteries. 29,500 used batteries. And it's to promote recycling. And it's on show at Hanwell Zoo in West London. Hanwell? I've never even heard of Hanwell Zoo. What in God's name is Hanwell Zoo? But it looks very realistic. Very real. It's all made of batteries. See, I'm quite jealous of people who can do stuff like that. Also, just come back from a week in Rhodes. The EasyJet flight on Tuesday was delayed by 2 hours. Then on the flight, we had a screaming baby. Oh, see, the trouble is babies don't know about flights, do they? They have no idea. They sort of sit there. Then all of a sudden, their ears pop, and they can't hear anything. Oh, gone deaf. And so you have to sort of, I don't know whether you give them a lollipop or something just to make sure they're constantly swallowing. Because if you're a little baby, that must be quite frightening. I love it. I love flying. Well, I love the takeoff bit. The actual bit up in the air I don't like. That's a little bit dreary. But the actual bit, up there is fantastic. Check on the news, shall we? 6:45. Here's nobody. Former US President Ronald Reagan describing African UN delegates as monkeys. In a newly unearthed tape recording, he made the remark 10 years before taking office in a call with them. But as I say, he was the one who used to make jokes about people with HIV. He said, "You can slide the food under the door." That's how good Ronald Reagan was. Really. When he used to refer to Camp David, he didn't mean his son. Apparently it was a place that all presidents. And Tom will be with you this morning, just after the news at 7. I love the story of the horse racing fan who gave birth after backing a winner, sent her into labour. When you hear the amount of money she won, you'll be quite disappointed. Kim Sevier felt her first contractions after pocketing 26 quid from a £2 bet in the first race at Newbury. Hubby Nick scooped 70 quid from a £5 bet in the second race. But the third race, she was ringing the hospital, and then they were on their way. Strangely enough, Jack, born to her at £5 2 ounces, had been given lifetime membership of Newbury Racecourse. Kim, who comes from Wantage, said, "I always get excited when I have a win," which is lovely. Steve, another one here. I love LBC, been listening for 30 years, and love it. Love it, love it, love it, which is fantastic. Thank you so much. Thank you for increasing the figures. God, I tell you, absolutely knockout. Absolutely knockout. Couldn't be better, actually. Everybody very, very pleased with that. Somebody told me where Hanwell Zoo is. Apparently, it's in Hanwell Park, which I've never discovered. Didn't even know there was a zoo there. I shall have to go and visit, I think. Also, another moment in history for LBC, pulling in a record audience. 2.4 million people now tune in, an increase of more than 250,000 listeners. 250,000. I can't even imagine what 250,000 looks like. Although I'm led to believe I have marginally more than that, so I'll have to try and sort of visualise it. Do you remember where Dale... on Noel Edmonds' Gotcha? I do, actually. I do remember. Yeah. I do remember it very well. I didn't believe it, actually. I don't care what anybody says. I just thought he must have known, because that's not how he would have reacted. You know, when you know somebody that amount of time, that's not how he would have reacted. I mean, this was the bride thing, wasn't it? It's on YouTube. I've watched it quite a few times. In fact, somebody sent me another thing. He was on a magic show with Kavari, which was very, very interesting. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And another one here, because we read everything out on the programme. James says, will you be going to see The Illusionist? Why? I'm a member of the Inner Magic Circle. I don't need to go and see things like that. I've got stuff like that. Also, it's Megan sharing new charity snaps, because apparently you're going to be getting a range of clothing in Marks and Spencer's. Can't imagine how that's going to work, but there you go. And Rod Little, he said there were thousands of fans at Stansted Airport to welcome back the contestants from Love Island. A bit ignominious, isn't it? You end up at Stansted. Some of them have T-shirts made reading... I can't read that, so I've never heard of this before. It's very odd. He said, which I'm told is something to do with a woman called Maura. This is the one who's had the most Ofcom complaints. Others had huge banners emblazoned with names like Molly May. He said, do you understand behaviour like that? No, they don't either. But unfortunately, because they're so dim and so stupid, that's all they have to look forward in life. They don't have anything else. They're hoping to make a career on it. Unfortunately, not many of them do. Not many of them do, and then they just disappear. Front page of the Mirror today. The Love Island sham. Only 6 out of 36 picked from the public. And Proof goes Callie Rogers, who's droned on about her dreary win for God knows, well, about 16 years now. She was 16 when she won. She's now 32, and she's still as boring as she was last time round. She said, I was too young. Yes, but unfortunately not everybody's as dim as you. There are other people who are a bit more intelligent, and they would go to people and ask for advice. And Camelot offer advice on how to invest your money, how to look after it, how to get the best out of it. But she declined. She declined that. Just waved at Tom Swarbrick. He looks very well, actually. I've noticed, actually, on the Nick Ferrari breakfast show, they wear suits. They wear suits. I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, I could never do the show. I'd have to wear a suit, and then people would go, sorry, what are you doing? I'd go, I'm back in Burton's window very, very shortly. The Mail today, they've got plastic bag use halves in just a year. An astonishing triumph for the Mail campaign. The Cambridge student who fell to her death from a little plane. When it said she was doing research in Madagascar, this is Alana Cutland. She was carrying out research in Madagascar, and she fell out of this little light aircraft. I mean, I've been in light aircraft. They're very frightening, very frightening. The Times, British Airways pilots to strike at the peak of summer holidays. I wouldn't mind, but I mean, you know, they do earn a decent amount of money. I mean, it could be, they rejected pay increases of up to 20,000 quid. I mean, admittedly, not as much as sitting there begging on the streets of London. Some pilots are paid about £200,000. BA captains paid on an average £176,000, including a flying allowance. And but they say the average for all pilots is believed to be just under 90,000. I'm sorry, there's something the matter with that. £90,000, that seems very good. Very good. Not as much as you could make if you were out begging, of course, on the streets of London or wherever else. Plus, suspected sex offenders, fraudsters and others accused of serious crimes should remain anonymous until charged if they have a reputation to protect. The sinking feeling, flooding, which has destroyed this bridge near Grinton in North Yorkshire. It looks lovely, this place up here, but the bridge has gone completely. So the rains must have washed underneath it, and then the whole thing just collapsed. Also, at the site of Manchester Docks, Salford Quays was no stranger to colourful language, but now it seems that times have changed. Free speech campaigners were celebrating last night after the City Council scrapped its ban on swearing, which has not led to a single fine. Offenders faced a fine of 90 quid, potentially rising to 1,000, if they challenged it in court. So now they've actually said, you know, they can use rude words. But you see rude words everywhere. Everywhere. You read it on side of buildings now, rude words, which seem, you know, now you turn on a television programme. I mean, sometimes the language is so horrific. Even I can't believe it. You think, I mean, where do they get these sort of things from? Anne in Blackburn. She says, LBC for me, great. Tell everybody to listen in. When I tell them to listen to you, they say 4 a.m, but they soon get hooked. I know, well, that's why it's worked this time round. I mean, it's the spike looks very nice indeed. Very nice. And another one here. I like to read everything. Steve, reference 250,000 extra listeners. Try to imagine a Premier League football stadium with about 60 or 70,000 people and then times it by 4. Is that what it looks like? I've often tried to imagine what sort of if each programme took its own audience, you know, what would they fill? And you know, I've done big places. I've played big places, not stadiums or anything like that. And I've thought, that's this, and then you think, actually, that's not a lot at all when you look in terms of how big our audience is. So, well, everybody's very happy. So no doubt there'll be cakes and jelly and ice cream and everything. I always miss it. I can't have it anyway, but it's nice to be offered some of it. What else do we get? What do we got? The Eye this morning. Britain beats plastic bags. 90% drop since the 5p charge. Were people really worried about, you know, charging 5p? Oh, no, it's not 5p, is it? I've never had a 5p bag. 10p bag or 15p bag. But what I want to know is how much money is supposed to go to charity. Why is nobody investigated from the newspapers how much the big supermarkets are making? Or is this called unearned income? I'd love to know out of all, because everybody buys bags. Everybody buys bags. You know, and I want to know how much money they actually make. It must be hundreds of thousands. Must be hundreds of thousands, mustn't it? So there you go. There you go. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Front page of the Telegraph. Army trains keyboard warriors for digital war, soldiers to be deployed on social media battlefield. They reckon they've got about 15,000 people that can be deployed to do things. Well, at the moment, they're trying to battle against the waters, aren't they? Shoppers baffled by 58 recycling symbols. That's when it comes to disposing of products. It's green bottles, brown, but it's far more complicated. Far more complicated. The Daily Telegraph discovered 58 symbols on packaging, plastic, glass and batteries. I mean, I didn't realise that there were so many. So many. Also, here... Oh, I've just read something here. I can't believe it. Can't believe it. But anyway, Hong Kong protesters charged with rioting and the Met making excuses over the Midland report. So there you go. Scotland Yard has claimed it can't publish the the underacted report into its handling of Operation Midland, because to do so could reveal covert policing methods and help criminals. It's always something that people can't sort of tell you about. Always something that people can't tell you about, and that would be the thing today that they cannot tell you about.